Roland Boer. Introduction 1 Spiritual Booze and Freedom of Religion 9-31 3 Christian Revolutionaries and God Builders 59 4 Revolution, Idealism, and God 103 5 135 6 Venerating Lenin 175 207 Preface. Apart from the collected works of Marx and Engels, reading my way through the entire works of Lenin has been one of the extraordinary experiences of my life. Alongside appreciating him as a revolutionary politician, as a lover of fresh air, an avid cyclist, and mountain hiker, I have come to know him rather well as a writer and editor. When he was asked to fill in his profession, in those preparatory documents for Congress delegates, he would simply write, Literatur, 1920 n. 445/465, 1920 0, 449/280. A brilliant student, denied any formal university career due to his politics, prison, and exile, he managed to forge a life as a writer all the same. The writing, translating, editing, and publishing of books, pamphlets, journals, and newspapers, would take place in whatever exilic place he and Krupskaya found themselves: Siberia, Germany, Switzerland, England, Poland, and so on. Occasionally, he would comment on the act of writing itself, all done by hand. 12.4.1902 I am writing in the train, I apologize for the scribble. If I have time, I shall write again more clearly. Lenin 1902 e. 71/253. Throughout it all, they lived simply indeed, in small quarters, relying on dribbles of money from family, publishing, newspaper subscriptions, or even the infamous expropriations. The collected works have their own narrative that escapes even the hands of the editors, and their extraordinary introductions, full as the latter are of Soviet orthodoxy and not a little twisting as the more intriguing texts by Lenin were brought into line. They begin with the earliest writings from the 1890s by a young man in his early 20s. Full of contest with others on the left or even the liberals, partaking in the small, energetic, and somewhat idealist revolutionary groups, the productive and not unenjoyable exile to Shushensko in Siberia, the long periods of exile to Western Europe, the shuffle from place to place, writing, editing, giving lectures, and organizing. All the while the much-needed intellectual input to the movement is coupled with the slow spread of the party, its congresses and splits and struggles, the waxing and waning of revolutionary activity, until the crescendos of 1905 and 1917. During these times, the writing peaks to an intense production, ideas are reformulated, experiences are assessed, and new plans developed. And then, after the October Revolution, the longer texts become rare, while the speeches, telegrams, memos, and telephone conversations overflow the long volumes. The desperateness of the multiple post-revolutionary crises shows forth, with hastily written pieces on transport problems, fuel and food shortages, disease, and the ever-present threats on four fronts from civil war at least until the strokes begin and Lenin takes, under doctor's orders, more and more time away from the pressures. With his death by the 33rd volume, the supplementary volumes begin, with less coherent collections of political correspondence spread out over the years, supplementary documents and newspaper reports, as well as some volumes of notes on agriculture, imperialism, and philosophy. By the 37th volume, a different and very personal correspondence emerges, now with Lenin's family, especially his mother and sisters, and a good number written by Krupskaya herself. We cover the same ground again, from the earliest years through to his death, but now with comments on different places, hiking, cycling, health, plans, personal thoughts, and greetings. But even here, the habit of using coded texts and code names shows forth, as with the other pre-October correspondence, as does the extensive involvement of women in the party. In these last volumes, a noticeable change of editorial direction also appears. Up until the 33rd volume and Lenin's death, the texts were interspersed with occasional letters and telegrams to Stalin, attempting to indicate how much Stalin was Lenin's natural successor. Yet, in the 36th volume, Lenin's testament appears, really a collection of letters and notes that were first made public at the famous closed meeting chaired by Khrushchev in 1956. Here are the warnings against the negative sides of Stalin, but also against Trotsky and the possibilities of a split between them. Bukharin and Pyatakov are also assessed rather astutely. By the end of the last volume, more letters critical of Stalin appear, including the famous reprimand for the latter's rudeness to Krupskaya when Lenin was already very ill, while the closer agreements with Trotsky are far more frequent. The open-ended nature of the collection, coupled with Lenin's own concerns about the future of the government, leave a curiously unfinished feel, much as Ernst Bloch pointed out regarding any life that ends with so much left undone. My focus in reading all this material concerns the theological resonances, engagements, and reformulations that appear in Lenin's texts. They emerge in unexpected places, arresting moments of discovery, and in the contradictory, dialectical, positions he took and then reworked. It may be his love of gospel parables and sayings, his engagements with marginal Christian socialist groups and with God-builders, the encounters with Hegel, the suggestions that a revolution is like a miracle, and even in the veneration that emerged after his death. In each case, they have provided much food for thought and careful analysis of his texts. My approach is to deploy the venerable but neglected tradition of biblical commentary, in which one seeks to perpetuate the interpreter's fiction of exegesis, of allowing the key ideas to be led out of the text, rather than seeking a solution to tensions by recourse to an external and contextual thought, practice, or development. As the reader will find out, this has led to far more than I first expected, especially in light of comments from others when I had opportunity to discuss the project with them that Lenin has little of interest to say concerning religion, or surprised and quizzical looks when I have mentioned Lenin and theology as my passion. However, I have also read with an eye for the quirky texts and unexpected moments, the discoveries that make you lift your eyes from the page for a laugh and quick note. Let me cite a few of the more intriguing examples. The first concerns Lenin's almost irrepressible optimism, even in the depths of the multiple crises concerning food, fuel, transport, disease, and the Civil War. There is no such thing as an absolutely hopeless situation. Lenin 1920 p. 227/228. Another comes from 1922, when the inveterate non-drinker and non-smoker had had enough, warned smokers. No smoking. Strictly. Tea and smoking during the break, in the adjoining room. Lenin 1922 t. 568/286. Yet another is a quotation from the irrepressible Engels, each word is like a chamber pot, and not an empty one at that. Jed's word ein nacht top few and keen Lehrer, Lenin 1905 W3, 156/144. And, to shift focus slightly, we also stumble across a reference to anal sex. Let me set the scene. In the midst of a detailed demolition of Sismondi, the French economist, Lenin notes Sismondi's argument that the Church is failing in its task of condemning impudent and lusty marriages. According to Sismondi, religious morality should teach people that having produced a family, it is their duty to live no less chastely with their wives than celibates with women who do not belong to them. Lenin 1895a, 183/176. 3 children and then no more sex, according to Sismondi. Well, says Lenin, we all know how successful the French peasant is at such chastity, let alone priests in the church. In fact, as Proudhon argued, chastity, or indeed Malthus's birth control, is really the preaching of the connubial practice of a certain unnatural vice. Lenin 1895a, 184/177. In this light, it makes one wonder what a fist from below may mean. Lenin 1905 I2, 37/90 seconds. As a final example, reading some of Lenin's sharper letters is a distinct pleasure, so much so that I have compiled what may be called the Lenin letter template, using phrases from such correspondence. Dear, I am writing under the fresh impression of your letter, which I have just read. Although you have resented my previous missives, I shall try to be mild and kind. I know of no task more fatiguing, more thankless and more disgusting than to have to wade through this filth. Yet your senseless twaddle is so exasperating that I am unable to suppress the desire to state my opinion frankly. You propose that we should collaborate with magniloquent liberal windbags, that we should philander with reaction. Strictly speaking, this proposal is too ludicrous to merit serious consideration, the product of either a charlatan or an absolute blockhead. The only answer can be a bitter laugh. You may couch it in pompous, high-blown phrases, but it is really befouled and spattered with shit. All your talk about freedom and democracy is sheer claptrap, parrot phrases, the product of mean-spirited Boers, and your education, culture, and enlightenment are only a species of thoroughgoing prostitution. It is a ridiculous and puerile attempt to be clever. You either cannot think logically, or you are a liberal hypocrite, wriggling like the devil at mass. May I make one suggestion? As difficult as it may seem, scrape off all this green mold of intellectualist opportunism. Yours, V. Ulyanov. P.S. I cannot share your regret at not having met. After your tricks and your conniving attitude, I do not wish to have anything to do with you except in a purely official way, and only in writing. To resume, I feel little need to justify an interest in the conjunction of both Lenin and theology, for this book is justification enough, let alone that he with all his insights and flaws and the revolution with which he is associated together constituted the defining historical moment of at least the 20th century. But I do wish to thank those who have been involved in one way or another in the development of my arguments. Zhang Xuanli, of Fudan University, has engaged in extended discussions, not merely on Lenin but on Chinese communism, Marxism, and religion more generally, especially when I had the opportunity spend a month at Fudan in 2011, to teach a postgraduate class on Marx, Engels, and religion. Yang Huilin, of Renmin University in Beijing, gave me an invaluable opportunity to engage with scholars from across China at the Renmin Summer Institute on Christianity and Culture in 2011 and 2012. Tamara Prozik, of Monash University and no great lover of Lenin, has questioned me every step of way, as I have her, since she is working on a project on orthodoxy and communism. Artemy Magun and Oleg Karthorkin, of the European University of St. Petersburg, provided valuable input when I had the opportunity to visit and speak on Lenin and miracles in early 2012. Zhang Hua, of Beijing Languages and Cultures University, would not, thankfully, take no for an answer and invited me to present further research on Lenin and religion in October 2012. And a special event at Wuhan University, China, enabled me to engage with the range and breadth of Lenin scholarship, the conference Lenin's Thought in the 21st Century. Above all, Sergei Kozin from St. Petersburg has been a constant conversation partner, for he is as passionate as I am about communism and theology, especially the God-builders and God-seekers. To Sergei, I also owe inestimable thanks for assistance with the Russian of Lenin's texts, in all its rich complexity. Finally, a word of thanks, as always, to Christina, who shared the experience of a week-long journey on the Trans-Siberian train, which enabled us to identify many of the places mentioned in Lenin's texts. But she also put up with me pausing while reading one of those weighty tomes of Lenin's works to mention what I at least thought was either interesting or funny or both. More often, however, she was willing to engage in exploring the implications of what Lenin had to say, asking questions, pushing matters further than I had pondered. For that I wish to thank her. October 2012 on the ship MV Fintrader, somewhere between Leningrad and Lübeck on the old Hansa League trade route Lenin and theology. This is not a conjunction that immediately comes to mind. One apart from a few short essays on religion, Lenin did not write a full work on the Bible or theology, unlike Friedrich Engels, Ernst Bloch, Theodor Adorno, Antonio Negri, Terry Eagleton, Alain Badiou, Slava Zizek, or even E.P. Thompson. In this respect, he is more like Marx in the popular scholarly imagination, who wrote some brief reflections on religion, coined a well-known slogan or two, but was otherwise not overly interested. Enough work has been undertaken on the question of Marxism and religion to indicate, in Marx's case at least, that this is a superficial perception. 2. In this book, I set out to undertake a similar exercise in relation to Lenin. 2 initial openings suggest far more to the question of Lenin and theology. The first is less well known. Lenin was not averse to attending church. When he and Krupskaya were living in London in the early years of the 20th century, they would attend socialist Christian churches. On one occasion at least Trotsky joined them, Trotsky 1976-50, although Krupskaya provides the fullest picture. He visited eating houses and churches. In English churches the service is usually followed by a short lecture and a debate. Ilyich was particularly fond of those debates, because ordinary workers took part in them. Once we wandered into a socialist church. There are such churches in England. The socialist in charge was droning through the Bible, and then delivered a sermon to the effect that the exodus of the Jews from Egypt symbolized the exodus of the workers from the kingdom of capitalism to the kingdom of socialism. Everyone stood up and sang from a socialist hymn book, "Lead us, O Lord, from the kingdom of capitalism to the kingdom of socialism." We went to that church again afterwards. It was the Seven Sisters Church. Krupskaya 1930, 72-73, not unexpectedly, the motivations cited are appropriate for a future leader of the first successful communist revolution. They seek to improve their English, which they thought was passable after their earlier translation work while in Siberia, but turned out to be hopelessly inadequate in London, to meet workers, to engage in debate. Apart from speculating on other possible motivations and interest in the workings of the long tradition of Christian socialism, perhaps it is worth remembering that the reasons people attend church are as diverse as the number of people in the congregation. Not all present believe, not all are orthodox in any sense, not all are ardent. Yet, the fact that Lenin attended church despite, or perhaps even because of, his implacable opposition to official religion, may act as an opening to a much wider consideration of Lenin and theology. Indeed, the relationship with these radical churches was not a passing affair, for when the Fifth Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, RSDLP, was seeking a safe exilic venue to meet in 1907, they were able to secure the Brotherhood Church in Southgate Road, Hackney, in London. That church, originating in 1887 under the influence of various streams such as Christian socialism, anarchism, pacifism, Quakers, and Tolstoy, continues to exist today. 3. A more recent and probably better known opening for this study comes from a passing comment by Alain Badiou. In the preface to his book on the Apostle Paul, he writes of the need to find a new militant figure with the perceived demise of the Leninist, Bolshevik model. So he seeks the assistance of a great step back in order to move forward, whence this reactivation of Paul. I am not the first to risk the comparison that makes of him a Lenin for whom Christ will have been the equivocal Marx, Badiou 2003, 2, 1997, 3. 4. Mediated by Slava Zizek, this passing comment became far more than it might have been. 5. However, it does provide an insight into Badiou's reading of Paul, who turns out to be a rather Leninist figure. Witness to the truth of an event, writing missives on the run to a militant, persecuted, and often imprisoned band characterized by fidelity to the event, an anti-philosopher. 6. Paul is for Badiou a Lenin avant la lettre. 7. I will voice my misgivings concerning this characterization in Chapter 5, see also Boer 2009a, 174-78, not least because the fabulous resurrection is far from the revolution to come, but here it is worth pointing out that Lenin, if we are to hold to the analogy, comes closer to Christ than Paul. I think not so much of the Church as Christ, the one identified as Savior and partaker of the Trinity, but the Jesus of the enigmatic sayings and parables as they appear in the Gospels. These are the texts that inspired Lenin, so much that he actively created his own parables, see the discussion in Chapter 2. That he also drew heavily on the rich Russian tradition of folklore, especially in the hands of peasants, in no way diminishes this point, for those traditions were creatively infused with precisely those same biblical images, stories, and parables. This creativity would emerge with distinct and surprising force in the veneration of Lenin after his death, see Chapter 6. With that in mind, let me offer a brief outline of the chapters in this book, in order to gain a synoptic view of the whole. 8. I begin with the overt statements by Lenin concerning religion, in which I identify the key dimensions of his positions on religion, albeit with a few significant twists and notable contradictions. Religion may be both the result and cause of oppression, and it may disappear with the revolution and through persuasive education, but Lenin also evinces some profound ambivalences over religion. As a secondary phenomenon, religion must not be the prime focus of communist agitation, for that would split the workers and peasants, as the bourgeoisie already do. And even if the party holds to an atheistic position, the question of belief is not a prerequisite. That is a matter for the individual concerned, even if he is a religious professional such as a priest. All the same, he must not seek to proselytize in the name of his faith. Lenin may have stated that religion is spiritual booze that drowns one's sorrows, but in doing so, he evokes as complex and as contradictory a formulation as the phrase he quotes from Marx on more than one occasion concerning opium. Despite these fascinating tensions, I do find that Lenin falls short on a socialist approach to the question of freedom of conscience, for in the end, he does not allow the full exercise thereof, one that is both the expression of and productive of a deeper collectivity. In order to trace where that may be found, even if intermittently, I explore his analogous reflections on the national question and oppressed religious groups, focusing in particular on the Bund, the General Jewish Workers' Union of Lithuania, Poland, and Russia. The second chapter deals in detail with Lenin's love of the parables and sayings from the Gospels. After paying close attention to the structuring role of the parable of the tares and the wheat, from Matthew 13, in What is to be Done? Wit, 1902 p. I deploy this tares, wheat distinction in order to provide a different angle on Lenin's relations with the many opponents in the communist movement. From here, I explore a multitude of other biblical parables and sayings to be found in Lenin's texts, some drawn upon more extensively and others less so. However, Lenin was also given to writing his own parables, with an overwhelming focus on the earthy, everyday life of peasants and laborers. I am interested how and why he does so. So a consideration of some key parables with a revolutionary focus leads into a discussion of the structuring role of biblical stories in the popular imagination, the tension between sectarianism and ecumenism, and the revolutionary dimension of these stories that Lenin manages to evoke. Christian Revolutionaries and God Builders, the third chapter, begins by considering those who would have felt most at home with these biblical narratives. They are the peasant and Christian socialists, represented both by the peasant representatives in the Dumas, parliaments granted by the Tsar but with limited capacity from 1905 to 1917, and by Tolstoy. I devote careful attention to Lenin's criticisms of Tolstoy, for they provide arguably the first example of what would later be called an imaginary resolution of real social and economic conditions, championed by Le6 Strauss and Jameson, mediated via Althusser. That is, Tolstoy may have voiced extraordinarily incisive critiques of the depredations of the transition between feudalism and capitalism, critiques that communists should use, but his solutions are woefully inadequate. Those solutions come out of the tradition of Christian communism, understood in terms of collective life. Lenin fails, however, to see that Tolstoy's critiques are also inspired by that tradition. One who does identify the revolutionary potential of Christian socialism, Anatoly Lunacharsky, is the topic of the bulk of the chapter. With his God-building project, Lunacharsky sought to draw from this Christian communist tradition in order to develop a warm stream of Marxism. He combined that tradition with a desire for enthusiasm, for feeling, for the raising up of human beings as embodying the ideals expressed in the gods, all of which would culminate in the God-building act of revolution. The chapter closes with Lenin's trenchant attack on the God-builders, whom he sought to connect, unsuccessfully, with the empirio-criticism sweeping those Bolsheviks to his left. Chapter 4, with its focus on Hegel, continues the treatment of the previous chapter. It does so by focusing on Lenin's deep engagement with Hegel's The Science of Logic at a period of crisis for international socialism. With the outbreak of the First World War, most of the members of the Second International supported the war efforts of their respective countries. Lenin's response was both profound and unexpected. He spent a few months reading deeply in philosophy, especially in Hegel. However, contrary to two competing narratives in which Lenin either discovers Hegel properly for the first time or in which he was always deeply aware of the dialectic, I situate this encounter within the full range of his dealings with Hegel. As a result of this examination, it becomes clear that he moves back and forth between vulgar and ruptural approaches to the dialectic, much like Marx. This reality helps to explain the influence of a dialectical approach to revolution in October 1917, as well as Lenin's notable ambivalence after the revolution, both in relation to Lunacharsky's God-building, which the latter maintained as Commissar of Enlightenment and which Lenin permitted, and in relation to religion as such. Attacks on the established church took place alongside efforts to foster marginal, proto-communist groups. In Miracles Can Happen, the fifth chapter, I shift gear to explore the mutual translation between revolution and miracle in Lenin's texts, understanding miracle as not a suspension of natural laws but as an intersection between heaven and earth, or rather a bending of heaven to earth. He was fond of calling revolutionary acts miracles, especially during the immense struggles of the Civil War and the social and economic reconstruction after October 1917. However, in the process of making that translation, he expands the semantic fields of those two terms to include elements beyond the initial overlap, all of which lead to a redefinition of miracle as an act of stupendous human effort. So I draw into that intersection the tension between spontaneity and organization, with examples from revolutionary moments, the military, and strikes. Miracle is also connected with a closely related term, kairos, which enables a discussion of Lenin in relation to a range of more recent kairological thinkers on the left. Finally, revolution as miracle includes the struggles over working within or without the current system, a crucial feature of the theological miracle in its own right. Lenin develops complex arguments concerning reform and revolution, involvement or its lack in parliamentary procedures, and the vital problem of freedom. In the last chapter, I consider Lenin's veneration, or the Lenin cult, as it is dismissively called at times. Here I critique those analyses that see it as a form of pseudo or secularized religion, in which Lenin becomes a Soviet saint, martyr, and prophet. Instead, I continue a point made in the previous chapter, in which the interaction of theological and political codes functions to relativize those codes. In this light, the development of revolutionary martyrology and prophetic figures takes place alongside theological forms, interacting with but not necessarily deriving from those forms. I also argue that a hitherto neglected feature of Lenin's own life and texts played a significant role, namely, the tension between a love of vigorous outdoor life for a muscular and fit man, swimming, ice skating, hiking, and cycling, and an obsession with images of disease, abscesses, decaying alive, and rotting corpses. This tension, which could not avoid being communicated to material from www.palgraveconnect.com, licensed to McGill University. Introduction 5. His comrades, was a key element that led to the preservation and embalming of his body. After outlining the process of embalmment and the important role of God-builders, such as Lunacharsky and Kherson, I focus on the outburst of popular and creative veneration. This veneration drew upon the wealth of folklore and surprised the leaders of the government, who in response developed more official versions that existed alongside the popular. The reason for such veneration, I argue, is neither a return of the repressed, in which the effort to banish religion generates its return in other, ritual forms, nor that religion is innate in human beings, both positions have been propounded, but that in the effort to construct a communist society and economic system, new forms of compulsion are required. The veneration of the revolutionary leader became a major feature of that compulsion. However, one may wonder, especially if one has never read Lenin carefully, what is it like to read him? Some find the material tiresome, unpersuasive, and largely irrelevant today, given as it is to immediate concerns and polemics, read 2005, 64, while others suggest that much of it has a freshness that feels as though it was written today. Some of it is indeed heavy with invective and polemic, but that is part of the muscular brusqueness and concrete earthiness of his style, the widely noted ability to speak and write not in the cultured prose of intellectuals but in the blunt language of everyday life. 9. That this requires, especially in the hands of a revolutionary journalist, the repetition of key themes at different times goes without saying. Much too reads with a distinct pertinence to what is happening today in the early 21st century, not least in Russia, let alone in terms of rampant capitalism. On that score, I have found that my regular quotations, comments, and reflections on Lenin on my blog, Stalin's Mustache, stalinsmustache.wordpress.com, have had a wide readership. Tagged as reading Lenin and covering the year or more that I have spent reading Lenin with much pleasure, they indicate a continued if not rising interest in Lenin. That I included in my posts some of his more quirky and unexpected texts may of course have helped. I would like to mention two further matters, one concerning available secondary works and the other the contested terrain of Lenin's political biography. As for the literature, sustained engagements with the complexity of intersections between Lenin and religion are virtually non-existent. 10. So I have read much that is tangentially relevant, drawing upon it and responding to it where necessary. In this vein, some of the best materials on the Russian Revolution remain the works written at the time, especially those that capture the mood in a way that all-knowing historians pretend to do afterward. The foreign journalist's detective-like access both in reality and through the impression created by the genre itself to unfolding events creates vivid impressions of the revolution and its aftermath. John Reed's breathtaking account, dashing to the latest piece of action, and thereby of course missing others, is still very much worth a read, read 1919. As are the long work by Walling, Russia's Message, and Arthur Ransom's two little books, Russia in 1919 and The Crisis in Russia, Walling 1908, Ransom 1919, 1921. Ransom lived in St. Petersburg from 1903, had access to the inner circles of Bolshevik leadership, attending meetings of the executive committee, interviewing Lenin, Zinoviev, Sverdlov, and so on, and he was part of worker meetings and experienced everyday life during the best and worst times, down to food shortages and bitter cold without heating. And yet, Ransom writes, there was the feeling, from which we could never escape, of the creative effort of the revolution. There was the thing that distinguishes the creative from other artists, the living, vivifying expression of something hitherto hidden in the consciousness of humanity. If this book were to be an accurate record of my impressions, all the drudgery, gossip, quarrels, arguments, events and experiences it contains would have to be set against a background of that extraordinary vitality which obstinately persists in Moscow in these dark days of discomfort, disillusion, pestilence, starvation and unwanted war. Ransom 1919, 6, 7. Other valuable contemporary works that provide a multifaceted feel of the revolution include Konachekov's autobiography, 1932. A peasant by origin, he moved to the city, Moscow and then St. Petersburg, to take up a trade in a factory, learned to read and write, became involved in radical circles, was repeatedly sent to prison and exile, joined the Socialist Revolutionaries, SRS, and then the Social Democrats, was involved in the revolution, and became a senior party worker afterward. A crucial feature of this story is the loss of religious faith, as part of his move away from the grip of the village and its religiously framed world. Similar to Konachekov is the memoir by Pianetsky, 1933, who paints a comparable picture of activism, constant moves, false passports, smuggling illegal literature, arrests, prison, exile, poverty, hunger, and hardship for the sake of the cause. One may also usefully read Zinoviev's History of the Bolshevik Party, 1973, for a spirited account by a central player in the party, often an opponent of Lenin and Stalin. Another work that breathes the excitement of the time is Olgin's detailed The Soul of the Russian Revolution, 1917, which provides a vivid picture of the rapid changes taking place with the advance of capitalism, of labor unrest, the deep exploitation of rural life, and widespread repression. He also offers extensive treatments of literary products of the time, a stunning collection of letters from revolutionaries, especially by SRS, on the eve of execution, all of which is interspersed with Olgin's political activism and the familiar spate of arrests and imprisonments. As an example, he writes, "The Russian Revolution is the awakening to self-consciousness of a great nation shaken to its very foundations. It is the groping of vast masses towards a new social, political and spiritual freedom far exceeding that contained in revolutionary programs." Olgin 1917, v. Finally, a wonderful read is Sukhanov's The Russian Revolution, 1922. An unaligned socialist, Sukhanov was present at the Finland station when Lenin arrived from exile and provides a vivid account of the moment, including the stunning speeches that would form the basis of the April Theses. The famous meeting of October 10, when the decision was made by the Central Committee to move to revolution, actually took place at Sukhanov's home, with the connivance of his wife, who suggested he stay the night at his office. Finally, an abiding issue is Lenin's biography, both in its intellectual and political dimensions. While his biography is not my primary concern, my approach to it provides a backdrop to some of the discussions in the book. That biography, as is well known, is a site of ideological struggle, so much so that Goethe and, Introduction 7 Hermann Weber produced a book-length chronology of his life in order to correct the myths. Yet, they admit that their selectivity in what to record is itself subjective. Obviously, Weber and Weber 1980. We may delineate at least 6 less and more persuasive approaches to Lenin's intellectual, political biography. First, Lenin was not really a Marxist at all, deriving all of his thought and political perceptions from Chernyshevsky. This position has been argued by Nikolai Valentinov, 1969, 1968, 64-76, who was at one time sympathetic but then broke with Lenin, and in part by Agursky in A Curious Study, 1987, 72-80. The latter stretches the material well out of shape to suggest that Lenin used Marxism as a cover for Russian, revolutionary, nationalism, while Valentinov attempts to stress Lenin's ignorance of Marx and that all of his ideas came from Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done, 1989. This novel, written in prison, tells the story of a small group of men and women that attempts to create new forms of communal living and work in the midst of Tsarist Russia, with all the trials and limits posed by that situation. That this novel was massively influential for the Russian left is well known. That Lenin read it avidly when he was a young man is also clear. That he borrowed the title for a crucial work of his own is obvious, but that he borrowed all of his ideas from it is far-fetched indeed. Second, a more common position is that Lenin was primarily a practical operator, shunning theory, either leaving it to others, Plekhanov, or happy to remain thoroughly unoriginal. Yet, he was full of political instinct, able to pinpoint crucial political moments. Wilson 1972, 390, Zinoviev 1973, 44-45, Playmenets 1975, 221, 248, Donald 1993, Williams 2011. 11. The problem with this position is that it makes little sense of the repeated insistence by Lenin on the importance of theory. So we find the obverse position. Lenin was thoroughly impractical, unable to read a situation properly. Instead, he was theoretical and abstract. Although not a common view, put forward by the unaffiliated socialist Sukhanov, it has a nice twist. Lenin was brilliant, persuasive, and ended up being invariably correct. Sukhanov 1922, 290-92. 12. A fourth position has been held by a consistent minority including Lenin's wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, none other than Trotsky, Robert Tucker, and the recent work of Lars Lih, Krupskaya 1930, Trotsky 1976, 46-48, Tucker 1987, 39, LIH 2011. 13. This position argues that Lenin was thoroughly consistent and faithful to Marx throughout his life, operating with a grand socialist narrative that moved from the merger of the working class with intellectuals, to the revolution, and then to the glorious construction of communism. The problem with this position is not only that it must end with a narrative of disappointment, for Lenin found after the revolution that events did not turn out as expected, but also that it must smooth over the many times Lenin took an unexpected direction. So we find a fifth and very common position, namely, that Lenin was an unprincipled opportunist, a politician of compromise, confused even and throwing aside his convictions whenever needed and moving far from Marxism. Playmenitz 1947, 85, Lichtheim 1961, 325-51, Pearson 1975, Service 1985-95, 2000, Lincoln 1986, 426-53, Agursky 1987, 72-80, Reed 2005. 14. Although the proponents of this position do recognize the many shifts in Lenin's political, intellectual biography, 8. They are usually very unsympathetic, arguing that he merely used Marxism as a convenient tool to achieve power, as an abstract means of legitimating all manner of inconsistent political positions, and was perfectly willing to discard it when needed or alter it beyond recognition. In light of all these possibilities, along with a careful reading of all his works, the best approach is that Lenin was a principled and theoretically motivated opportunist, or perhaps a creative heretic in Marx's mold. This position recognizes the many shifts in Lenin's political and intellectual development, while also identifying a consistent and constantly revised theoretical core. In this light, Lenin reworked and expanded his dialectical, Marxist heritage, inheriting its tensions while burrowing ever deeper into its theoretical nature, in order to make sense of and intervene in perpetually changing political conjunctures. As Lenin himself puts it, like every sharp turn, it calls for a revision and change of tactics. And as with every revision, we must be extra cautious not to become unprincipled. Lenin 1917 T1, 289-119. Those who have taken this position include, among others, Neil Harding in his Leninism and Lenin's Political Thought, George Lucas's brief but excellent Lenin, Rabinowich's The Bolsheviks Come to Power, a brilliant study by Kavlakis, and a work by a person whom we'll meet again soon, the fellow Bolshevik and Commissar of Enlightenment after the Revolution, Anatoly Lunacharsky, 1967, Lukacs 1970, Liebman 1975, L. E. Blanc 1990, Anderson 1995, 2007, Harding 1996, 5-6, 2009, Cliff 2002, 224-25, Rabinowicz 2004, 168-78, Kavlakis 2007, Michael Matzes 2007. Obviously, the political stakes of such biographical disagreements are high, for they reflect varying perspectives on the Russian Revolution itself, for which Lenin then stands as a slogan. Suffice to say here that I understand the Russian Revolution as the first successful communist revolution and that one of its chief architects, Lenin, should be given due credit for it. 15. Chapter 1 Spiritual Booze and Freedom of Religion. God grant not God, of course. Lenin 1921, 431-219. Our religion may be an idealist and reactionary curse, a manifestation of and support for oppression, but to oppose it is a red herring. Atheism may be a natural position for socialists, but one should embrace a comrade who is also a believer. One may oppose religion on class terms, but atheism should not become a doctrinaire platform, for the party holds to radical freedom of conscience and religion. These are some of the forms in which an intriguing tension manifests itself in Lenin's explicit writings on religion. I have chosen to begin with these texts, not merely because they are the known works in which Lenin directly addresses the question of religion, but also because they open out into the substantial, if occasionally subterranean, engagements with religion that form the subject matter of the chapters to follow. The structure of the chapter is relatively straightforward. I begin with the content of Lenin's arguments concerning religion, ordering the analysis in a logical fashion. That approach draws upon texts from different times, not because I disregard chronological and contextual concerns, but because Lenin loops back in his work to pick up earlier themes, raises questions later that may be answered in earlier texts, and draws together complex and overlapping positions that often need to be unpicked and assessed. After a detailed treatment of the content of his direct statements on religion, I deal with a couple of case studies that evince the very same logic and tensions of his arguments on religion, one concerning the national question and the other dealing with oppressed religious groups, with a particular focus on the Jews and the Bund, the General Jewish Workers' Union of Lithuania, Poland, and Russia. Grog and freedom. It is high time, furthermore, to take steps to establish local economic strongpoints, so to speak, for the workers' social democratic organizations in the form of 10 restaurants, tea rooms, beer halls. Maintained by party members. Lenin 1905 I2, 35/90. The main texts are relatively few, Socialism and Religion, Lenin 1905 A3, The Attitude of the Workers' Party Towards Religion, Lenin 1909A, Classes and Parties in Their Attitude to Religion and the Church, Lenin 1909C, 1, On the Significance of Militant Materialism, Lenin 1922H. I focus mostly on the first two texts, since they provide a wealth of complexity in regard to religion, although the other two also have distinct contributions to make, as do a few other texts that deal with similar issues, often a few pages in a larger discussion. I begin by focusing on the content of Lenin's position. There is what may be called a standard Lenin, the well-known textbook interpretation. 2. For this Lenin, Marxism is absolutely atheistic and positively hostile to all religion, Lenin 1909A, 402/415, see also Lenin 1913 R1, 23/43. Apart from having, like philosophy, no independent existence, Lenin 1894A, 405, 6/424, 418/428, offering belief in invented beings outside time and space and spurious accounts of the history of the earth, Lenin 1908A, 186/194, religion is simply a curse, a useless diversion of the working class, offering futile hopes of a life after death. Religious fog, medieval mildew, obscurantism, humbugging, spiritual booze, Lenin 1905 A3, 83, 85/143, 44, 3. These and other terms capture a dismissively simplistic understanding of religion that loses the complexity of the position of Marx and especially Engels. Response and cause. Rotten products of a rotten social system. Lenin 1908A, 185/193, yet, this perception of Lenin's understanding of religion is superficial. A careful reading of even his overt statements on religion reveals a far more complex and even dialectical approach to religion. For I do not need to find some hidden document, buried in the archives, which presents a different Lenin, for the texts have always been there, in the standard editions of his works. In those texts, Lenin weaves his approach to religion into a dense cloth that requires some unraveling. So, by means of a patient exegesis, I seek to present his position in a fashion more ordered. Let me begin on the negative register, for which the initial move is to argue that religion is both the expression of suffering and a mode of its perpetuation. Here Lenin borrows directly from Marx, for whom religion is not immediately the cause of human oppression, but rather the indication of such oppression. More specifically, religion is a response to socio-economic exploitation, a way of dealing with an intolerable situation that is shown clearly in the upsurge of religious observance during the horror and despair of war, Marx 1844a, 175-76, 1844b, 378-79, 1845a, 4, 1845b, 6, Lenin 1915d, 280/191. 5. For Lenin, the true source of religious humbugging is economic slavery. In contrast to bourgeois radicalism, in which religion is the main issue, for a communist, the yoke of religion is but the product and reflection of the economic yoke within society. Lenin 1905-3, Spiritual Booze and Freedom of Religion 1186-146. 6. Religion is thereby a mark of the futility and impotence of the toiling classes in their struggles against exploitation, a situation that comes to its sharpest expression in the belief in a better life after death, which inevitably arises from the hopeless situation of those exploited. Now we encounter the first of many dialectical turns, for religion is also a cause of suffering. How? As a system of belief, especially in the hands of religious professionals, religion adds to the oppressive woes of the exploited, coarsening and darkening the spiritual and moral life of the masses. Lenin 1905-3, 83-142. 7. We may believe that a god or the gods will provide us succor under trial, that our prayers for relief will be answered, that we should love our enemies, especially our oppressors, that God will punish them at the judgment seat, that we will finally be vindicated, that the grace of God will lead to a life far greater than our present one, which is merely the first stage of eternal life. Yet, we are deluded, for these beliefs serve to make us content with our humble lot, causing us to stay the hand of justice. 8. Have not even the most evil rulers been installed by God? Romans 13:1. As for those who live on the labor of others, religion teaches them to exercise charity, thereby offering a cheap way of justifying their entire existence as exploiters. Lenin 1905-3, 83-142, and providing a cheap ticket to heaven. Our own beliefs are but part of the story, for they are perpetrated by clergy and the institutions they serve. These religious professionals, gendarmes in cassocks, Lenin 1911 g. 142-220, see also Lenin 1902 p. 385-40, 414-71, 1902 j. 259-42, are hand in glove with state powers, from which they receive their stipends, residences, church buildings, and by which the whole ecclesial system is maintained. And the one who pays the bills expects ideological support of the state apparatus, with blessings, prayers, and sermons for the well-being and longevity of the autocrat, or oligarchy or system of parliamentary democracy. Are not government-derived incomes linked with the dispensation of this or that dope by the established church? Lenin 1905-3, 85-144. Also expected are the constant messages of subservience directed at the numerous faithful. Respect your rulers, they are told, reverence the church and her ministers, be content with your lot and await your reward in heaven, and redirect your anger at the evil anarchists and communists, not to mention the Germans, French, British, and Japanese. Indeed, the identity of Mother Russia, or any other state, is inextricably woven in with the role of the Church. 9. In short, the clergy are part of the small ruling class, numbering also landowners and capitalists, as keen to preserve their privileged status as those other members of the same class. 10. In this light the well-known point is worth repeating: opposition to religion is a political position. If the ideology of the state is one God in heaven, one Tsar on earth, then to challenge God is to challenge the state. 11. In many respects, Lenin regards religion as a feudal hangover, if not a primitive relic. The whole system of the church living in feudal dependence on the state while simultaneously attempting to assert its spiritual control over the state, mostly for its own benefit, of resistance to even the most obvious of scientific knowledge concerning the history of the earth, 1908 k. 31/17, 12. Of people living in feudal dependence on the established church, of laws, still embodied in the criminal code, that violate consciences through prosecution for the wrong belief, 12. Or indeed non-belief. This whole system belongs to the shameful and accursed past. Lenin 1905-3, 84-144. 13. A little later, during the period of the Dumas, 1905-17, he asserts that the priestly bloc in the Duma is inescapably feudal and medieval. He calls them feudalists in cassocks, Lenin 1909 c. 416-431, who argue for the moral need for the church to be above politics, or rather, that the state should recognize the priority of the church. As for workers who still hold onto religion, who believe in God and go to church, they are rather backward, still connected with the countryside and with the peasantry, Lenin 1909a, 407-420. Indeed, suggests Lenin, this medieval mildew is no better than the struggle of primitive savages with nature that produces belief in devils, miracles, and multiple gods. 14. In a moment of his characteristic optimism and confidence, Lenin argues that religious ideas are losing their importance in everyday life, rapidly being swept out as rubbish by the very course of economic development, Lenin 1905a3, 87-146. 15. Already we have moved on to the appropriate response to religion. Apart from the effect of modernizing and economic development, of which Lenin was fully in favor for the sake of speeding up the socialist revolution, the response takes two forms. First, calm and systematic education will make the workers and peasants see the light. By means of the press, through word of mouth, through republishing the best anti-clerical works of the 18th century along with new material that challenges efforts to renew religion in a post-Christian fashion, Lenin 1922 229, 30-25, 26, 1902 I, 338-265, through an explanation of the true historical and economic roots of the religious fog, Lenin 1905a3, 86-145, in short, through ideological weapons, will the truth of religion be revealed. All the same, to restrict activities to this level would be to engage in abstract ideological preaching, to fall into the bourgeois trap of seeing religion as a purely abstract and idealistic problem. Given that religion is a response to the conditions of endless oppression, one must focus attention on that root cause. Or rather, the working masses will come, through their own struggle, to an awareness of both the nature of that oppression and the role played by religion within it, Lenin 1905a3, 86, 87-145, 46. Thus, the response to religion has two prongs, one educational and the other revolutionary, one limited and the other more powerful, one secondary and the other primary. However, the obvious question is, what happens after the revolution, when you have deployed your most powerful weapon and religion is still to be found? One approach is to assume that the revolution has indeed removed all the causes of alienation, but that religion also has political and cultural dimensions that persist. This approach is taken by Anatoly Lunacharsky, the first Commissar of Enlightenment after the October Revolution, Lunacharsky 1985, 277-28. The appropriate answer, he argues, is education. Lunacharsky urges that any violent or crude means are counterproductive, producing martyrs and strengthening church and mosque, but that persistent persuasion, especially through the education system, is the key. Given that everyone is fully entitled to preach and profess any religion, the government too is entitled to express its views, to engage in systematic efforts to reveal the unfounded superstition of much that passes for religion. Indeed, adhering to the conventional separation of church and state, spiritual booths, and freedom of religion. 13. Lunacharsky argues that the state should not pay for those who propagate religious views within the school system, Lunacharsky 1985, 111-15, 165-69. By and large, Lenin agrees, urging Skvortsov-Spanov in 1922 to write a book on religion, or rather against religion, which would outline the history of atheism and the connections between religion and bourgeoisie, Lenin 1919 f. 110, 11-95, 1922 m. 570-210. Yet, in an article from the same year, on the significance of militant materialism, an increasingly impatient Lenin castigates the educational programs for apathy, incompetence, and lack of efficiency in getting the job done, Lenin 1922 h. 229, 30/25, 26. 16. As for the persistence of religion, Lenin suggests, half-heartedly, it seems, that the masses still remain half asleep, not yet having awoken from their religious torpor. However, this still does not answer the question as to why religion persists after the revolution. In many respects, Lenin does not answer this question directly, although one approach would be to argue that the oppressive conditions that give rise to religion have not yet passed. Lenin's frequent post-revolutionary discussions of both the continuation of the class struggle, in which the dictatorship of the proletariat is crucial, and the international situation in which the bourgeoisie is hell-bent on thwarting the Russian Revolution, may support the contention that the Vale of Tears has not yet been overcome. Lunacharsky does entertain this argument explicitly, especially before more militant audiences, Lunacharsky 1985, 254-66. Nevertheless, that almost brings us to the conclusion that the revolution made no difference at all, with respect to religion, class conflict, and conditions of oppression. Another and more satisfactory answer is to identify the revolutionary possibilities within a religion like Christianity, incentives that both feed into the revolution itself and thereby persist after its initial moment has passed. Does Lenin admit anywhere and even in passing that religion may also have a revolutionary dimension? The answer to that question involves a somewhat long and winding but very necessary search. Spiritual booze and image of man. Opium is for us a treasure that keeps on giving, drop by drop. Vidensky 1985b, 223, we have reached a turning point in the logic of Lenin's arguments concerning religion, a point marked by an unanswered question. Before pursuing that question concerning revolutionary potential, a recap is in order. Despite the increasing complexity of his approach, Lenin still remains within a conventional paradigm of opposition to religion. Religion may be both a result of and cause of suffering, whether through our own dearly held beliefs or through the teachings of the Church. The reply is a combination of patient education and agitation for revolution that overthrows the economic basis of oppression. At this point, however, we face a question concerning the continuation of religion after the revolution, a question that requires a search throughout his overt statements on religion. That search, running back to 1905, reveals an even subtler approach to religion, a subtleness sometimes lost in the earthy, blunt, and polemical style of his writings. 14. The first hint comes in one of his most famous comments on religion. Religion is opium of the people, opium narrata. Religion is a sort of spiritual booze, in which the slaves of capital drown their human image obraz, their demand for a life more or less worthy of man. Lenin 1905a3, 83, 84/143, this text is a direct allusion to Marx's even more famous observation. Religious suffering is, at one and the same time, the expression of real suffering and a protest against real suffering. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of soulless conditions. It is the opium of the people, das Opium des Volks. Marx 1844a, 175-76, 1844b, 378-79, an initial reading may attribute to Marx's more elaborate prose a subtler appreciation of religion as both expression and protest, as the sigh, heart, and soul of oppressed creatures in a heartless, soulless world. And a closer study of the key term, opium, reveals a profound multivalence in Marx's usage, see Boer 2012a. For opium was both a cheap curse of the poor and a vital medicine, a source of addiction and of inspiration for poets, writers, and artists, the basis of colonial exploitation, in the British Empire, and of the economic conditions that allowed Marx and Engels to continue their work relatively unmolested. In short, it ranged all the way from blessed medicine to recreational curse. As the left-leaning theologian, Metropolitan Vidensky, said already in Russia in 1925, opium is not merely a drug that dulls the senses, but also a medicine that reduces pain in life, and, from this point of view, opium is for us a treasure that keeps on giving, drop by drop. Vidensky 1985b, 223, on Marx, See also McKinnon 2006. 17. That Marx himself was a regular user of opium increases the complexity of the term in this text. Along with medicines, such as arsenic and creosote, Marx imbibed opium to deal with his carbuncles, liver problems, toothaches, eye pain, earaches, bronchial coughs, and so on, the multitude of ailments that came with chronic overwork, lack of sleep, chain smoking, and endless pots of coffee. 18. Do we find this multivalence in Lenin's recasting of the opium metaphor? Marx's Das Opium des Volks is directly translated as opium narrata. The usage is the same, opium of the people, with a genitive in Russian as in German. Unfortunately, the English translation in Lenin's collected works renders the phrase in this text with the dative, 19 opium for the people, thereby producing the sense that religious beliefs are imposed upon people rather than emerging as their own response. Religion is no longer of the people, but has become something devised for them. Such a translation may have been preferred due to Lenin's swift gloss, a sort of spiritual buzrad dukhnovnoy, which seems to reinforce this impression. 20. And does not the next phrase in which the slaves of capital drown their human image deploy the conventional role of alcohol, in which sorrows are drowned? Religion becomes a bottle of wine, a carton of beer, a flask of vodka, with which one dulls the pain of everyday life. 21. It is worth noting here that even if Lenin did use the genitive construction, following Marx, in the USSR, the dative construction came to dominate. Thus, as Spiritual Booze and Freedom of Religion 15, Sergei Kozin points out, people mostly used the phrase opium for the people rather than opium of the people as the standard definition of religion. 22. Perhaps, the most famous example is the line from the movie, 12 Chairs, based on Ilf and Petrov's satirical novel of the same name from 1928, where the main character keeps teasing his competitor, the Orthodox priest, with the line, "How much do you charge for the opium for the people?" In order to draw us back to the ambivalence embodied in the opium of the people, we need to consider carefully the rest of Lenin's description. He introduces two items, human image and their demand for a life more or less worthy of human beings. Both terms, human image and decent human life, wrench the text away from a simple drowning of sorrows. At first sight, these terms seem like alternative ways of saying the same thing. Yet, the fact that they appear side by side introduces a minimal difference between them, one that is exacerbated by the biblical and theological echoes in Lenin's text. Recall Genesis 1:26, where we find that the human beings are created in the image of God. Let us make humankind in our image, Salam, according to our likeness. Here too we find a minimal difference between image and likeness. Here too they seem to speak of the same thing, and yet they are different. Lenin's own context was infused with Orthodox theology, and it is precisely that tradition which exploits the distinction between the two terms. Thus, while Adam and Eve may have been created in the image of God, being thereby able to participate in the divine life, when they were fully human, sin has blurred and fractured the union of divine and human, resulting in a situation that is less than human, with the unnatural result of death. However, in Orthodox theology, especially after Saint Maximus, although one may find the idea in the Cappadocians, John Chrysostom, Clement of Alexandria, and even in Irenaeus, what went missing after enjoying the fruit of the tree was not so much the image, but the likeness. Christ's central task in salvation is thereby not merely a process of restoring the prelapsarian state, but rather a new state achieved uniquely in Christ, which was not there with Adam and Eve. That is, beyond the image, one becomes a likeness of God, theosis, or deification. Theosis actually designates a closer fellowship with God than even the first human beings experienced. Christ may be the second Adam, but he is also more than that, enabling a far greater communion that was initially the case, so much so that Christ may well have been incarnated simply for that reason, even without the first stumble. Is it possible that Lenin, without necessarily evoking the whole economy of salvation, alludes to this complex interplay between image and likeness, with his usage of human image and worthy human life? Our human image may be obscured, drowned, inebriated, blurred as though one were blind drunk, but even so the demand for a decent life persists. 23. That is, a life worthy of human beings echoes not merely the broken image that runs through orthodoxy, but especially the restoration to the likeness of God through Christ. 24. At the same time, Lenin turns this theological heritage of the image and likeness on its head. Rather than staying within the theological framework and asking why, 16. It is that human beings are sinful, he accuses the framework itself with creating the problem in the first place. The issue is neither human culpability nor even the deception at the hands of third party, but rather religion itself. Let me put it this way, Lenin unwittingly parleys one tradition of interpretation against another, now in what may be called a more reformed sense. 25. The narrative of Genesis 1-3 opens up a third, rarely traveled path of interpretation, in which the one responsible for the Garden of Eden with its two trees, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life, is also thereby responsible for the act that sends the likeness into exile. If God had not created the flawed crystal of the garden in the first place, the fall would not have happened. Despite its narrative necessity for the rest of the Bible, it would have been a drab story indeed if the first humans had remained in the state of paradisal bliss for page after page. It is a charge that the deity refuses to answer, so keen is he to lay the blame on the human beings and serpent, who are punished as he sees fit. By contrast, Lenin does lay the blame precisely here. Only when that has been addressed may a worthy human life, now a very human likeness, be attained. What about that famous spiritual booze? Might that not also be a richer metaphor? To begin with, in 1925, the Moscow Metropolitan of the Orthodox Church, Alexander Vidinsky, pointed out that Busovuka is a good translation of opium, Vidinsky 1985b, 223, 26, which opens Lenin's phrase up to more ambiguity. However, we also need to combine that fact with a greater appreciation of the role of alcohol in Russian culture. Even today, one finds that beer has only recently, 2011, been designated an alcoholic drink, although most people continue to think that it is not. Even after this legislation, not much has changed in Russia's beer drinking culture except that Putin's police increasingly fines youngsters for drinking in public. 2-liter bottles are still available in most shops. And the famed vodka may be bought in bottles that fit comfortably in one's hand, a necessary feature due to that great Russian tradition in which an opened bottle must be emptied. Italy and France may be fabled as wine cultures, and Germany, Scandinavia, and Australia as beer cultures, but Russia's drinking identity is inseparable from vodka. Russians may be admired for their fabled drinking prowess, vodka may be a necessary complement to any long-distance rail travel, as I have found more than once, it may be offered to guests at the moment of arrival, for otherwise the host is unforgivably rude, it may be an inseparable element of the celebration of life, 27, but it is also the focus of age-long concern. One may trace continued efforts to curtail excessive consumption all the way back to Lenin. For example, Khrushchev and Brezhnev sought in turn to restrict access to vodka with tighter controls, although their efforts pale by comparison to the massive campaign launched by Gorbachev in 1985. And Lenin fumed at troops and grain handlers getting drunk, molesting peasants, and stealing grain during the dreadful famines, or rather, during the period of a lack of means to transport grain to areas where it was desperately needed, during the foreign intervention after the revolution. Nonetheless, vodka was a vital economic product. Already in 1899, in his painstakingly detailed The Development of Capitalism in Russia, Lenin provides graphs and data concerning the rapid growth of distilling industry, Lenin 1899b, 288, 91/285, 88. Spiritual booze and freedom of religion 17. In other words, alcohol is as complex a metaphor as opium, if not more so. It is both spiritual booze and divine vodka, relief for the weary, succor to the oppressed, inescapable social mediator. It is also a source of addiction, dulling of the senses, and dissipator of strength and resolve. Religion as Grog 28 thereby opens up a far greater complexity concerning religion in Lenin's thought than one may at first have thought. Freedom of conscience. Where's your fear of God? Lenin 1910y, 168-242, the multiple layers enclosed in Lenin's image of religion as alcohol come to the fore in his argument concerning freedom of conscience. 29 Lenin pays close attention to this phrase for a number of contextual reasons, especially in his articles from 1909. The occasions for detailed statements on religion were multiple, the rise of the God-builders among the Bolsheviks, Lunacharsky and Gorky being the most prominent, 30 the Western European legacy which largely meant the powerful German Social Democrats of widespread invocation of the freedom of conscience position, as well as a statement in the Duma by the Social Democratic representatives concerning religion. While the God-builders advocated their position strongly within the party, the statement of the Duma representatives, although excellent in outlining a materialist position, without overemphasizing atheism, and the class allegiances of the clergy, was felt to fall short precisely on the issue of freedom of conscience. As far as the Western Social Democrats were concerned, freedom of conscience was a standard position, applying to all spheres and embodied in the Erfurt program of 1891, declaration that religion is a private matter Erklärung der Religion zur Privatsache, SPD 1891a, 3, 1891b, 3. 31 This was so even in the far left that would become the Spartacus group in Germany. For example, Rosa Luxemburg argues vehemently in Socialism and the Churches from 1905. The Social Democrats, those of the whole world and of our own country, regard Consciencegewissen and personal opinion Überzeugung as being sacred. Everyone is free to hold whatever faith and whatever opinions will ensure his happiness. No one has the right to persecute or to attack the particular religious opinion of others. Thus say the Social Democrats. Luxemburg 1970, 132, 1982, 1932 For Luxemburg, the reasons for such a position were self-evident: opposition to the state's efforts to control one's political aspirations, let alone religious affiliations. The Tsarist autocracy persecuted Roman Catholics, Jews, heretics, and freethinkers, and resistance to the Church's attempt to demand allegiance, especially by using a judicial system saturated with religious laws, mean that one does not seek to impose the same type of control as a socialist. While Lenin adheres to this position in many statements of the Social Democratic platform, 33 in both socialism and religion and the attitude of the Workers' Party towards religion, he makes a few qualifications. 34 He distinguishes between two levels of analysis, between the state and the party. Religion must be a purely, 18 private affair, separated in all respects from the state. The party must not make religion a private affair, yet atheism is not a prerequisite for membership. 35 The former position might be expected, but the latter less so. Why? As far as the state is concerned, the properly communist position is a radical separation of church and state, as well as, given the close ties between education and the church, separation of church and school. See also Lenin 1906 N1, 194, 95/269, 70, 1906 K, 35/226. Here the reasons overlap closely with those of Luxemburg, given the sad history of the Church's dirty little relationship with the state, in which one's spiritual life was subject to as much policing as one's political and economic life. The removal of the Church from all influence was a basic and necessary step. An end to state support of the Church, to the possession of lands, state-derived incomes, even government positions for clergy, was a minimum requirement. Lenin 1905 A3, 84, 85/143, 44. 36 In this respect, however, the socialists shared the same platform with the radical bourgeoisie. As we shall see later, Lenin was a proponent of the bourgeois revolution, arguing that socialists should take the lead in such a revolution where it had not happened as yet. Thus, everybody must be perfectly free, not only to profess whatever religion he pleases, but also to spread or change his religion, Lenin 1903 402/173. 37. Now comes the intriguing twist, for Lenin argues that the party must not make religion a private affair. Contextually, he sought to counter the Western European application of freedom of conscience to all spheres, as well as, later, the God-builders who deployed the same position to propose that socialism should draw on all the best resources of religion. For Lenin, this is a mistaken move. Given that religion is both the symptom of economic oppression and one of the contributing factors to its perpetuation, the socialists should fight, publicly, against such oppression. Advanced fighters for the emancipation of the working class must not be indifferent to lack of class consciousness, ignorance, or obscurantism in the shape of religious beliefs. Lenin 1905-3, 85/145. For this struggle, the separation of the church from the state is an absolute prerequisite, so that the party may be free to undertake its ideological struggle, one of the responses to religious oppression we noted earlier, against religion without hindrance. In this respect, religion is not a private affair, but a very public matter for the whole party. Does this mean that one must tick the box marked atheist in order to gain a party membership card, that one must vow never to partake in religious ritual and never entertain even a flicker of religious belief? Not at all, even though a socialist may espouse a materialist worldview in which religion is but a medieval mildew, even though the party may undertake a very public and unhindered program of education against the influence of the church, and even though one hopes that the historical materialist position will persuade all of its truth. Lenin 1905-01, 509, 10/289, 90, 1905-X1, 23/65, 66, 1905-Y1, 47, 48/102, 3. The party still does not stipulate atheism as a prerequisite for membership. Even more, no one will be excluded from party membership if he or she holds to religious belief. As Lenin stated it forcefully in response to the Bund, organizations belonging to the RSDLP have never distinguished their members according to religion, never asked them about their religion and never will. Lenin 1903, 331 FN/120 FN. 38. More than one person among the spiritual booze and freedom of religion. 19. Various shapes of the right wing, let alone the workers and socialists themselves, were astounded at such a position, asking why do we not declare in our program that we are atheists? Why do we not forbid Christians and other believers in God to join our party? Lenin 1905-3, 86/145. One may identify three reasons in Lenin's texts. First, opposition to religion actually strengthens the reactionary elements within religious organizations. Lenin cites Engels, in response to the ultra-leftist Blanquist communards and their war on religion, to D. U. Hring's proposal that religion should be banished in a socialist society, and in relation to Bismarck's Kulturkampf, waged against the German Roman Catholic Party, the Centre Party, in the 1870s. In each case, the struggles directed everyone's attention away from political issues and toward religion, thereby stealing the resolve of those attacked. Lenin 1909a, 403/416, 17. Furthermore, attacking religion is a red herring, argues Lenin, for it diverts attention from the central question of opposition to economic subjugation. Now we come back to our starting point: if the yoke of religion is the product of the economic yoke, if, in other words, religion is a secondary, idealist phenomenon, then an attack on religion misses the mark. 39. Should one achieve the hypothetical aim of abolishing religion, then nothing would change, for the bosses would still grind workers into the dust. Yet, even with this argument, one might still be able to argue that the party should hold to an atheistic platform, while acknowledging the secondary role religion plays in the economic struggle. So now Lenin deploys his third argument, stating that any focus on religion splits the united front of the proletariat. Lenin 1909a, 407, 8/420, 21. The right knows this fully well, attempting to break up the proletariat on religious lines, urging allegiance to the church, and claiming that socialism has a program of godless atheism, dividing workers along religious and anti-religious lines, fomenting anti-Semitic pogroms, especially at the hands of the Black Hundreds. So also does the bourgeoisie, which wavers between anti-clericalism in its struggle with the old order for political control and reconciling itself to religion. 40 For these reasons, the party does not and should not set forth atheism in its program, Lenin 1905-3, 87/146. Or, as Lenin puts it with one of his characteristic images, unity in this really revolutionary struggle of the oppressed class for the creation of a paradise on earth is more important to us than unity of proletarian opinion on paradise in heaven, Lenin 1905-3, 87/146. In other words, a united front is needed, drawing the line not between believer and atheist, but between workers and the owners of capital, whether landowners or the bourgeoisie. People who still hold to a religious position are welcome in the party, as long as they take part in the struggle. This agenda may be more implicit in socialism and religion, but it becomes explicit in a forceful statement from the same time, 1905. Jews and Christians, Armenians and Tatars, Poles and Russians, Finns and Swedes, Letts and Germans all of them march together under the one common banner of socialism. All workers are brothers, and their solid union is the only guarantee of the well-being and happiness of all working and oppressed mankind. Lenin, 2019-05s, 348/81, see also Lenin 1905-01, 509, 10/289, 90, 1905-X1, 2365, 1905-Y1, 47, 48/102, 3, 41. This text is the first moment when Lenin recognizes a revolutionary potential within religion, a moment that suddenly intensifies his awareness, however grudging, of religion's political ambivalence. A number of other occasions may also be identified, all of which will lead into the next chapter where I discuss the religious left in more detail, especially the God-builders, religious socialists, and peasant radicals. However, before I gather those further moments of recognition, I would like to ask a prior question: was Lenin consistent in his dealings with religion? At first sight, he appears remarkably inconsistent. Religion may be both response to and perpetuator of a basic economic exploitation, yet it also offers the possibility of resistance to that injustice. It may be a medieval mildew, no better than primitive beliefs in response to nature, yet it is a live and ongoing reality. The party may systematically seek to educate everyone concerning the deleterious effects of religion, yet it refuses to make atheism a platform, accepting religious believers in a united front against the capitalists and landowners. Did Lenin, then, wage a revolutionary war against God and yet offer sops to religion, playing up to workers in a cowardly fashion so as not to alienate new members? Critics certainly thought so, particularly among the anarchists, who wanted a more consistent line, Lenin 1909a, 404/418. As may be expected, Lenin argues that the position is entirely consistent, invoking both the dialectic and the pedigree of Marx and Engels. In some respects, one may agree, especially in terms of the apparent contradiction between consistent education on the materialist position concerning religion and the need to make religion an issue secondary to class struggle. I would add the reasoning that religion is both response to and cause of suffering, as well as the complex party platform in relation to religion, both a firm position against religion and the refusal to require atheism as a prerequisite to party membership. Once we acknowledge the basic argument that the struggle against economic oppression is primary, all of these positions make sense. Yet, Lenin does fall short on two counts, one relating to the dialectic of collectives and the other to the political ambivalence of Christianity. On the first matter, it is simply a case of not being dialectical enough. The issue is party membership for a Christian believer, and Lenin, as we have seen earlier, has already stated that the party does not require any new member to subscribe to atheism, and that all who share the party's program are welcome. At this point, Lenin invokes the distinction between collective and individual approaches to religion and the party. In effect, he asks, do we operate from the basis of the private individual, allowing full rein to individual freedom of conscience even within the party, or do we begin with the collective and see what the ramifications are? This question lies behind the statement, we allow freedom of opinion within the party, but to certain limits, determined by freedom of grouping, Lenin 1909a, 409/422. If the collective has come to agreed upon positions, through open debate, Lenin was a great proponent of arguing vehemently and openly, for this produced a healthy party, and congresses, then those who join need to abide by those positions. At Spiritual Booze and Freedom of Religion 21 various times, he attacked Mensheviks, liquidators, the Bund, and many other tares, not because of his supposedly dictatorial ambitions, but because they did not abide by collectively agreed positions. The same applied to religion. In The Attitude of the Workers' Party to Religion, Lenin provides two examples, one of a priest and the other of a worker, Lenin 1909a, 408, 9/421, 22. The case of the priest is not an accident, for it both sharpens the issue and was a common question at the time, especially in Western Europe. In contrast to the unqualified affirmative usually given, Lenin states, if a priest affirms the party program, if he shares the aims of the party and works actively to achieve them, then of course he may join. And if there is a tension between his religious belief and communism, then that is a matter for him to sort out alone. However, if the priest sets out to proselytize within the party, actively seeking to persuade others to his religious point of view and thereby not abiding by the collective position of the party, then he is not welcome and will be stripped of his membership. 42. The same principle applies to a believing worker, who should not merely be permitted to join, but who should be actively recruited. All the same, should he too attempt to persuade others of his views, he will be expelled. 43. At first sight, this argument seems quite reasonable, since anyone who joins a political organization should subscribe to its platform. Otherwise, why join at all? But is this a fully collective position? If we stay with the minimal notion that a more or less democratically agreed platform is binding on even the minority who disagrees, then it may be regarded as collective. Yet, this approach hardly distinguishes the communists from any other political party in capitalist, parliamentary democracies. For this reason, I suggest that we may go a step further. Within a collective movement, such as socialism, the imposition of one will over another is anathema. A collective will is not the assertion of uniformity from above, not even the vote of a majority over minority, but a collective agreement that arises from the complex overlaps of beliefs, aspirations, even foibles that are given full and open expression. Only when these many-colored expressions are allowed full rein, pursuing all manner of possibilities until they collapse in dialectical exhaustion, does a collective will emerge. Or rather, the very act of enabling such free expression and freedom of conscience is the embodiment of collectivity, the result of which turns out to be a collective will. In short, a completely collective approach is the best guarantee for full freedom of conscience. The ambivalence of religion. In the old days they used to say, each for himself, and God for all. And how much misery resulted from it. We say, each for all, and we'll somehow manage without God. Lenin 1920 W, 305/70. The second moment in which Lenin is less consistent concerns the political ambivalence of religion, particularly Christianity. In part, this inconsistency is due to the profound ambivalence of Christianity itself, which has and continues to offer the most solid support for oppressive and reactionary regimes, while also inspiring, 22 one revolutionary movement after another. I have already mentioned one moment when Lenin recognizes the possibility of Jews and Christians joining a united socialist front, so let us now explore other such moments, gradually building up a picture of a somewhat unexpected Lenin. 44. The first concerns Lenin's invocations of Marx and Engels, although this provides a negative example, a sustained practice of the studied avoidance of the complexity of religion in the work of the founders of modern socialism. Again and again, Lenin calls upon Marx and Engels to support his position on religion, arguing that their insight and consistency are the basis of his own comparable virtues on this topic. However, in order to hold that position, Lenin must slide over some substantial contrary evidence. For instance, in his obituary for Engels, Lenin avoids Engels's extensive theological and biblical interests, not only with respect to the latter's youthful engagement with biblical criticism, theology, and Hegel, but also his continuing interest in later years. Lenin 1895b, 20, 21/6, 7. 45. Similarly, Lenin dismisses Bruno Boer, a biblical critic, radical theologian, and close friend and colleague of Marx, even through their polemics, as an aloof philosopher. Some years later, in his introduction to the Russian publication of the Marx, Engels correspondence, Lenin does have to face the obvious and extensive religious content of Engels's early letters. Now he opts for characterizing Engels' father as a pious despot, stressing erroneously that Engels broke as far as possible from the Christian, Prussian context of his family, and opining that the only reason Engels maintained contact was due to his mother. Lenin 1913 x. 554, 55/264, 65. Other moments reinforce this impression of a pattern of avoidance. The discussion of Marx's treatment of Krieg during the internal struggles of the First International leaves out the significant item that Krieg espoused a version of Christian socialism and that Marx's attacks were focused very much on this feature. Lenin 1905 L1, 323, 28/53, 54, Marx and Engels 1846a, 1846b. 46. The problem for Lenin is that Marx and Engels have a good deal to say about religion and that it does not necessarily support Lenin's view, specifically on the revolutionary possibilities of Christianity. Marx may have been more militantly opposed to religion, but even he allows for the possibility that religion may offer a protest against suffering, a heart in a heartless world. Marx 1844a, 175-76, 1844b, 378-79. Engels was to take this opening much further, arguing already in the early 1840s that Christianity has a distinctly revolutionary strain. 47. An argument that would come to full flower in one of his last works, On the History of Early Christianity, Engels 1894, 95c, 1894, 95d. Here Christianity becomes a seditious party of overthrow, a revolutionary movement very much like the communists in his own day. Nonetheless, these studied avoidances function as a negative example, an unwillingness by Lenin to recognize what his own authorities made clear. However, his avoidance was not always so resolute, for we find him acknowledging, at times unwittingly, that Christianity may well have a history of revolutionary inspiration and may continue to provide such possibilities. We do not need to look far, for already in 1909, Lenin was prepared to note the connections between certain strains of Christianity and revolutionary politics. In the midst of summing up a Duma debate over the relation between church and state, his highest praise goes to a speech by a certain Roscoff, a Trudovik representative of peasant background. Spiritual Booze and Freedom of Religion 23. Responding to priests claiming superiority of the church over the state, as well as to right-wing and liberal defenses of the church, Roscoff debunks these lofty claims by listing the levies and extortions collected by the clergy for services that should have been part of the job description, marriages and so on, not to mention additional demands, such as a bottle of vodka, snacks, and a pound of tea, and sometimes things that I am even afraid to talk about from this rostrum. Lenin 1909 c. 421/436, 47. For Lenin, this speech from an uneducated peasant is pure gold, far more likely to revolutionize the peasants than any sophisticated attacks on religion or the church. The outrage from the right-wing majority, silencing Roscoff before he could finish, merely reinforces the point. But then, Lenin goes a step further, noting the primitive, unconscious, matter-of-fact religiousness of the peasant, whose living conditions give rise against his will and unconsciously to a truly revolutionary resentment against extortions, Lenin 1909 c. 422-437. We need to be careful at this point, for Lenin does not quite yet say that the matter-of-fact religiousness of the peasant gives rise to a revolutionary sentiment. In this text, the living conditions become the immediate cause of the sentiment, but the cheek-by-jowl connection between religiousness and living conditions opens up the possibility of precisely the connection between religion and revolution that he would recognize from time to time. 48. The peasant's speech in the Duma may have provided a passing possibility of the connection between religion and revolution, but more enthusiastic and obvious is the encouragement offered this time in the key text, Socialism and Religion, to Russian Orthodox clergymen who have seen through the corruption of the Church and its complicity with the old order. Despite the overwhelming tendency of the Church to extreme reaction, seeking to reassert medieval privileges through the activity of what may be called a priestly bloc during the period of the Dumas, between 1905 and 1917, 49. Lenin stresses that some clergy are joining in the demand for freedom, are protesting against bureaucratic practices and officialism, against the spying for the police imposed on the servants of God, Lenin 1905 A3, 85/144, 1905 H3, 448/218, see also Lenin 1902 p. 469 FN/129 FN, 1902 G, 296, 97/81. 50. Noting, even celebrating, such a development is not enough, for the socialists must give this groundswell among the clergy their fullest support, urging the priests and monks, in every practical manner possible, to hold the line and bring their desire for freedom, for breaking the debilitating ties between church and police and state, to a full realization. After all, suggests Lenin, you priests should believe in the spiritual power of your weapon, Lenin 1905 A3, 85/145. If you do not trust in that spiritual power and cave into the bribes and inducements of the state, then woe to you, for the workers of Russia will be your resolute enemies. Note that here Lenin speaks not of the odd individual renegade, breaking ranks with the default reactionary position of the church, but of the clergy as a group. No matter how strategic it may have been to encourage divisions among the clergy, as a group they may well become a radical force. We have come to the end of a very winding path through Lenin's overt reflections on religion. Or rather, we have reached a major rest stop on a much longer path. With each twist and turn, each explicitly stated and curiously half-said argument, Lenin's position has become ever more complex. We are by now far 24 from the simplistic and polemical Lenin who dismisses religion as a fiction and a curse, to be opposed and crushed at all costs. Instead, we have arguments for the duality of religion as response to and cause of suffering, multilayered metaphors of booze and the human image, and the dilemma of what happens after the revolution when religion persists. From that point onward, I pursued the nuances of the freedom of conscience clause, in respect both to the state and the party, focusing particularly on the communist reasons for refusing to stipulate atheism as a requirement for party membership. While it may strengthen reactionary religious forces, and while the religious question is a diversion from the primary political issue of class struggle and economic oppression, I was most interested in the argument for a united front of believers, atheists, and others. From here, I traced a glimpse and then a couple of explicit recognitions of the revolutionary possibilities of Christianity. All of these led to the conclusion that Lenin, no matter how much he may have lashed religion, also reveals an occasional awareness of its deep political ambivalence. And that leads me to read in a different fashion the following sentence: religion also has general significance as expressing the social coordination of the experience of the larger section of humanity, Lenin 1908a, 187/194. Lenin may simply have meant that religion is a response and therefore a symptom of oppressive social condition, or perhaps that religion is a phenomenon secondary to the primary matters of economics and social relations. However, he does not use those forms of expression. Instead, he says that religion expresses the social coordination socjalno soglesovani of the experience of the bulk of humanity. Read in light of my argument concerning political ambivalence, I would like to push Lenin and suggest that the statement now takes on the possibility that religion may be exceedingly reactionary and revolutionary, that it gives voice to and fosters both the status quo and its overthrow. I will have many more occasions to explore the implications of this possibility in the chapters that follow. Toward a dialectic of autonomy. Sometimes closer ties will be established after free secession. Lenin 1913 v. 501/235, I turn to two closely related moments in which Lenin deploys a similar argument to that in regard to religion, or more specifically in relation to his deliberations over freedom of conscience. The first concerns the national question and the second religious minorities. The national question, and as to Russia, says Engels, she could only be mentioned as the detainer of an immense amount of stolen property, i.e., oppressed nations which would have to be been disgorged on the day of reckoning. Lenin 1916 b. 342 FN/39 FN, time and again, Lenin returns to what was called the national question, 51, namely the issue as to how the many and varied ethnic groups would relate to one another, spiritual booze and freedom of religion, 25, in a proposed communist state. These debates came to a peak in the mid-teens of the 20th century, when the possibility of reshaping Russia became a real possibility after the 1905 revolution. Would the communists follow a Tsarist policy of subordinating all of the linguistic and ethnic variety of the Russian Empire to an enforced Great Russian nationalism? How would they respond to pushes for local languages to be taught in schools, for political autonomy by places from Ukraine to the Far East, from Tatars to the Samoids? Lenin tirelessly reiterates the same position: whoever does not recognize and champion the equality of nations and languages, and does not fight against all national oppression or inequality, is not a Marxist. Lenin 1913 h. 28/125. It may concern the question of history in schools, the language of instruction in those schools, or the official languages uses by governments, or indeed the nature of such government itself. It may arise in proposals by local bishops, in response to right-wing attempts to foster patriotism and anti-minority sentiment. It may come up in the context of debates in the Duma and even in bills proposed by the Social Democratic representatives. However, the response is the same: self-determination, national autonomy, linguistic freedom, no imposition of one nation over the other, no annexations in any peace treaty, all of which were to be embodied in incontrovertible legislation. Or, as one draft of the proposed National Equality Bill put it, all nations in the state are absolutely equal, and all privileges enjoyed by any one nation or any one language are held to be inadmissible and anti-constitutional. Lenin 1914 c. 281/136. 52. The reasons Lenin gives for such a position are remarkably similar to those put forward in defense of his position concerning a believer who wishes to be a member of the party. 53. To begin with, the imposition of one language, one ethnic identity, and one system of education comes from both the reactionary defenders of autocracy and the bourgeoisie, inevitably supported by the church. Second, the focus on national issues is, like the focus on religion, a distraction from the central issue of economic oppression. Issues of language, ethnicity, education, and even the identity of states are strictly secondary concerns that should be subordinated to the primary one of economic and class struggle. And that brings us to his third point: nationalism splits the working class in terms of these secondary concerns. Indeed, these divisions are actively fostered by the ruling classes to drive a wedge between workers. By contrast, the working class is inescapably international, for economic exploitation and class conflict cut across national lines, uniting workers and peasants. Workers of all languages, cultures, and ethnicities need to come together in a united front, for class is always primary. Lenin 1903 k. Precisely the same argument used in regard to religion. At this point, Lenin encounters a question unique to the national question, although it will turn out to be a question that brings him close to my argument for a radical freedom of conscience, for which I criticized him for not being dialectical enough. If one espouses complete self-determination of peoples within a communist system, does that provide the right to secede at any time? Lenin is guarded. On the one hand, self-determination should permit room to secede from any coalition of states. On the other hand, secessions are not desirable for the good of the communist cause. In Lenin's words, 26 We are in favor of autonomy for all parts, we are in favor of the right to secession, and not in favor of everyone seceding. Autonomy is our plan for organizing a democratic state. Secession is not what we plan at all. We do not advocate secession. In general, we are opposed to secession. Lenin 1913 v. 500, 1/235, 54 He begins by reiterating the standard position, autonomy for everyone. But then, he extends this point to state that every part has the right to secession. Note the subtle shift, autonomy appears without a qualifier, but secession is a right. The parenthetical comment clarifies what that right means. Everyone may have the right, but we are certainly not keen on everyone exercising this right, for if they all seceded, the whole project would be immeasurably weakened. Realizing he has perhaps let the cat peek a little too much out of the bag, he attempts to push it back. Well, autonomy is part of our plan, but secession is not really part of that plan, even if it is consistent with autonomy, even if you have a right to secede. In fact, secession is not in the plan at all, or rather, it is in the plan, for we are opposed to it. Has Lenin come full circle and undermined the standard position on self-determination and autonomy? Perhaps realizing the implications of his argument, he now adds a crucial qualifier, but we stand for the right to secede owing to reactionary, Great Russian nationalism, which has so besmirched the idea of national coexistence that sometimes closer ties will be established after free secession. Lenin 1913 v. 501/235. In our current context, he says, in which Tsarist nationalism and chauvinism have so alienated different groups, in which the Russian Empire has systematically oppressed minority languages, peoples, and religions, the right to secession is needed. Now appears the first glimmer of a dialectical moment. In fact, closer ties may sometimes develop if everyone is allowed to secede. He is not quite certain at this point, his sometimes leaving the observation less sure. A few years later, however, the uncertainty of the earlier formulation dissipates and the dialectical nature of his argument comes to the fore. In the heat of events in 1917, Lenin reasserts the crucial position concerning the renunciation of annexations and the real right to secession. Yet, now its dialectical outcome is stressed with equal determination. Given that communism will be strengthened by greater cooperation, if not as large a state as possible, it endeavors to draw peoples closer together, yet it does so not through violence but through the free union of working people throughout the world. Or in a sharp dialectical formulation, the more democratic the Russian Republic, and the more successfully it organizes itself into a republic of Soviets of workers and peasants deputies, the more powerful will be the force of voluntary attraction to such a republic on the part of the working people of all nations. Lenin 1917 K2, 73/168. One may compare a worker who is constantly harassed by her boss, micromanaged in order to ensure she acts as she should. The result is that she works badly, takes sick leave whenever possible, has low morale, and looks to escape at the first opportunity. However, should she be allowed to do things her way, to work in the way she sees best and without interference, preferably without a boss at all, it may actually turn out that she does a far better job, is happier, more efficient, and willing to become part of the larger whole in the workplace. The closeness of this position to spiritual booze and freedom of religion. 27 My earlier dialectical argument concerning radical freedom of religious conscience in a collective context should be clear. The more we encourage radical freedom, whether of national self-determination of religious expression or whatever, the more will it foster a deeper and longer-lasting collective experience. For the sake of all the gods that be. Lenin 1913 times 10 to the power of first, 370/241. These dialectical struggles concerning religion and the national question came to their sharpest expression in relation to religious groups, 55 especially the Jews. More specifically, the question of the Bund's relations with the RSDLP pushes the dialectical position I have argued earlier to its next step. If full autonomy does take place, and if those who have pursued their own distinctive agendas do come back seeking a united front, then what do you do? Do they retain their autonomy in the new arrangement, or does one move past autonomy to a new level of unity? The first may be characterized as the Bund's position, the second was Lenin's preference. One of the most persistent themes in all of Lenin's writings is the RSDLP's opposition to anti-Semitism. Again and again, he attacks the Tsarist and right-wing pogrom-mongers, who attempted to whip up sectarian hatred, split the working class, and divert people's attention from economic and political problems. 56 On a number of occasions, the Social Democratic representatives in the Duma proposed clearly worded bills stressing that position. Jews, along with other religious and ethnic groups, would not be discriminated against and would have full equality before the law. For instance, the bill proposed in March 1914 points out that of all the many peoples in Russia, the Jews are subjected to the harshest discrimination and persecution. In particular, states the preamble to the bill, Jewish workers suffer under the double burden of being both workers and Jewish. So the bill stipulates that no one in Russia, regardless of sex and religion, is to be restricted in any way on the basis of origin or nationality. More specifically, all and any laws, provisional regulations, riders to laws, and so forth, which impose restrictions upon Jews in any sphere of social and political life, are herewith abolished. Lenin 1914 F1, 173/17. However, when it came to the Bund and its relations with the RSDLP, Lenin took a different line. The Bund repeatedly requested that it become part of the RSDLP, and that it should be accepted as an autonomous group within a federated party. 57 At the many party congresses, the Bund was nearly always present, repeatedly asserting its position, engaging in lengthy debates and negotiations. Yet, although the RSDLP accepted the Bund at the first and fourth, unity, conferences, Lenin persistently refused their unremitting push for autonomy. Is this not an outright contradiction with his position concerning national autonomy in a Soviet state? Not immediately, especially if we keep in mind the earlier distinction between freedom of conscience in relation to the state and in respect to the party. In regard to the former, Lenin clearly stresses the point that the Jewish question in Russia is a particular instance of the national question, sharpening the issue in light of the persecution of the Jews. Lenin 1914 F1, 172/16. 58 Thus, as with all groups, 28 The Jews should have all the freedoms of any other religious and ethnic group in the new state. By contrast, the Bund's membership of the party should follow the same guidelines for individual believers and even priests. They may join by subscribing to the party platform, but they are not permitted to advocate any position that is contrary to that platform, in this case, an autonomous membership. The reasons given for this position are the same as those with respect to members with religious beliefs and the national question: the need to avoid a diversion that splits the working class along religious and ethnic lines, and thereby the need for a united front that cuts across those lines. Lenin 1903 d. 322, 33/100, 1. Now we come to the core of the differences between the Bund and the RSDLP. For the latter, class is the key and solidarity must be formed on class lines, all else is secondary, no matter whether it is religion or ethnic identity. Lenin 1903 K, see also Lenin 1903 M. For the Bund, anti-Semitism is the core issue, for anti-Semitism is a universal phenomenon that leaps across class lines. They made the case for autonomy by referring to workers who had joined in with pogroms, indicating that anti-Semitism had taken root among the proletariat. Lenin 1903 E, 331, 32/1 2021. Not so, replies Lenin, anti-Semitism cannot be universalized, for it has specific class features, belonging at this day and age to the reactionary ruling class and the rising bourgeoisie. And if workers do join in pogroms, it proves not that they are anti-Semitic, but that they have been deceived by the pogrom mongers, as in so many cases in which workers are split by the ruling classes. At first sight, the case of the Bund is like that of the priest, join by all means, but do not attempt to advocate a position contrary to the core of the party platform. At this level, Lenin appears perfectly consistent with the position, outlined earlier, in regard to party membership. A closer perusal reveals that the situation is not the same, for the primary issue with the priest or indeed worker is religious belief, while the key issue for the Bund is membership with autonomy, on the basis of a universal notion of anti-Semitism. Now the situation of the Bund begins to leak into the national question, where Lenin articulates a clear position on self-determination and yet holds back at the last minute on the question of secession. 59 To recap, groups have full autonomy and the right to secession, but secession is not part of the plan at all. I would suggest that the Bund's request pushes over into this territory, straddling both party membership and the structure of the state. 60 At this point in my earlier discussion of the national question, I criticized Lenin for falling short of a fully dialectical position, in which full autonomy, pushed to its dialectical extreme, may well produce a far deeper unity, a stronger collectiveness. Such a dialectical approach expresses a more daring and thorough collective approach than the position he outlines. How does this apply to debates with the Bund? In many respects, the Bund pushed Lenin's position to its logical conclusion, continually asserting the desire for membership with autonomy. In response to this persistent request, Lenin seems to have fallen short, at least in part, resisting this push in the name of avoiding diversions and building a united front. I wrote in part, since, in one respect, it seems to me he was correct, for persistent and unremitting autonomy leads inevitably in a case like this to Zionism, you will turn the regrettable isolation of the Bund into a fetish, and will cry that the abolition of this, spiritual booze and freedom of religion 29 isolation means the destruction of the Bund, you will begin to seek grounds justifying your isolation, and in this search will now grasp at the Zionist idea of a Jewish nation. Now a resort to demagogy and scurrilities, Lenin 1903 I, 63/28. 61 Is this the outcome of the resolute isolation of the Bund? Now the situation becomes interesting, specifically through the Bund's refusal to join on existing terms. Throughout the long and fractious relationship with the RSDLP, the Bund took many positions. At times they argued, at times they broke off negotiations and stormed out, and at times they came to an agreement for a united front that broke down sooner rather than later. 62 Let me fill out this story with a few details. The General Jewish Workers' Union of Lithuania, Poland, and Russia, the Bund, was established at a conference in Vilno in 1897, out of various Jewish social democratic groups. At the first Congress of the RSDLP, the Bund became members while maintaining autonomy in regard to questions pertaining to the Jewish proletariat. By the time of the second RSDLP Congress, the Bund left the party after its insistence on autonomy and that it was the sole representative of Jewish worker issues was rejected. By 1906, at the Fourth Congress, usually designated as the Unity Congress, the Bund rejoined, along with the Mensheviks. However, the unity was short-lived and tensions continued through to the October Revolution and beyond. It is as though they took the RSDLP position on autonomy to heart and held to it. Yet in 1921, after the October Revolution, the Bund dissolved itself and many of its members joined the renamed Russian Communist Party as full members, giving up their claims to autonomy. I suggest that this act provides an unexpected answer to a question Lenin already asked in 1903, is this isolation to be preserved, or a turn made towards fusion? Lenin 1903 I, 63/27. Let me misinterpret Lenin slightly and push his question further, since we now begin to move beyond my earlier argument in relation to autonomy and the national question, where Lenin glimpsed the possibility of full collective autonomy. If you grant autonomy, in the name of a deeper collective, free reign, and if it then achieves the dialectical result of thoroughly collective unity, what do you do then? Do you continue to allow autonomy for the sake of that unity, or is there a moment when the autonomy fades away, having achieved its task? Is the Bunds joining with the party in 1921 the answer to that question? We may cite all manner of other reasons, such as the practical realization that they would be able to do far more as party members, that the new Soviet state required as solid a united front as possible. But I would suggest that the Bund in its own way, entirely unwittingly, lived out the logic that lay at the heart of Lenin's position. 63 In anticipation. This is another instance of God, if he exists, of course. Lenin 1920 R. 171-141. In this chapter, I have sought to set the scene for the full elaboration of the many permutations on the engagements between Lenin and theology in the following chapters on topics such as Lenin's close engagements with the Bible, especially, 30 the Gospels, his responses to religious socialism, peasant socialism, particularly Tolstoy, and the God-builders, the implications of the Hegelian dialectic, revolution as miracle, and the veneration of Lenin. Some of the themes initially broached here will return, notably the political ambivalence of Christianity, the question of freedom, and Lenin's practical responses to religion. At least I hope to have indicated with this opening engagement with Lenin's explicit statements on religion that his thought on that matter is far more complex than has hitherto been realized. Chapter 2 I will open my mouth in parables, I will utter what has been hidden since the foundation of the world. Matthew 13:35 Lenin and the Gospel parables, is that not a strange conjunction, especially from one who was often quite dismissive of religion, let alone Christian theology and the Bible? Nonetheless, a careful reading of Lenin's texts reveals a persistent preference for the parables and sayings that we find in Jesus's mouth. In order to examine the nature and function of these engagements, I begin with a detailed assessment of what is to be done. Wit. 1902 p. 1, where the key organizing parable is that of the wheat and tares, or weeds, from Matthew 13. Lenin draws upon this parable in order to rethink the organization of the RSDLP, specifically in response to opponents, in terms of the need for discernment, vigorous and open argument, and the dialectic of illegal and legal organization. I unpick the central role of this parable in Lenin's text, a parable he would cite on a number of occasions after the publication of Wit in order to indicate the core of his argument. Yet, this exploration is only the first step of my argument, for Lenin's engagement with the parable of the tares and the wheat is not an isolated occurrence. He goes on to draw upon other biblical parables and sayings, especially those of an agricultural nature with a focus on seeds, growing, and harvesting. Furthermore, Lenin creates a large number of his own parables, at times drawn from Russian folklore and literature, at times developed from an opponent's writing, but mostly of his own creation. Not only does Lenin turn out to be a creative and innovative exegete, appropriating, redirecting, and providing new angles on the biblical texts, but he also deploys the genre of parables throughout his writings. All of this biblical engagement cannot avoid the question as to why he does so, a question I seek to answer in the final section of the chapter. 3 Tares and wheat. Let us begin with the parable in question from Matthew 13:24, 30. Another parable he put before them, saying, The kingdom of heaven may be compared to a man who sowed good seed in his field, but while men were sleeping his 32 enemy came and sowed weeds among the wheat, and went away. So when the plants came up and bore grain, then the weeds appeared also. And the slaves of the householder came and said to him, Sir, did you not sow good seed in your field? How then has it weeds? He said to them, An enemy has done this. The slaves said to him, Then do you want us to go and gather them? But he said, No, lest in gathering the weeds you root up the wheat along with them. Let both grow together until the harvest, and at harvest time I will tell the reapers, Gather the weeds first and bind them in bundles to be burned, but gather the wheat into my barn. In this parable, not found in the other Gospels. Jesus likens the enigmatic kingdom of heaven to a field sown with wheat. Good seed kalen sperma is the specific term. However, having sown the good seed, other seed is now sown, at night by an enemy. These are the tares or weeds, zizania, although they are not specified as bad seeds, that would have been kakan sperma. Now comes the key. The man-slaves suggest gathering in the weeds after the master has answered their question concerning the source of the weeds. Not so fast, he says, let the weeds and wheat grow up together, and then only at harvest time may they be separated and gathered in turn, weeds first and then wheat. The former will then be consigned to the fire, while the latter can go into the barn. Many other features of the parable suggest further paths of investigation, such as the presence of agricultural slaves, douloi, the problematic suggestion that the manager of the kingdom of heaven is a slave owner whom the slaves call Lord Kuri, and the precise reason why the master instructs the slaves to wait until harvest time. Is it because the young shoots look similar and that one may thereby pull out some of the wheat along with the weeds? May it be that some which look like weeds will turn out to be wheat? Or indeed that the weeds will assist the growth of the wheat? Commentators have of course speculated over these notorious gaps in the parable, but for our purposes, the following issues are important. First, the distinction between the tares and the wheat. Second, the source of the tares, his enemy autuo ekros. Third, the context of the parable. Fourth, the interpretation offered in Matthew 13:36, 43. I need say little concerning the first two items, but the other two require some further comments. The parable appears in a collection of agricultural parables. The preceding parable is that of the sower with its four kinds of ground for the seed: path, rocky ground, thorns, and good soil where it flourishes, and the mention of yields of 100-fold, 60-fold, and 30-fold. Lenin will use these terms again and again. An interpolated interpretation follows, in which the four types of soil become different responses to the word of the kingdom. Following the parable of the tares, we encounter the brief parables of the mustard seed and the leaven before the interpretation of the tares and wheat. Once again brief parables follow the interpretation, concerning the pearl in the field and the net of fish. Each offers varying images of the kingdom of heaven, its unexpectedness, its challenges, its negative side, and its stupendous yields. However, let me focus on the agricultural parables. Apart from the brief parable of the mustard seed, the two key parables, indicated both by length and interpretations offered, are those of the sower and the tares. They are resolutely agricultural, of the growing variety, and are both cited by Lenin. 33. As for the interpretation, Matthew 13:36, 43, despite the agreement by critics that it is an interpolation, it is part of the biblical tradition. Here, the parable takes an apocalyptic turn. The master becomes the Son of Man, that curious self-designator of Jesus. The enemy becomes the devil, diabolos. The slaves become angels who gather the harvest at the close of the age, sending the tares to the furnace of fire, ten commonentio poros, and the wheat to the kingdom of the Father. By and large, Lenin is uninterested in the apocalyptic tone of this interpretation, save for one crucial item: the good seed to kalen sperma are the sons of the kingdom, the weeds ta zizania are the sons of the evil one, Matthew 13:38. In lay terms, the weeds or tares, sown by the enemy, are one's opponents, while the wheat designates one's allies in the struggle. For Lenin, these opponents will become many over the years, including not merely the Zubatovs of the time of Witt, or even the Narodniks, cathedral socialists, professorial Marxists, utopian socialists, Bernsteinians, but also the later Mensheviks, ultimatumists, Etzovists, God-builders, liquidators, conciliators, under Trotsky, and varieties on that standard label of opportunism, which Lenin defines as sacrificing the long-term and permanent interests of the proletariat for flashy and temporary interests. Lenin 1906 × 10 squared, 54/245. Lenin's interpretation. Lenin's interpretation of the parable is as follows: it is precisely our campaign of exposure that will help us separate the tares from the wheat. What the tares are, we have already indicated. By the wheat we mean attracting the attention of ever larger numbers, including the most backward sections, of the workers to social and political questions, and freeing ourselves, the revolutionaries, from functions that are essentially legal, the distribution of legal books, mutual aid, etc., the development of which will inevitably provide us with an increasing quantity of material for agitation. In this sense, we may, and should, say to the Zubatovs and the Ozaravs keep at it, gentlemen, do your best. Whenever you place a trap in the path of the workers, either by way of direct provocation, or by the honest demoralization of the workers with the aid of Struvism, we will see to it that you are exposed. But whenever you take a real step forward, though it be the most timid zigzag, we will say, please continue. And the only step that can be a real step forward is a real, if small, extension of the workers' field of action. Every such step will be to our advantage and will help to hasten the advent of legal societies of the kind in which it will not be agents provocateurs who are detecting socialists, but socialists who are gaining adherents. In a word, our task is to fight the tares. It is not our business to grow wheat in flower pots. By pulling up the tares, we clear the soil for the wheat. And while the Afanasy Ivanoviches and Pulcheria Ivanovnas 5 are tending their flower pot crops, we must prepare the reapers, not only to cut down the tares of today, but to reap the wheat of tomorrow. Lenin 1902 p. 455, 56/115, 16, 6. Immediately it becomes clear how Lenin's interpretation is close in spirit to the biblical parable and yet has its own twists. 7. The similarities. First, the crucial issue is discernment, separating the tares from the wheat, the former appearing in 34 a negative register as one's opponents and the latter belonging to one's own side. Furthermore, the tares must be pulled up or cut down, so that it becomes clear who is part of the wheat. And the task falls to the reapers, who come to scythe away the weeds for the sake of the wheat. Now the creative engagement with the parable begins. Lenin's concern is not the minutiae of biblical commentary, attempting to locate the slippery and ultimately untraceable original meaning or intention of the parable, a task that has wasted the immense energies of generations of biblical scholars. No, Lenin is interested in direct application. We may call this Lenin's homiletical concern, which assumes that the parable speaks to our concerns today, that it has immediate relevance. The task of interpretation is then to show how the text does address our concerns. In this light, the crucial issue in the context of his interpretation of the parable is the relation between legal and illegal political activities. Should the worker movements and trade unions be strictly legal and public, working within the existing frameworks to achieve small gains? Or should the communist movement also have an illegal core, a secret network that seeks to dismantle those very frameworks themselves? Contrary to the standard interpretations of Lenin, he argued for both legal and illegal forms, indeed for a dialectical relation between them. LIH 2008, 449, 2011, 100-10, Zinoviev 1973, 153-54. 8. He was not one who eschewed the legal work of trade unions and worker organizations in favor of a small cadre of revolutionary intellectuals. Instead, the illegal organization would work closely with the legal forms, spreading the socialist message, organizing strikes, both economic and political, training radical and purposive workers, ensuring that the legal organizations have a good number of underground members involved. The legal organizations thereby became the means for a widespread movement, for the opportunity to agitate at a level well beyond that of the illegal movement. This is the classic merger hypothesis first put forward by Koskai in his The Class Struggle, Erfurt program, a text to which Lenin and other communists were committed at the time, Koskai 1910. 9. In this light the socialist movement involved a merger between socialists and workers, as well as between illegal and legal forms of organization. These are the wheat. But who are the tares? In this text, they are the ones who argue for legal organizations alone. Here we find Zubetov and the legal unions under police socialism, as well as Vasilev and the priests, and the professors Ozarov and Worms who supported these movements. Not only did they attempt to spy out the fiery ones in the legal unions, but they also used those unions to plant their agents provocateurs in the illegal organizations, Lenin 1902 p. 455-115. The Zubetov unions would soon pass as the workers saw through the attempt to divert revolutionary energy. Yet, in wit, a few other tiers also appear. These include economism, the position that workers should restrict themselves to purely economic gains, better pay, shorter hours, improved conditions, and leave political agitation to the bourgeoisie, that there is no need for the merger or fusion between workers and the revolutionary tradition since worker organizations, strike committees and legal organizations, were enough. 10 put forward in the infamous Credo and Profession de Foi, the titles are telling. 11 Economism argued that the only 35 realistic gains would be made within the existing framework of Tsarist autocracy. By the time Lenin wrote Wit, economism was a dead letter, widely disparaged among socialists. However, Lenin attempted to pin the label on two rival newspapers and their editors, Ravochi Delo, the Workers' Cause, and Rabakaya Mysl, the Workers' Thought. Both were published by the Union of Social Democrats Abroad, the former appearing irregularly, with 12 issues from 1899 to 1902, published in Geneva and distributed in Russia, the latter in 16 issues from 1897 to 1902, from Berlin and St. Petersburg. Rabakaya Mysl may justly have been criticized as economist, but Lenin works overtime to pin the label on Ravochi Delo. As LIH points out, the editors of this paper were very close to the position of the group with which Lenin was involved, which expressed its positions in Iskra, the spark. However, in the hothouse of the exiled Russian socialist movement, this struggle became a crucial one for ideological and organizational dominance in the fledgling Social Democratic Party. Hence, Lenin attempts to discredit this tier, Ravochi Delo, by attributing to it an economist position. Lenin's effort at weeding out this tier was spectacularly successful, not merely because of wit, but also because Iskra produced more than 50 issues between 1900 and 1903, until the editorial board was dominated by Mensheviks with the 52nd issue in 1903, under Plekhanov's direction. Apart from the regular appearance of Iskra and its wide distribution, via the famous suitcases with false bottoms and even by collaborating with Lithuanian religious groups that were suppressed by the Tsar, the secret to the paper's success was also the fact that it seemed to speak with one voice, the authors not putting their names to individual pieces, and that the editors together constituted the heavy intellectual and organizational artillery among the socialists. Apart from Lenin, it included G. V. Plekhanov, the grandfather of Russian communism, L. Martov, P. B. Axelrod, A. N. Patrusov, and Vera I. Zasulich. Thus, in wit, the tiers may be the Zubetov unions, economism, and rival groups with their newspapers, while the wheat are those centered around Iskra. But let us return to the illegal issue, for it had already appeared before the debates of wit in the form of legal Marxism and the illegal underground movement, 12, and it would not disappear from the socialist movement, becoming an even more burning issue after the 1905 revolution, when the Tsar gave significant ground and permitted the formation of limited parliaments through elections, the Dumas. There were 5 Dumas between the 1905 and the 1917 revolutions. Now the legal position became known as liquidationism, the argument that with some representative democracy and the recognition of the Social Democratic Party, along with others on the left such as the SRS and the peasant parties, the need for an illegal organization had passed, indeed that a purely legal organization would achieve far more. 13 Between these years, and even after the February Revolution in 1917, Lenin and others waged a bitter battle against liquidationism until the Bolsheviks took power later in the year. Yet, is this dialectic of legal and illegal organizations entirely foreign to the biblical parable? If we look at the context of the parable in Matthew 13, we find a constant refrain, Parables are for the inner circle of disciples, who are given the deeper meaning of the parables, while those outside do not see, hear, or understand. See 36 Matthew 13:10, 17. 14. And then, Jesus quotes Psalm 78:2, attributing it to the prophet, I will open my mouth in parables, I will utter what has been hidden since the foundation of the world, Matthew 13:35. The catch with the parables, of course, is that their meaning remained open-ended and a little unclear even to the disciples. The inner group itself struggled to understand, thereby becoming one with the outer, public, and thereby legal, group. Here too we find a dialectic between inner and outer, between legal and illegal, in Lenin's terms. Lenin seems to have captured the sense of the parable as well, or rather, the context in which he appropriated the parable made it relevant to his situation. In light of this legal-illegal struggle, let me focus on another dimension of Lenin's interpretation of the parable of the tares. Note especially the following sentence, it is not our business to grow wheat in flower pots, Lenin 1902 p. 456/116. No longer do we have the field in which the seed is sown, but now a flower pot. The pot becomes the constraint of the existing political and economic order. One must water the plants, may constrain their growth by the size of the pot, move the pot to another location, and the harvest will of course be quite small. This is all a solely legal organization may achieve. By contrast, an illegal organization wishes to smash the pot and open up the possibility of sowing wheat in the whole field. Here one will still find tares, but once they are cleared, the wheat harvest will be far, far greater. Again and again, Lenin uses the image of 30, 60, and 100-fold harvests, drawn now from the parable of the sower, Lenin 1902 p. 472/132, 485/146, 1902 d. 248/23, 1903 q. 311, 12/270, 71. 15. Two final items from Lenin's interpretation go beyond the gospel parable. First, the timing of the weeding out of the tares may take place at various moments. No need to wait for the final harvest, for one may either pull up the tares first in order to clear the soil for the wheat, tearing the evil up by the roots, or one may cut down the tares of today in order to reap the wheat of tomorrow. Lenin 1902 p. 456/116, 1905 c. 56/113. A further option is that the tares may actually assist the growth of the wheat. In the middle of Lenin's text, he urges the legal unions to continue their work. Why? In the spirit of the need for a merger between legal and illegal organizations, he argues that the growth of the tares may actually assist the growth of the wheat, with the hint that some tares may turn out to be or indeed become wheat. Now we are back with the spirit of the biblical parable, for one waits for the final harvest in order to discern clearly which are the tares and which the wheat. This engagement with the parable of the tares was not a passing moment for Lenin. Indeed, the importance of the parable of the tares in expressing a key element of his argument in wit may be illustrated by the fact that Lenin cites precisely this passage in later works to state the core of his argument. For example, in 1905, he writes, "It was the 9th of January that proved again and again the importance of the task formulated in that pamphlet. We must prepare reapers, both to cut down the tares of today, paralyze today's corrupting influence of the Zubotov movement, and to reap the wheat of tomorrow, give a revolutionary lead to the movement that has advanced a step with the aid of legalization." The simple Simons of the New Iskra, 37 however, use the bountiful wheat harvest as a pretext for minimizing the importance of a strong organization of revolutionary reapers. Lenin 1905 Q3, 155, 56/262, 16 Metaphorical tares. Nothing facilitates an understanding of the political essence of developments as greatly as their evaluation by one's adversaries, that is, of course, unless the latter are hopelessly stupid. Lenin 1905 G1, 60/117, 17. This deployment by Lenin of the parable of the tares and the wheat indicates that it may be used to characterize the myriad splits and groups within the Russian socialist movement well beyond the immediate context of wit. The political issues may change over time, from Tsarist repression through the period of the Dumas, 1905-17, to the October Revolution and afterward, but Lenin is never short of opponents. I have already mentioned the Zubatovs, economists, and the later liquidators, along with the rival groups and their newspapers who are the specific targets of wit, but anyone who has read Lenin's work soon becomes familiar with a field so full of tares that one wonders whether any room is left for the wheat at all. It becomes clear that these tares grow in the socialist field, thereby excluding political opponents during the period of the Dumas. The right-wing Octobrists and Black Hundred did not even count as tares, nor did the liberal cadets who represented the interests of the bourgeoisie. For those less familiar with Lenin and the Russian Revolution, a full roll call of the tares includes the Narodniks, who are among the earliest Russian revolutionaries and who argued, under the influence of both Marx and utopian socialism, that the Russian village commune mir or obshchina provided the basis for a step straight into communism without passing through capitalism. 18. Cathedra socialists, German professors Hans Cathedra, who argued that the bourgeois state was above class conflict and would gradually reconcile all classes, thereby introducing socialism without disrupting the capitalists. Legal Marxism, which fostered cathedra socialism in Russia and was permitted by the Tsarist authorities during the 1880s and 1890s due to legal Marxist criticism of Narodnaya Volia. 19. Bernsteinianism, based on the works of Eduard Bernstein, who argued that socialism would be achieved peacefully through a capitalism that was not about to collapse, for as workers gradually won more rights, their grievances would abate, thereby removing the need for revolution. The connection with economism is obvious. 20. Later the liquidators, who argued for the cessation of illegal party work and the restriction to legal work alone. 21. Etzovists, who were focused on the journal Vipert and took the other path, pushing for only illegal work, withdrawing the social democratic representatives from the Duma and ceasing involvement with legal organizations such as trade unions and cooperative societies. Ultimatumists, Etzovists with a twist, for they suggested an ultimatum be given to the Social Democrats in the Duma and, should it not be met, the deputies should be recalled. God builders, whom we will meet in the next chapter and who tended to be the same left-wing figures who supported the previous two positions. 22. Conciliators, led by Trotsky, they attempted to bring all the factions, 38 together, occasionally forming blocs against the Bolsheviks and thereby trying to bring them on side. 23. And then during the First World War, social chauvinism, socialists in word and chauvinists in deed, those who supported the war efforts of their respective states. Lenin 1917 K2, 75, 76/170, 71, as well as revolutionary defensists, after the February Revolution, who continued to support Russia's involvement in the war. Lenin 1917 L2, 21, 22/113, 14, 1917 X1, 162, 63/261, 62. By far, the most significant tiers were to gain prominence after wit was written. The SRS, formed in 1901-2 and drawing on the Narodnik tradition and espousing both individual terrorism and the abolition of private ownership of land, which would devolve onto the village communes and cooperatives, in which labor would be egalitarian, and the Mensheviks, who, although they shared the basic ideals of the Bolsheviks, consciously took on the title of the minority after the split at the Second Congress, even though they were often in the majority, since the title designated advanced thought and action, albeit in the hands of a select few who would direct the workers. 24. Both would, to draw on another biblical phrase, become thorns in the side of Lenin and the Bolsheviks well after the October Revolution, as the massive number of works devoted to them indicate. Variously, comrades, at least the Menshevik internationalists and the left SRS, members of a coalition government, vocal opponents in congresses, and collaborators with the whites, the SRS had a strong base with the peasants, deriving from the Narodniks, and the Mensheviks maintained their influence in some centers. 25 Indeed, for the most part of 1917, both SRS and Mensheviks had the largest number of representatives in the crucial Petrograd Soviet, forming the basis of the all-important Central Committee. Yet, here we find a tension between what I want to call Lenin's sectarianism and his ecumenism, or the tension between whether the weeds will always remain weeds or whether they can turn into wheat. That is, we find a consistent pattern of vicious polemic, both theoretical and personal, and then a desire to work on a united front, complete vituperation combined with cooperation. Thus, the Mensheviks were nearly always present at the RSDLP congresses, arguing, debating, agreeing, and, at the famous Unity Congress, temporarily uniting with the Bolsheviks. Then, after the October Revolution, the government was formed by a coalition between Bolsheviks and left SRS, until the latter unleashed a terror campaign in 1918. Furthermore, as Lunacharsky points out in his Revolutionary Silhouettes, Lunacharsky 1967, Lenin may have enthusiastically attacked him and others in print, but when it came to the practical tasks of revolutionary organization and especially the formation of a revolutionary government, Lenin worked closely with them. Lunacharsky was appointed Commissar of Enlightenment. 26 How does one make sense of all these splits, breakaways, and conflicts? Lenin seeks to rationalize them in two ways. The first is to argue that they are all, or nearly all, connected by a blue thread. Beyond simple accusations of opportunism and the deceptive pursuit of bourgeois policies, both of which function like terms such as heretic in other situations, Lenin attempts to trace the way the initial split in Narodism, between revolutionary and moderate wings, is replicated in later forms of the socialist movement. His interest is primarily in the moderate wing, which then reappears in legal Marxism, economism, and at times the 39 Bund, spiced with some Bernsteinian ideas. From there, it was but a short step to Menshevism, the liquidators, who often overlap with the former, and conciliators, via Trotsky. 27 Notably, the SRS gain a special mention as direct heirs of the Narodniks, so we find Lenin returning to his criticisms of the Narodniks when the SRS became the prime representatives of radical peasant demands. This narrative seemed justified in Lenin's eyes by the occasional blocs formed by later tiers, such as the Mensheviks, liquidators, Etzovists, Bundists, and Trotskyists, Lenin 1914f, 1914b. Second, Lenin suggests that they are all signs of the immaturity of the socialist movement, and that the splits and acrimonious debates are a necessary part of the process of theoretical and practical clarification. Concerning the latter, he repeatedly urges that all struggles take place openly, especially at party congresses, for these hard debates are necessary for the dialectical process of gaining clarity of direction. See especially Lenin 1904J, 44 fourths, 1903A, 19 fifths. As the epigraph to wit puts it clearly, quoting Lassalle, party struggles lend a party strength and vitality. On the first point, one cannot help being reminded of Engels's observations concerning the parallels between early Christianity and socialism. For Engels, both movements appealed to the oppressed classes, experienced false prophets who led people astray, suffered persecution, ostracism, conflict between ascetic self-denial and libertinage, hoped for a better world that inspired the struggle in the face of innumerable setbacks, and the key for our purposes suffered from incessant splits and bitter sectarian squabbles. As I have argued elsewhere, both Engels and Marx made such comparisons often, especially when dealing with opponents and sectarian tendencies. One finds comment after comment in this vein in their works on Whiteling communists, Proudhonists, Blanquists, the German Workers' Party, and the Bakuninists. 28 As Marx put it succinctly, in fact, every sect is religious, Marx 1868b, 133, 1868c, 569. Yet, despite the liking that Marx and especially Engels had for such comparisons, a close search through the many occasions when Lenin cites them, even from texts such as the Peasant War in Germany, reveals a studied avoidance of religious connections. Lenin 1902 p. 368, 73/22, 28, 1895 b. 20, 21/6, 7, 1913 x. 554, 55/224, 25, 1905 L1, 323, 28/5358, 1914s. For instance, Engels may have written, incidentally, old man Hegel said long ago, a party proves itself victorious by splitting and being able to stand the split. The movement of the proletariat necessarily passes through different stages of development. At every stage part of the people get stuck and do not participate in the further advance, and this in itself is sufficient to explain why the solidarity of the proletariat, in fact, everywhere takes the form of different party groupings, which carry on life and death feuds with one another, as the Christian sects in the Roman Empire did amidst the worst persecutions. Engels 1873a, 514, 1873b, 591, however, when Lenin discusses the primitiveness and amateurishness of the communist movement, even citing Engels on the matter, he carefully avoids the comparison with early Christianity. Lenin 1902 p. 440, 51/99, 111. 29. So we find ourselves in a curious situation. Lenin refuses the comparison between socialist and early Christian sectarian struggles handed to him by Marx and Engels, and, 40. Yet he deploys key biblical parables to map precisely those struggles. One may interpret this situation in at least two, not necessarily unconnected, ways. Lenin creatively uses biblical texts themselves, moving beyond Marx and Engels, or he radicalizes their insight, especially when we realize that the New Testament was primarily the collated document of that early Christian movement. Beyond biblical tares. Into the orbit of the parable of the tares and wheat, Lenin draws other parables, especially that of the sower, and also sayings of sowing, new shoots, and reaping, Matthew 6:26, 9:37, 38, 13:31, 32, 25:24, Mark 4:26, 32, Luke 10:2, 12:24, 13:18, 19, 19:21, John 4:31, 38. The sower is of course the other major parable in Matthew 13, with versions in Mark 4:3, 20 and Luke 8:4, 15, replete with an interpolated interpretation in an attempt to dispel the disciples' bewilderment. Lenin's references to the sower are more elusive, offering passing references to its key themes. He is occasionally interested in the seed sown on thorny or rocky soil, or even on the pathway. Here, we find references to rich harvests for the gendarmes, or to those who have sown distrust towards the firm and steadfast leaders. Lenin 1902 p. 458/118, 462/122. However, the preferred soil is the fourth type in the parable, deep and rich, where the seed takes root and produces a harvest 30, 60, and 100-fold more than the seed-sown images of extraordinary plenty for both the peasantry in the time of Jesus and at the turn of the 20th century in Russia. During the revolutionary period of 1917, the soil was indeed receptive to the message of the Bolsheviks. Lenin 1917 T1, 59/309, finally providing the extraordinary yields that Lenin had foreseen earlier. Lenin 1902 p. 472/132, 485/146, 1902 d. 249/24, 1903 q. 311, 12/270, 71. 30. The seed may not sprout immediately, but one should not worry, for the optimistic Lenin suggests that the extremely virile shoots are not uprooted, but rather hidden from the police and temporarily suppressed, their roots deep and strong in the good soil and waiting to shoot above the surface. Lenin 1902 p. 461/121, 463, 64/123-24, 487/148, 508/170, 71. Eventually, the seed will shoot up, pushing up green sprouts from soil well fertilized by previous revolutions. If not by the worms of opposition, the grain will ripen and the harvest will be gathered in the revolution. Lenin 1907 N1, 102/101, 2, 1906 B2, 219, 22/291, 94, 1906 J1, 485/174. Now the allusions begin to overlap with other parables of sowing, new shoots, and harvest, whether in terms of the harvesters being few for the harvest, reaping the fruits of what one sows, or sowing the seed and bearing the fruit of detailed organization of revolutionaries by trade, the spread of literature, and organization of strikes, both political and economic. Lenin 1902 p. 472/132, 1907 U1, 122/127, 1905-02, 562/337, 1907 Q1, 152/158, 1906 J1, 485/174, 1919 M, 426, 31/20, 26. Above all, the seeds of revolution are growing. It has been sown. It is growing. And it will bear its fruits perhaps not tomorrow or the day after, but a little later. We cannot alter the objective conditions in which a new crisis is growing, but it will bear fruit. Lenin 1908 C1, 288/292. Other biblical parables appear with less intensive engagement than either the parables of the tares or of the sower. One example is the parable of the good, 41 shepherd, John 10, which we may connect with that of the lost sheep, Matthew 18:12, 13, Luke 15:3, 7, see also Matthew 12:11. In the former, the good shepherd knows his sheep by name, goes before them, and guards the sheepfold by night. By contrast, many are those who seek to mislead the sheep, steal into the sheepfold, and make off with a sheep or two. In the latter parable, the good shepherd is one who will risk life and limb to find one missing sheep, even if he has 99 left. He thinks not that 99 will be enough, but that each one counts. Lenin gives that second parable his own sharp interpretive twist, which at a deeper level embodies the spirit of the parable's own radical point. Two moments in Lenin's texts are worthy of note, moments with a comparable succinctness to that of the biblical passages. At the start of his career he was a poor man, a liberal and even a Democrat. Towards the end of his career, he was a millionaire, a self-satisfied and brazen extoller of the bourgeoisie, who groveled before every turn in the policies of the powers that be. Is this not typical of the bulk of the educated and intellectual members of so-called society? It is true, of course, that not all practice renegacy with such furious success as to become millionaires, but 9/10, perhaps 99 out of 100 practice the very same renegacy, beginning as radical students and ending up as holders of cushy jobs in some office or other, in some swindle or other. Lenin 1912 E, 274/43, if, out of 100 persons who are subjected to that operation, one member of society grows hard, that will be a useful result. There will be nothing good without demarcation. Lenin 1911 M, 303/380, the first instance is an astute piece of writing. Lenin begins with what appears to be a similar approach as the biblical parable. The lost sheep is the recalcitrant one, who has gone astray through its own willful indulgence. Thus, the intellectual may begin as a poor radical, whether liberal or Democrat, 31, but eventually he becomes a self-satisfied millionaire who cravenly supports the powers that be. Initially, he seems to be the lost sheep. But then, the twist occurs, he actually represents the bulk, emphasis in original, of the intellectuals, or at least the educated members of society. He is but one of many, like 9 out of 10 or 99 out of 100. They remain, unthinkingly, in the security of the sheepfold under the care of the shepherd. The 99% are the renegades, the traitors, the careless ones who betray what radicalness they may have had for some cushy job or the mad pursuit of wealth. The gospel parable has been turned on its head, for the valorization of the 99 has been reversed. No longer do they remain quietly and anonymously in the background, for now they are the obnoxious, business-suited counter-revolutionaries. What of the soul, lost sheep? Its situation remains implicit in the first reworking of the biblical parable quoted earlier. Given that the 99 that remain are now renegades, the one sheep that runs away and becomes lost does so only from their perspective. He has moved outside the normal confines of acceptable conduct, of reputable political positions. With the second quotation, the implicit becomes explicit. The one sheep that appears lost is actually a toughened revolutionary. 42 In the context of oppressive economic conditions, autocratic government, and systemic police repression, if 1 out of 100 is radicalized, then that is a very useful outcome indeed. This sheep may be lost from the perspective of the 99, but from the side of the revolutionaries, he has come in from the cold and is no longer lost. With this comprehensive rearrangement of the biblical parables alignments, the focus has also shifted. Instead of a concern with the acts of the shepherd, who risks all, even the 99, for the sake of one who was lost, Lenin's concern is with that one sheep come revolutionary that has broken ranks. All of which leaves a question begging, what has happened to the shepherd? In light of the Church's appropriation of the terminology of sheep farming, in which priests become the pastors and the congregation the sheep, in light of the landlord's deployment of the terminology of shepherds and sheep to describe their relations with peasants, and in light of the control of the early Soviets after the February Revolution of 1917 by Mensheviks and SRS, Lenin is scathing. These shepherds are all evil, for their only interest is to shear the sheep, to lead these poor talking sheep to slaughter. However, it will not always be so, retorts Lenin. The sheep will not forever dumbly line up to be ripped off, for they are becoming politically conscious. Lenin 1907 L. 268/128, 1917 V1, 192/17, 1917 C, 224/49. 32 Lenin is not done with this complex parable from John, where we find the key statement, so Jesus again said to them, Truly, truly, I say to you, I am the door of the sheep, John 10:7. In an earlier piece from 1903, Lenin elaborates on the image of the door, constructing his own parable with a revolutionary bent. Lenin 1903 t. 418, 19/189, 91. Once again, he speaks of the peasants, focusing on the demand from the Social Democrats for peasant committees that would restrict bondage and restore cut-off lands appropriated by the landlords. This demand is, however, not the final word, not a barrier, but a door through which all peasants must pass to full emancipation. Now the door takes on multiple senses. It may be the existing order that needs to be smashed, the threshold to revolution, if not that revolution itself. Like the entrance to the sheepfold, that door is a passage to full rights and real liberty. No longer should only peasants pass through it, for they are the first among many, which includes workers. The problem is that some cannot see the door, Narodniks and SRS, so all their strivings for socialism are blind in contrast to the Social Democrats, who point so insistently to this first and nearest door. Lenin 1903 t. 419/190. In a fashion that will become familiar when I discuss Lenin's own parables, the key image has transmuted once again. It has become multiple, the first of many doors through which peasants and workers will need to pass on the road to socialism. However, the shepherd too has changed roles, for he is no longer a guard at the door, if not the door itself. Instead, the Social Democrats have become shepherds, identifying the door through which the sheep must pass. And the sheepfold on the other side of the door, has become socialism. 33 Arguably, this interpretation, if not appropriation and development, is even more creative than the first parable I considered earlier, the tares and wheat, for now Lenin has used it as a basis for his own creative act. The remaining parables appear briefly, a citation perhaps or an allusion, but they show the spread. 43 of Lenin's biblical engagement. Close in spirit to the lost sheep are the prodigal sons of society, that is the Menshevik representatives in the Duma, who have split from the Bolsheviks and whom the bourgeois press now expects to return to their own benches, having been emancipated from revolutionary illusions. Lenin 1907 I2, 456-274. Or Lenin may cite items from parables or stories closely related to those of seed and sheep, such as the crumbs under the table in the story of the Syrophoenician woman, Mark 7:24, 30, she is the Canaanite woman in Matthew 15:21, 28, now attributed to the students who have crumbs of the socialist ideas, fed as they are on scraps of knowledge, Lenin 1902 p. 462-122, or in stark contrast to that meager diet he may refer to the great banquet of Luke 14, to which all the homeless, starving, oppressed, from the highways and the byways, are invited. They the committees will consist of peasants, paupers, intellectuals, prostitutes. A worker recently asked us in a letter why not carry on agitation among the prostitutes, soldiers, teachers, workers. We must attract to it, enlighten, and organize all who labor and are exploited, as stated in our program, all without exception, handicraftsmen, paupers, beggars, servants, tramps, prostitutes. Lenin 1905 x2, 237, 38-223. The remaining references move away from the agricultural focus of those I have discussed thus far, but they are equally as earthy and quotidian, such as the contrast between the wide and easy way over against the narrow gate and the hard way of Matthew 7:13, 14. The easy way becomes the bourgeois democratic revolution of Germany, which was soon crushed, despite some provisional revolutionary governments, and saw power restored to the Prussian emperor, or it becomes the French Revolution of 1789, in which workers and peasants led for a time, resulting in the Republic and a new form of freedom. Lenin 1905's 3, 241, 42-226, 27. Yet, this second road is difficult and requires perseverance, for one may be waylaid by the bourgeoisie, as in France. Don't let the unusual appearance of this road frighten you, don't be put out by the fact that in many places you will find no beaten track at all, and that you will have to crawl along the edges of precipices, break your way through thickets, and leap across chasms. Don't complain of the poor road, these complaints will be futile whining, for you should have known in advance that you would be moving, not along a highway that has been graded and leveled by all the forces of social progress, but along paths through out of the way places and back alleys which do have a way out, but from which you, we, or anyone else will never find a direct, simple, and easy way out. Lenin 1902a, 126, 27-325, 34. From Parables to Sayings. Is this all Lenin has to say concerning the Bible? By no means, for the earthy parables of Jesus are but a gate into the biblical text. To be sure, the material I have discussed comprises his most intense engagements, but the gate now swings wide open to reveal a significant breadth and consistency in biblical references. The vast bulk of these citations are to sayings, especially those of Jesus in the Gospels, but they spread well beyond the Gospels to the rest of the Bible. Again, one may argue that these biblical sayings were part of the linguistic framework, 44, within which people lived, having entered Russian, or indeed any other Christian culture, as old proverbs. Yet again, I am interested in the specific sayings Lenin cites, how he uses them and their context. Some are clear favorites, such as the designation of opponents, no matter whom, as Philistines. As Lih points out, Russian has a rich vocabulary of abuse, among which Philisterstvo is but the most prominent, Lih 2011, 15. Others include Obyvatelshchina, Meshchenstvo, and Poshlost, all of which were regularly thrown at those who did not share Lenin's optimistic and even heroic view of socialism and the potential of the Social Democratic Party. Among hundreds, if not thousands of references to the Philistines, one captures its sense better than all the others. Do you remember the German definition of a Philistine? Was ist der Philister? Ein holler Darm, voll furcht und Hoffnung, das Gott Erbarm. What is a Philistine? A hollow gut, full of fear and of hope in God's mercy. Goethe. This definition does not quite apply to our affairs. God takes a back seat with us. But the authorities? That's a different matter. And if we substitute the word authorities for the word God, we shall get an exact description of the ideological stock in trade, the moral level and the civic courage of the Russian humane and liberal friends of the people. Lenin 1894b, 262/269, 70, 35. No matter that the biblical Philistines were quite different from the bad press that they have received, for they were decidedly more cultured than the barbarian Israelites. Given the shaping role of the dominant ideologies of the biblical text, the Philistines have become, in Lenin's references as well, the exemplars of backwardness, ignorance, and timidity, fearful of any bold advance or new direction. Similarly, the Pharisees have suffered in traditional usage. These down-to-earth priests among the people, who shared their depredations, wants, and hopes, 36 have become through the New Testament's polemical representations the paradigms of haughty legalism and hypocrisy. And as a profound hater of hypocrisy, Lenin is quick to pounce on any sign in his opponents, who may as well, like the biblical Pharisees, lift their eyes to heaven and pray, "I thank thee, Lord, that I am not as one of those extremists. I am not a revolutionary, I shall be able to adjust myself most obediently and abjectly to any measures." Lenin 1906d, 415/229. 37. The biblical texts are Luke 18:9, 14 and Matthew 6:5, 13. See also Luke 11:1, 4, when Jesus provides guidelines on how one should pray. Do not act like those Pharisees, says Jesus, those who ostensibly pray in public, lifting their eyes to heaven and thanking God that they are not like other people, thieves, rogues, adulterers, or tax collectors. Instead, find a quiet space and pray so that no one can see you. He then offers them the prayer that has become known as the Lord's Prayer. Jostling for the biblical space in Lenin's text, alongside Philistines and Pharisees, is perhaps Lenin's favorite biblical character, Judas Iscariot. It may be the treacherous, 45 Judas himself, the name attached to many enemies, from right-wing politicians through bourgeois Duma representatives and liquidators to Trotsky himself, all of whom are guilty of Judas policies or Judas kisses. Lenin 1914 K1, 309/167, 1914 471/337, 1918 p. 245/254, 276/287. Most of all, Lenin has a distinct liking for Jesus's words to Judas, John 13:27, at the moment when Jesus hands him a piece of bread dipped in a dish at the Last Supper, "That thou doest, do thou quickly." Lenin 1906 J1, 488, 89/177, 78, 1906 A, 499/84, 1906 D2, 38, 39/228, 29, 1905 N2, 528/300. See also Lenin 1902 N, 79/275, 1907 I, 342, 44/213, 15, 1906 B2, 215/288, 1906 J, 252/49, 50, 1911 H, 45/96, 1901 C 237/284, 1901 A, 406/420. Here we stumble across a double-layered allusion, for at times Lenin refers to Judas Goloviov, the nickname of Porfiry Goloviov in M. Saltykov-Shchedrin's novel The Goloviov Family. A sanctimonious and hypocritical landowner, this Judas continually betrays the serfs under his control. Lenin 1902 J, 252/35, 1907 M1, 481/457, 1914 L, 335/193, 1922 G, 205/416. With Judas as the sole name, the allusion invokes both the novel and the Gospels, but even with the surname, Goloviov, the invocation winds its way back to the biblical text, thereby transporting yet another character into Lenin's own works. An already crowded text is about to become full to overflowing, for Lenin also cites an almost endless string of biblical sayings. The references are almost always to revolutionary activity, oppression, police tyranny, and the inquisitorial persecution of religious sects might be so great that even the very stones cry out. In order to gain a sense of Lenin's engagement with the Bible, I offer a creative reconstruction in order to highlight those references and allusions. You, the bourgeoisie, says Lenin, may appear as a wolf in sheep's clothing, 38, while the poor serfs, before the abolition of feudal dependency in 1861, were nothing better than Baptist chattels. And should anyone give even a widow's mite to the magnates, then that would entail entering into a new dependence on big capital. Betrayal of the workers and peasants is like sending one from Pontius to Pilate. As for the fateful Narodnik effort of the 19th century to go the villages, they remind me, says Lenin, of Jesus in his hometown. They came unto their own, and their own received them not. After all, there is truth, it seems, in the saying that a prophet is not without honor, save in his own country. In the final analysis, however, all the efforts of our opponents are built on sand, they are the root of all evil, are nothing better than whited sepulchres, and they are on the road to hell, where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth. 39 Yet these myriad biblical allusions do not come out of the blue, for Lenin enters into a realm of public political debate that is saturated with the Bible. The signal of such a context is manifested in the way he turns the favored sayings of his opponents against them. You, the hypocritical cadets, may say, love one another, while the government of which you are a part may try to hoodwink the workers by suggesting they exhibit Christian love to their bosses, since those bosses show nothing but such love to their employees. Meanwhile, Holy Russia's Christian soldiers are fighting yet another unpopular war, while you members of the severely restricted Third Duma claim to make even the blind see, claiming to be the Alpha and Omega. You may complain that you are becoming weary carrying your cross, or, perhaps like Jesus on the cross, you may cry with a loud, 46 voice. Even more, all you liberal government officials, bourgeois intellectuals, bored rentiers, and similarly haughty, self-satisfied, and idle members of the public fancy yourselves the salt of the earth. Throughout it all, you fear revolution, says Lenin, seeking to wash your hands of it and counseling that he who raises the sword shall perish by the sword. 40 As for you fellow revolutionaries, may I give you some warnings and advice? You may feel as though you are like the Madonna on the clouds, holy instruments of the will of God, swearing and invoking the name of God. You may tell each other to cast out the beam out of thine own eye, friend, or advise physician, heal thyself, or sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof, or seek bread instead of stone, or send missives that resemble the letters to the 7 churches in Revelation. Long were the days when we sinned a great deal, for which we were crucified and exiled. But I warn you not to miss the spirit of the law by adhering to its letter, not to put new patches on old garments or new wine into old bottles, not to shake the dust off your feet against a comrade, not to wash your hands of the struggle at hand. When the time comes, such as during the arrests of the Bolsheviks during July 1917, our wayward comrades among the Mensheviks and SRS will either find that the cock has crowed thrice or begin to see the truth. Now the blind will see and the stones will speak. And one should never, ever take either the name of Marx or the RSDLP in vain. Nor should one dismiss some of the more provocative elements of their thought, such as the nature of a proletarian democracy, treating them like the primitive naivete of early Christians, which they lost when Christianity became the religion of the Roman Empire. Many are the traps for our revolutionaries, stumbling blocks and false prophets may arise, promising the blessed time if workers would only have patience, and one needs to be careful to merge with the workers rather than offer the socialist message to those who would refuse it, which would be to cast pearls before. We may often feel like a voice crying the wilderness, but I warn you not to be faint-hearted, of little faith or even apostasy, not to pray, as Jesus did in the Garden of Gethsemane, away, away. Let this cup of revolutionary democratic dictatorship pass from me. 41 Not all is so grim, despite the long years of counter-revolution and repression, for even in these times, when our daily bread was false-bottomed suitcases for distributing party literature, and especially during the upsurges to the 1905 and 1917 revolutions, I am irrepressibly optimistic. Let us be as wise as serpents and as innocent as doves. Thus, the revolution will strengthen the need for a clear partisan approach to the truth, not showing even a mite of Christ's mercy to those who deviate, for the one who is not for revolution is against us. Indeed, outside of socialism or Soviet power there is no deliverance or salvation, for the only way to save mankind from the yoke of capital and endow it with the blessings of peace, to inaugurate the reign of peace, the reign of the working people, is through a communist revolution. By this sign shall ye conquer. Our opponents may say, Lenin. His name is Legion, Mark 5:9, but that is only because what we say expresses the interest of the proletariat and all the exploited. You revolutionaries who were actually called disciples in the 1890s will have greater expectations placed upon you, since you are people to 47 whom much is given and of whom much is required. And remember, especially during tough times before or after the revolution, that he who will not work, will have to go without food. 42 But the rewards are beyond expectation, for the very coordinates of life will be changed. The Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath. Let me urge you activists not to hide your light under a bushel, so that others may learn from your example, for even by a small sign shall ye conquer. In this way, like the wedding banquet, all may come and join our party, all who labor and are exploited, whether handicraftsmen, paupers, beggars, servants, tramps, prostitutes. Or, to borrow a comment from the peasants with the advent of electricity, we peasants were unenlightened and now light has appeared among us, an unnatural light, which will light up our peasant darkness. Remember that victory belongs to those who have faith in the people, those who are immersed in the life-giving spring of popular creativity. And for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, the call may come at any moment, lead us whither you have called us. Woe to those taken unawares by the moment, for then will the wheat be separated from the chaff. Despite all the setbacks and disappointments, we need to take inspiration from the revolution of 1905 in which the old Adam was cast out. At the crucial revolutionary moment, it is simply a case, as Jesus says in Matthew 7:7, also Luke 11:9, of knock, and it shall be opened unto you, for the work of political agitation is never wasted, ultimately leading to a resurrection of vigorous revolutionary activity, if not insurrection itself. 43 Above all, let me gloss the Great Commission of Matthew 28:18, 20, when the risen Jesus urges his followers to go into all the world. Go among the people. Go to all classes of the population, as theoreticians, as propagandists, as agitators, and as organizers. It may be a long struggle, the bond between workers and peasants may take time, but that is a great cause, and to that cause it is worth devoting one's whole life. Lenin 1905 I2, 36/90, 91, 1902 p. 425/82, 83, 1903 t. 411/183. To the Hebrew Bible now we step back in terms of the biblical narrative, for although Lenin preferred the New Testament, especially the Gospels, he was not averse to plundering the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, when it suited him. In order to gain an impression of the way these biblical allusions are woven into his text, let me once again offer an account, a collage, which captures Lenin's usage. You opponents, he declares, may compare the labor of the children of modern peasants to Ruth's gleanings, but that is to offer honeyed words in the blatant defense of economic oppression, a defense of the holy of holies of huckstering, a small fig leaf that actually maintains the autocracy. If anyone challenges you, even the moderate liberals, you accuse them of behaving like Moses, faces glowing with righteousness. Yet, when strikes and unrest and civil war continue, you vacillate, deceptively offering the promised land, flowing with milk and honey, or collapsing like a giant with feet of clay, or heaping ashes on someone else's head and asking them to wear sackcloth. Or you threaten that some new Egyptian plague must be expected. Indeed, my opponents within the 48 Social Democratic Party say the same thing, suggesting that I myself may suffer an Egyptian plague when I have to front up to an argument with someone like Marty Nove of the New Iskra editorial board. But be warned, they who sow the wind shall reap the whirlwind. 44 Speaking directly to those opportunists, who may have studied the hind parts of historical materialism, Lenin says, you may pretend to be the spark, Iskra, that sets alight the burning bush, burning without being consumed, yet you fire up no one. 45 And if we include Rabo and the liquidators, you may act like a wrathful Job, full of thunder and lightning, trying to chastise us with scorpions, accusing us of being stiff-necked when we argue clearly and forthrightly, of setting up our program against the movement like a spirit hovering over the formless chaos when we argue for the crucial role of organization and the raising of worker consciousness. Or you act like a lot of wise Solomons, condescendingly suggesting to purposeful workers that they should become not so much lions among lambs, but lambs among lions, indeed, to extend the metaphor, that the capitalist wolf will lie down with the lambs. After all, as the sage in Ecclesiastes once said, everything in good season. You labor in the sweat of your brow, promising that after you the deluge will come, that the walls of Jericho will fall, that paradise on earth will come, but you will soon find that the fig leaves will be ripped off, that you are actually nursing a viper in the bosom. In all your huffing and puffing, you are merely throwing labored phrases to the wind. As the old Russian proverb would have it, God save us from our friends, from our enemies we shall save ourselves. 46 True enough, our own movement has gone through a long nomad period, wandering in the wilderness like the Israelites. And we have offered lamentations for the tactlessness and self-assurance of revolutionaries in harassing the government. But we will not let up on our critiques of oppression, of a corrupt autocracy, or of the Dumas, and we will never defile our lips by combining long live with government. Instead, we uphold the first commandment that any trade union movement or socialist party should rely solely on the strength of its own class, for green is the tree of eternal life. Moreover, we know that, contrary to Jeremiah 18, it is not the gods who make pots, for it is we who will make the revolution, although we will not make a shibboleth of revolution. And we remain faithful to the first profession de foi of world socialism, the Communist Manifesto, written by those two scholars and fighters, Marx and Engels, whose relationship to each other was like that of David and Jonathan, even surpassing the most moving stories of the ancients about human friendships. Gird up your loins, we are still full of fight. For the key is, as Joshua said to the Israelites, to choose. For revolution or for counter-revolution. For freedom or against freedom. He who would be a true Democrat must fight, he must break with the grovelers and traitors, he must create an honest party that will have respect for itself and for its convictions, he must take his stand firmly and irrevocably on the side of the armed uprising. 47 Or in Latin, aut. Tertium non dater, Lenin 1921 L, 324/383. 49 From bricklayers to yard cleaning, Lenin's parables by no means content to restrict himself to creative interpretations and homiletical applications of biblical parables, or indeed the myriad allusions to biblical texts, Lenin sets about creating many of his own parables. They may be constructed from a common saying, 48, or developed from Russian literature, 49, or they may be purely Lenin's own creation, but they are all marked by a distinct earthiness, an ability to communicate in a way that spoke at an everyday level to all. I have already explored Lenin's imaginative development of the image of the door from John 10, but now I examine his love of writing parables of his own. For the sake of completeness, let me begin by listing all of Lenin's own parables that I have been able to locate. In light of the large numbers of Lenin's parables, I organize them in categories, a deceptively simple yet painstaking process that has not been undertaken thus far. 1. Relationship parables. Love affair, sweetheart, married woman, family quarrel. 2. High culture, metaphysical philosopher, orchestra, twice, painting, museum. 3. Hypocrisy, slave owner, people from another world. 4. Diseased bodies, hand, bandages, abscesses, 4 times, malignant disease, 5 times, canker, blisters and pus, the putrid ulcer, thrice, the staggering wounded, small cut, twice, rotting alive, 8 times, vile-smelling corpse, worms and resurrection. 5. Rural life, with a focus on animals, lion and prey, lion, bear, bearskin, swan, crab and pike, chicken coop, fox and hen coop, hen and ducklings, sated beast, locomotive and dray horse, twice, bird in snare, horse and oats, wolves and sheep, twice, waters, earth and whale, 2 chickens in a shell of steel, geese, hens and eagles, fish in muddy waters, shearing sheep, lost sheep. 6. Everyday realities of peasants and rural workers, chains and flowers, twice, borrowing from Marx, cleaning the yard, spitting in the well, moss and stone, door, prison, broken pot, twice, wall, cloth, mud, mud and fog, catching a fly, twice, stinking sewer, awakening, crust of bread, good bread, kneading bread, fresh breeze, torturer, mustard, unripe apple, bit of string, cards on the table, root of things, lottery, soiled shirt, old woman collecting firewood, twice, tumbler, climbing a high mountain, sowing and reaping, good shepherd. 7. Everyday lives of industrial laborers, bricklayer, bricks, scaffolding, blacksmith, ladder, twice, cog and screw, transmission belt, cargo and flag, chain and its weakest link, 2 evictions, imperial, machine, science course. 8. Revolutionary parables, although many of the preceding also have this message at an implicit level. A. Transport, locomotive, 4 times, locomotive and dray horse, twice, train and wheelbarrow, train changing its tracks, German express train, deadly, 50 locomotive, cart, cart in the ditch, automobile and the bandits, twice, coachman and horses, easy and hard ways. B. Conflagrations, forest fire, mass of sparks, fanning the flames, spark and flame. C. Storms, gale, torrent, twice, whirlwind, 4 times, fresh breeze, storm and chasm, part of the chicken coop parable, barometer and storm, thrice, tide. D. Warfare, army, battle for the forts, war and forestry, man on crutches, conqueror and conquered. 50. Lenin obviously has relatively little interest in matters of high culture, relationships, or even hypocrisy. As is clear from the way I have organized this collection, the vast bulk of the parables focus on rural life, whether of animals, peasants, or rural laborers, on the everyday life of industrial workers, and on various approaches to revolution. The last theme is to be expected, but the weight of parables given over to rural, peasant affairs may not have been expected. Before I proceed, a preliminary question: what, exactly, is a parable? The shortest answer is the best: a parable is a story with an arresting point, punctum. It matters little how long or short it may be, running from an involved story to a brief saying. Yet, a parable is not a moral, fable, or allegory, although it may overlap at times with such genres. It makes a sharp and often unexpected point that overturns listeners' and readers' expectations. In the paradigmatic gospel parables, this punctum is usually political and theological at the very same time. Herzog 1994, Crossan 2012. Lenin's enthusiastic deployment of the parable genre is of the same ilk. In order to illustrate that usage, I focus on 4 parables out of the massive collection gathered, arranged, and presented earlier. They are among the better instances, showing Lenin at his best, against an occasional tendency to overdo his point, like a terrier with its quarry. One concerns party organization, another draws attention to current oppressive conditions, and to address revolution, the bricklayer, the lottery, the transmission belt, and cleaning the yard. The first of these parables, the bricklayer, comes from wit, toward the close of the final chapter on the need to establish a national social democratic newspaper. Pray tell me, when bricklayers lay bricks in various parts of an enormous, unprecedentedly large structure, is it paperwork to use a line to help them find the correct place for the bricklaying, to indicate to them the ultimate goal of the common work, to enable them to use, not only every brick, but even every piece of brick which, cemented to the bricks laid before and after it, forms a finished, continuous line? Of course, the key is who places the line, for if it is wayward, the bricks themselves will be crooked, threatening to fall. So we need a line that is true, that can guide the bricklayers. In an ideal situation, the bricklayers would be old hands who know how to work together, having become so practiced that they can lay the bricks without a guideline. But that is not the case now, for without experienced bricklayers, bricks are often laid where they are not needed at all. They are not laid according to the general line, but are so scattered that the enemy can shatter the structure as if it were made of sand and not of bricks. 51. And if you think that is hard enough, spare a thought for the countryside, where scarcely a bricklayer is to be found, let alone an experienced one. Lenin 1902 p. 501, 2/163, 64, 505/167. The punctum here is an arresting image of the guideline. You may think a newspaper is a trifling business, a distraction from the main revolutionary task. On the contrary, the party newspaper is precisely that core activity which will unite us and give us a clearer, common purpose. One may argue that this example is merely an extended simile, in which the bricklayer's line is like the proposed newspaper, or perhaps an allegory and less so a parable. But a parable often picks up a simile and constructs a story around it. It may also open itself up to allegorical interpretation. The gospel authors were constantly tempted to turn parables into allegories. Yet, a parable typically refuses to offer such an interpretation, for that is left to the hearers or readers. In this case, one may read the guideline as the newspaper putting forth the socialist narrative, the bricks as workers, peasants, or members of the Social Democrats, and the experienced bricklayer as that crucial purposive worker who has studied and become enthused with socialist theory and practice, ready to offer leadership to other workers and peasants. Nonetheless, Lenin does not offer such an interpretation, he leaves it up to the reader. So also with the lottery, a parable from a piece from 1903, to the rural poor, which is a text saturated with biblical imagery. Now our concern is peasant life and vain promises for relieving rural oppression. Once again we have a self-contained story, introduced by a comparison. Those who extol small-scale farming, narodniks and others, actually deceive the peasant in the same way that people are deceived by a lottery. How? Let us suppose I have a cow, worth 50 rubles. I want to sell the cow by means of a lottery, so I offer everyone tickets at a ruble each. Everyone has a chance of getting the cow for 1 ruble. People are tempted and the rubles pour in. When I have collected 100 rubles, I proceed to draw the lottery. The one whose ticket is drawn gets the cow for a ruble, the others get nothing. Was the cow cheap for the people? No, it was very dear, because the total money they paid was double the value of the cow, because 2 persons, the one who ran the lottery and the one who won the cow, gained without doing any work, and gained at the expense of the 99 who lost their money. Thus, those who say that lotteries are advantageous to the people are simply practicing deceit on the people. Lenin 1903 393/163. The unexpected twist of this parable is that what looks like an easy way to gain a cow is in fact far more disadvantageous than not having a lottery at all. The very content of the parable is economic without being pedantic, making its point in a way that is beyond dry theory. But the relevance for everyday life among the peasants is inescapable. Landlords squeeze labor and rents from us, our land keeps decreasing in size, and even with the supposed ending of serfdom in 1861, the landlords have used it to make life worse, blocking us off from vital sources of water, fuel, arable land, and good grazing. We are on the road to the ruin. Indeed, many of us have already been ruined. Yet, that is better than a quick fix. On this, 52 occasion, Lenin does go on to offer his interpretation, in which the single winner of the lottery becomes a middle peasant who becomes rich, while the 99, note the biblical allusion to the parable of the 99 sheep, remaining peasants are worse off, for now they are all poorer by 1 valuable ruble. Where there is one winner, all the rest are losers, for the poor would only be impoverished all the more. Lenin 1903 393, 94/164. But does Lenin really need to offer this interpretation? I would suggest not, for the punch lies in the parable itself. Thus far, I have explored one parable concerning the impossible conditions of everyday life and one on party organization. The remaining 2 focus on the process of revolution. Thus, in the brief parable of the transmission belt, the mass of people below becomes the big wheel that is driving the little wheel of the government. Thereby, the task of the moment must be directed towards strengthening the transmission belt which connects the big wheel that has begun to revolve energetically down below with the little wheel up above. Lenin 1907 J1, 155/22. A more extensive and pointed revolutionary parable is that of cleaning the yard, which shifts from the industrial location of the former to the countryside. Imagine, gentlemen, that I have to remove 2 heaps of rubbish from my yard. I have only 1 cart. And no more than 1 heap can be removed on 1 cart. What should I do? Should I refuse altogether to clean out my yard on the grounds that it would be the greatest injustice to remove 1 heap of rubbish because they cannot both be removed at the same time? I permit myself to believe that anyone who really wants to clean out his yard completely, who sincerely strives for cleanliness and not for dirt, for light and not for darkness, will have a different argument. If we really cannot remove both heaps at the same time, let us first remove the one that can be got at and loaded onto the cart immediately, and then empty the cart, return home and set to work on the other heap. Lenin 1907 L, 282/142, 43, a simple parable from everyday life, is it not, with an obvious solution? It is also the most open of the parables thus far. The cart and labor of the peasant are reasonably obvious, but 2 heaps of rubbish? What are they? Are the heaps landed proprietorship and capitalist exploitation, both of which worked in reasonable synergy in Russia? Here Lenin comes to our aid and opts for this interpretation, but perhaps he has moved too quickly, for that forecloses other possibilities for the parable's interpretation. The parable spins out of the interpreter's control, conjuring up all manner of heaps of rubbish, the Duma and the Tsar? Perhaps, because Lenin is replying to the People's Freedom, Cadet, party in the Duma, which complains of all manner of rubbish but shies away from a revolutionary solution. The traditional family and the church? Once again, these pillars of society could well do with some cleaning out. Or the oppression of the Baba, a traditional picture of female ignorance, illiteracy, and exclusion from public life, and the male worker? Or repressed nationalities and languages? Or the persecution of religious sects and native peoples? Or colonialism and bourgeois liberty? The heaps are almost endless, multiplying one upon the other, so the grunt work of revolution becomes both harder and more necessary. 53. The immediate issue for the parable is how one should go about removing these heaps, whether all together or one at a time? The answer is almost banal in its practical solution: if you cannot remove both, or more, heaps with the cart, remove one first and then return for the other. More significant, however, is the question opened up the sentence, I permit myself to believe that anyone who really wants to clean out his yard completely, who sincerely strives for cleanliness and not for dirt, for light and not for darkness, will have a different argument. The issue is how determined we are in insisting on real freedom to change the very conditions of our existence, to opt for revolution rather than remain constrained by formal freedom, but that is the topic of another chapter. Jesus, disciples, sower, harvester, Syrophoenician woman, travelers on the road, guests at the wedding banquet, shepherds, sheep, Philistines, Pharisees, Judas Iscariot, Moses, Ruth, Solomon, and above all the common people. Lenin's texts are full to overflowing with biblical characters, parables, stories, and sayings, let alone his own parables. At odd moments, he finds this biblical register a strange, a preposterous terminology. Lenin 1908a, 130/132, 51. When he encountered such a register in others, here Feuerbach, but it does not seem to have stopped its systematic usage in his own works. Yet, a few questions remain. Why the Bible? Shit is the soul of agriculture. Lenin 1907c, 182/233, to begin with, how might we understand Lenin's widespread deployment of the Bible? He cites freely from his favored Gospels and then from elsewhere in most of the Bible. At one level, this extensive pattern of citation may be attributed to education, or part of a general cultural awareness in which the Bible was a key cultural artifact. If so, then the Bible is on par with the continual references to literature, particularly Russian literature. The fact that he occasionally weaves in such references to his interpretation of biblical texts strengthens this impression. For instance, in his interpretation of the parable of the tares and the wheat, we find that he also refers to Gogol's short story, The Old World Landowners, where Pulcheria Ivanovna tends her lower pots to the exclusion of any other concern. Lenin 1902p, 455, 56/116, Gogol 1835, 129-50. Furthermore, as we saw, some of Lenin's own parables are constructed from this literature, such as Ivan Krylov's Lion's Share and the Swan, the Pike and the Crab, as well as Chekhov's The Sweetheart. Lenin 1897e, 313/312, 1905 Y2, 416/281, Krylov 2010, 25-26, 1056. 52. Beyond this close interleaving of Bible and Russian literature, he also liberally sprinkles his text with references to the man in the muffler, or the man in a case, a man lacking all initiative and creative thinking from Chekhov's story of the same name, or to Gogol's Dead Souls, or to Saltykov-Shchedrin's History of a Town and the Golovlyev family, to Goethe's Faust, and so on. Lenin 1907a, 22/8, 54 1907 Q1, 152/158, 1907b, 333/312, 13, 1905 R2, 65/122, 1904a, 196/180, 1904k. 500/81, 1917 L1, 45/134, Gogol 1842, Saltykov-Shchedrin 1876, 2000, Goethe 2000. 53. While some truth may be found in this position, it does not get us very far. We need to ask, why these biblical texts and not others? How does he interpret them? Why does he interpret and use them in the way he does? In many respects, this chapter has sought to answer these questions, with specific focus on the parables and sayings of Jesus, but also Lenin's own parables. In wit, the key issues turn out to be party organization, the legal, illegal dialectic, and the struggles with opponents in the social democratic movement, but beyond that text, they all relate in some way to political struggle and the revolutionary movement. All of these myriad interpretations and references provide down-to-earth touchstones that enable him to identify the core of his argument and then advance it all in a language easily understood. The greatest concentration of Lenin's engagement with the Bible is, as I have argued in this chapter, with the Gospels, especially the parables and sayings of Jesus with a distinctly earthy and often agricultural focus. To be sure, he also deploys parables and sayings such as the Syrophoenician woman, the prodigal son, the great banquet, patches on old garments, and the 2 ways, but his clear preference is for parables and sayings of the land and its farmers. Why these parables, concerning sowing and reaping, animals and husbandry? I would suggest that an insight may be gained from his persistent interest in matters agricultural, not least of which was his concern for the revolutionary involvement of the millions of peasants. From his first works through until his last pieces, written in the few moments he had available in the midst of the tasks of government, he was vitally interested in the economics of agriculture, peasants, and the implications for communism. 54 Often these interests are interlaced directly with the parables and sayings and even mere phrases, as we find, for instance, in the biblical mosaic of To the Rural Poor, Lenin 1903t. These specific interests in agriculture and the overlaps with the biblical material, however, suggest a deeper reason. Lenin shared Ernst Bloch's insight: the mass of peasants was vital for the revolution, but their worldview was framed in terms of biblical stories and characters. These narratives also partook of a creative mix of agricultural cum ecclesial rituals, avid interest in the lives of saints, and a panoply of spirits and demons. That is, the agricultural parables we find in the Bible spoke to peasants and those with a peasant background in ways that no other stories were able. It may be objected that wit deals primarily with inter-party debates, and that the RSDLP's primary focus was workers. In reply, I would point out that many workers had themselves made a recent transition from the countryside, often with troubled ties to their peasant origins. Some made the transition more completely than others, while a large number maintained their religious practices and connections to the village. Smith 2008, 83-87. 55 Even for those who made a more radical break, the language of the Bible determined the quotidian terminology of life in a way that Henry Lefebvre was to identify so well. Lefebvre 1991, 226. It is not for nothing that Lenin preferred precisely those biblical stories and sayings with an earthy, agricultural bent, a preference that spilled, 55 over into the construction of his own parables. Yet, we may push even deeper, for anyone who reads Lenin attentively begins to notice a feature that struck his contemporaries: the concrete, unpretentious, and down-to-earth nature of the language he uses. Sukhanov 1955, 280, Trotsky 1976, 53, 140-47, Lunacharsky 1980, 12. The political obstacles to a university appointment may have helped in this matter, as also his origins from the countryside, but in the very fibers of his language, the turns of phrase and vocabulary, we encounter that uncouthness of which I have been speaking. At this level, the oft-disregarded earthiness of the Bible, Boer 2012b, peasant and working class language, and the everyday life of agriculture and labor meet. Sectarianism versus ecumenism. I belong to the Stonehards. Lenin 1905 R, 62 FN/166 FN. A second question concerns Lenin's perpetual struggle with tears. Was Lenin, as the standard interpretations would have it, a sectarian who sought to destroy all who disagreed with him? Even at the time, he was regarded by his opponents as a factional player, doctrinaire, and unforgiving. Far from being an invention by comrades after the October Revolution, Leninist, Leninets, was initially a term of abuse from opponents, an accusation of splitting. Lenin 1912 Q1, 407/225. As we have seen, the list of opponents over the years is long indeed, with Lenin devoting much of his energy to polemic in factional struggles. Yet, His interpretation of the tears suggests a more complex picture, for he leaves room for the possibility that what we thought were tears may turn out to be wheat, indeed that the tears may themselves become wheat. Does Lenin display ecumenist tendencies alongside, or in tension with, his sectarian bent? Is there perhaps a deeper relation between sectarianism and ecumenism in his work? The material is full to overflowing with evidence of Lenin's sectarianism. He was opposed to blocs with other left-wing or liberal groups in the Duma, held that the purity of revolutionary social democracy is dearer than party unity, Lenin 1907 H2, 172/56, and he was opposed to the conciliators, led by Trotsky, who sought to bring together the warring factions. He even managed to argue that this latter group, in cooperation with the liquidationists, Etzovists, God-builders, Bund, Mensheviks, and even Narodniks, SRS, was actually aggravating splits, Lenin 1911 179/234, 1911 1912 P1, 1912 T, 1912 V, 445/266, 67, 1914 P, 61/252, 1914 L. 56Y. The outcome would only ever be compromise, a dilution of the socialist task. The picture of a sectarian, doctrinaire Lenin remains reasonably common, Valentinov 1968, 1969, Lincoln 1986, 235-36, Reed 2005, although this is merely to agree with Lenin's opponents, especially the Mensheviks in their unremitting campaign against him and the Bolsheviks. They even managed to persuade Koskai and Luxemburg over to their perspective. However, a closer reading of the material reveals a constant pattern of bitter polemical struggles with the tears and then simultaneous drives to unity. The most telling example concerns the Bolshevik-Menshevik split, which emerged to the dismay of many in the Social Democratic Party after the Second Congress. Yet, with 56 the era of the Dumas upon them from 1905, they agreed to have a joint conference, the landmark Unity Congress of 1906, Lenin 1906 W1, 1903 B, 307, 9/91, 93, 1906 P1. The Congress documents are full of statements such as the Unity Congress of the RSDLP has been held. The split no longer exists, Lenin 1906 B, 310/395, see also 1906 L1, 376/60. Even more, the agreement included Polish and Lettish Social Democrats as well as the Bund. However, just as the drive to unity gained strength, the sectarian tendency manifested itself once again. So we find accusations of vote rigging and devious machinations, both during and after the Congress, Lenin 1906 Y1, 1906 L1, 1907 R1, 1907 B2. Once again, the various factions drifted apart, so much so that the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks seemed to be two distinct parties. Only to attempt a unified project once again a few years later, Lenin 1910 D1, 1910 P, 1910 N. It seems as though centripetal and centrifugal forces were constantly in struggle, pushing apart in the very act of coming together. A similar tension emerges during the period of the Dumas, when the Social Democrats often considered alliances with other socialist parties, such as the SRS, and more liberal parties like the Trudoviks and Cadets. Lenin's text, The Social Democrats and Electoral Agreements, Lenin 1906 R1, embodies this tension very nicely. On the one hand, it is absolutely vital to remain faithful to the cause and not compromise by making any deals with any other political party, by making any blocs or alliances or joint tickets, Lenin 1906 Y1, 294, 98/379, 84, 1905 I3, 382, 95/126, 41, 1905 T1, 468, 74/235, 41, 1906 X, 1907 D2, 1907 F2, 132/149, 1906 R1, 279/77, 282, 83/80, 81, 288/86, 1906 F, 1906 times 10 to the power of first, 1906 D, 417, 18/231, 32, 1907 L1, 424, 25/239, 40, 1907 Y1, 452, 55/270, 73, 1907 I2, 458/276, 466/284, 1914 Q1, 517/386, 519/388. Yet, under a situation of extreme necessity, it may be necessary to form such an alliance, albeit temporarily and even with liberal parties. As with the later arguments concerning the need for working with opponents after the October Revolution, the necessities of struggle may dictate the need for compromise and alliances, although those alliances should never sacrifice an iota of ideological independence. On this matter, one may work together for a common cause, but then use the situation to show how the other parties are ultimately wrong, as the Bolsheviks did when joining forces from time to time with the liberals in the struggle against Tsarism, with the Mensheviks and the SRS in the crucial months of 1917, and even with Kerensky's forces from the Provisional Assembly in order to thwart the Kornilov Putsch of the same year. Lenin 1906 R1, 296/94, 1906 L, 300, 1/104, 5, 1912 H1, 469, 70/139, 40. 1907 I2, 471/289, 1907 B2, 40, 41/318, 1920 I, 66, 77/50, 62. I suggest at least 3 reasons for this continued tension in Lenin's political practice and thought. The first is purely practical. In a specific political situation, one may enact a fighting agreement, if the SRS, peasant parties, and even other semi-political organizations share the opposition to landlords, to Tsar or Duma, to provisional government, or to capitalist exploitation, and if they represent the broad aims of the peasants and even the petty bourgeoisie, then the Social Democrats will join in a united front. Such a fighting agreement is, after all, in the interest of socialism. It will even provide the opportunity to expose the semi-socialist positions of the other parties. Lenin 1905 70/127, 28, 1905 Z2, 1906 W1, 158, 59/233, 34. 57. A second reason is personal. Lenin was known to work closely together, on a day-to-day basis, precisely with those he attacked in print or party gatherings. Even more, he would not hesitate either to attack a closest comrade if he thought that comrade had taken a wrong turn, only to turn around the next day and embrace that same comrade on the basis of their common ground. 57. A couple of examples make this abundantly clear. Despite his attacks on Trotsky, Lenin and Trotsky were the 2 pillars of the October Revolution and of the early Bolshevik government in the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic, later the USSR, and the intriguing God-builder, Anatoly Lunacharsky, whom Lenin attacked remorselessly in the first decade of the 20th century, was appointed Commissar of Enlightenment after the October Revolution and became particularly close to Lenin. 58. On a theoretical level, not unrelated to the practical and the personal, Lenin felt that the path to unity is not via compromise. Instead, it is dialectical, for only open and sharp arguments lead to deeper union. He argued again and again that, as the epigraph to wit, quoted from Las Alea, puts it, party struggles lend a party strength and vitality. Lenin 1902 p. 347/1. He was always keen to have these struggles out in the open, to engage in them enthusiastically, for only then would strong agreements emerge. The key lies, as LIH makes clear in a scintillating analysis of the aftermath of the famous split during after the Second Congress, in the sovereignty of the party and its organizations. The chief characteristic of the Bolsheviks was not, as standard interpretations would have it, their bloody-minded sectarianism, LIH 2008, 489-553. Instead, the Bolsheviks had a deep commitment to the sovereignty of the party, to its guidelines, decisions, and laws, all of which had been achieved through open and at times heated debates. Thus, the Bolsheviks were in favor of an elected party congress, the Mensheviks were not. The Bolsheviks sought wide worker involvement through a merger between workers and intellectuals, the Mensheviks did not. The Bolsheviks adhered to the guidelines laid down at the Congress, the Mensheviks did not. In this light, the Mensheviks proved to be the more sectarian, especially when one keeps the question of the party and its organization to the fore. 59. The conclusion can only be that Lenin's sectarianism and ecumenism are two sides of the same coin, or rather, they are dialectically connected, neither one, nor the other, but both in tension. Lenin's passionate commitment to open debate was a path to stronger agreements and commitments by the organization. 60. For this reason, he was dead against passive abstention, of laissez-faire, laissez-passer, papering over of differences, of compromising between different groups, even of squabbles behind closed doors. Instead, the key was a very public unity of action, freedom of discussion and criticism, which would lead to recognition of a deeper truth and provide the basis of class and party unity. Lenin 1906 × 10 to the power of first, 320/125, 1904 J, 444/4, 447, 48/7, 8, 1903s, 117/96, 1914 Q1, 1915 N, Bensat ID 2007, 155. Revolutionary Gospels. The third issue picks up the unremitting theme of organization. Time and again, Lenin was engaged in all levels of organization for congresses, party structure, 58 political campaigns, war, after the revolution, and economic reorganization after the Civil War. Out of many examples, let me return to the text with which I began this chapter, wit, especially in the fourth chapter in which the parable of the tares and wheat appears, and then again in the final chapter concerning the role of a party newspaper. As we have seen, in that fourth chapter, the key issue is the dialectical relation between the secret, underground organization, operating in terms of conspiratia, the fine art of not getting arrested LIH 2008, 447/61, and the public, legal organization. Precisely at this point, Lenin draws most deeply upon the gospel parables. The implication, the gospel stories become resources for revolutionary organization. Here Lenin finds a place where the issues facing the socialists echo those of the circles of disciples and the need to spread the good news, what Koski would openly call the Evangelion, the good news of socialism. In short, the Gospels provide excellent templates for the organization of militant revolutionary activity. All of which lead me to ask, what happens to the Gospels themselves in the process of such interpretation and translation? Those stories and parables themselves become radicalized. 62. The men and women who gather with Jesus in the Gospels begin to look more and more like radicals, the teachings become stringent economic and political critiques, the message becomes a revolutionary one of metanoia, of transforming the very coordinates of economic and social life. On this score, Lenin's reading overlaps with that of Pasolini's FIM, the Gospel according to Matthew. Or is it the case that Lenin's interpretations reveal a dimension of the parables that is intrinsic to them? Chapter 3 Christian Revolutionaries and God-Builders. The greatest of the prophets. Karl Marx. Lunacharsky 1908b, 188. A particular group of opponents, or tares as we found Lenin calling them in the last chapter, were the various manifestations of the religious left. Although we met some sundry radical priests and Christian socialists in the first chapter's initial consideration of Lenin's explicit statements on religion, here I explore them more fully. They range from Christian revolutionaries of various stripes to the God-builders. Throughout, I examine in detail Lenin's often ambivalent responses to this persistent and variegated thread of the religious left. The Christian revolutionaries comprise the tradition of Christian socialism, and indeed anarchism, and peasant socialism, although the most consistent expression was to be found in the works of Leo Tolstoy. Lenin found Tolstoy particularly troublesome from a theoretical point of view. In a series of pieces prompted by Tolstoy's death, Lenin twists and turns, attempting to argue that Tolstoy may have asked all the right questions, but that his answers were inadequate. I deal with all of this material in the first part of this chapter. The second part focuses on the God-builders, perhaps one of the most intriguing components of the Bolsheviks and central to the revolution. Among others, they included Anatoly Lunacharsky and Maxim Gorky, both particularly close to Lenin. Rather than pursuing links between orthodoxy and Marxism, God-seekers, in terms of pursuing links from Marxism to an existential version of orthodoxy, God-builders sought to promote the affinities between Marxism and religion, fostering the warm stream of Marxism in terms of enthusiasm, feeling, the new human being, the radical dimensions of religion, all of which were to be embodied in revolution. The third section turns to analyze materialism and empirio-criticism, the text in which Lenin extensively attacked the God-builders, especially Lunacharsky. Both vilified and redeployed in ingenious fashions, the book arrives at its critique of God-building by lambasting empirio-criticism. A philosophical trend. 60 that persists in various forms today. Through the pragmatism of William James, empirio-criticism was initially developed by Richard Avenarius and Ernst Mach. Building on the thought of Berkeley and Hume, and putting itself forward as both radically empirical and positivist, empirio-criticism argued that the only knowledge available comes from sensation, therefore, knowledge must be restricted to experience. To claim that a material world exists outside our senses, or that it is structured in terms of causation, is not a materialist position at all, but a metaphysical postulate that is unverifiable. In light of the increasing influence of empirio-criticism at the time, Lenin viciously attacked it, drawing deeply on Engels's effort to cut a line through all philosophy in terms of materialism and idealism. If materialism means the existence of an objective world that we gradually understand more comprehensively through science, then empirio-criticism must be a species of idealism. And if it is a form of idealism, then it surreptitiously enables God to sneak back into philosophy. At this point, my own interest in Lenin's argument is aroused, not least because Lenin attacks some of the God-builders who were drawn to empirio-criticism. My discussion of materialism and empirio-criticism acts as the link to the following chapter, where I trace Lenin's reassessment of this argument through a rediscovery of Hegel, a rediscovery that opens up a more ambivalent position on God-building. Christian revolutionaries. They would certainly think that such a man was either crazy or a Christian socialist who had found his way into the ranks of social democracy by mistake. Lenin 1907b, 343/322, 23, a united front that includes Jews, Christians, disaffected priests, peasant believers who are communists without being members of the party. All of these I have already discussed in the first chapter. In that discussion, I was interested in exploring the tensions in Lenin's positions concerning religion, if not the mostly unrealized dialectical potential for freedom of conscience. In the following, I focus on Lenin's engagements with varieties of Christian revolutionary movements. He is interested in the Christian anarchists, ZHISN, even if their popularity is a sign of widespread unrest, for the ultimate aim is to draw them into the party. Lenin 1903, 478/302, 1905 H3, 448/218, 1906 V, 437, 38/123, 24, 1913 Y1, 559, 61/367, 69. Father Georgy Gapon. The true character and intentions of this man are still wrapped in a mystery. Algin 1917, 112, Far more important are the peasant socialists and the contradictions embodied in the work and life of Leo Tolstoy. However, let me begin on a slightly different tack, namely the curiously positive appreciation of Father Georgy Gapon, who led the protest march of no less than 200,000 workers in St. Petersburg on bloody, Christian revolutionaries and God-builders 61 Sunday. The culmination of months of militant strikes, the march's purpose was to present a petition to Tsar Nicholas II, requesting amelioration of the grinding conditions of factory labor. Won the response, at the direct order of the Tsar, troops opened fire, massacred hundreds, and injured thousands. The day, the infamous Bloody Sunday of January 9, on the old calendar, sparked the 1905 revolution. Opinions are somewhat divided on Gapon, for he was a product of the Zubatov police unions. For instance, while Gapon's 1905 autobiography presents his own perspective on events leading up the massacre and immediately afterward, Gapon 1905, stressing that he used police and Okhrana patronage to further his own plans, the voluminous endnotes to the collected works present Gapon as an agent of the Tsarist secret police, who had founded the Assembly of Russian Factory and Workshop Workers, Lenin 1907 c1, 546, and 169/521. This position comes close to that of the Mensheviks, as well as Bolsheviks such as Doroshenko and Gusev, secretary and leader of the Petersburg Committee. Not only were they slow to understand the importance of the movement led by Gapon, they also remained highly suspicious of this priest with uncomfortably close relations with the police. Clip 2002, 133-37, Le Blanc 1990, 110-13. According to this reading, Gapon was a provocateur, inciting the workers to demonstrate before the Winter Palace in order to present a petition to our father, the Tsar, for the alleviation of cruel working conditions. Gapon had done so to enable a repression, which would take the wind out of strikes and the protest movements. The narrative must end with the plan backfiring, for it sparked waves of mass strikes and the revolution itself. Lenin's response is in stark contrast to these assessments of Gapon. He argues that even if all this is the case, even if Gapon did initially work under the patronage of the secret police and Zubatov, the events took hold of him and turned him into a revolutionary. Too initially, Lenin gives Gapon even more credit, suggesting that he may have come from a progressive, reformist movement among the younger clergy, and that he may have been a Christian socialist before the event. Lenin 1905 p2, 106/211. In that respect, he may well have been duped, for while believing that he was carrying out an honest task, he was simultaneously an unconscious instrument of the police plan. Upon further reflection, Lenin sharpens his dialectical analysis. Apart from his most intimate friends, writes Lenin, we will never know Gapon's inner motivation. He may initially have been a police agent, and suspicions concerning a priest, a believer in God, are understandable. But look at the facts. Your run-of-the-mill agent provocateur does not behave like that, for such a person would have quietly disappeared under police protection before the troops opened fire. Instead, Gapon became more radical, he agitated for intensifying the revolution, he switched from peaceful petition to violent uprising. These facts, writes Lenin, decided in Gapon's favor. Lenin 1905 p2, 112/218. 3. Lenin goes even further. Not only was Gapon radicalized by the massacre, but he voiced the cry of the oppressed. Gapon was the mouthpiece for millions and millions of workers and peasants who until now had believed naively that the Tsar would listen to them. Their feelings and their mood, their level of knowledge and political experience were expressed by Father Georgy Gapon. Lenin 1905 p2, 111/217. And like them, the reaction of the Tsar broke Gapon's faith that the Tsar would do the right thing once he realized the plight of his subjects. In short, 62 if Gapon had not appeared, we would have had to invent him. In support of his arguments, Lenin quotes an open letter sent by Gapon to the socialist parties of Russia. The bloody January days in St. Petersburg and the rest of Russia have brought the oppressed working class face to face with the autocratic regime, headed by the bloodthirsty Tsar. The Great Russian Revolution has begun. All to whom the people's freedom is really dear must either win or die. Realizing the importance of the present historic moment, considering the present state of affairs, and being above all a revolutionary and a man of action, I call upon all the socialist parties of Russia to enter immediately into an agreement among themselves and to proceed to the armed uprising against Tsarism. All the forces of every party should be mobilized. All should have a single technical plan of action. Bombs and dynamite, individual and mass terror, everything that can help the popular uprising. The immediate aim is the overthrow of the autocracy, a provisional revolutionary government which will at once amnesty all fighters for political and religious liberties, at once arm the people, and at once convoke a constituent assembly on the basis of universal, equal, and direct suffrage by secret ballot. To the task, comrades! Onward to the fight! Let us repeat the slogan of the St. Petersburg workers on the 9th of January: freedom or death. Delay and disorder now are a crime against the people, whose interests you are defending. Having given all of myself to the service of the people, from whom I myself am sprung, the son of a peasant, and having thrown in my lot irrevocably with the struggle against the oppressors and exploiters of the working class, I shall naturally be heart and soul with those who will undertake the real business of actually liberating the proletariat and all the toiling masses from the capitalist yoke and political slavery. Georgy Gapon, Lenin 1905 M1 163/279, Gapon 1905, 170-71, quite to the point, suggests Lenin, for Gapon has stated the aims of the revolution quite clearly: overthrow of the autocracy, provisional revolutionary government, immediate amnesty to all fighters for political and religious liberties, immediate arming of the people, immediate convocation of an all-Russian constituent assembly on the basis of universal, equal, and direct suffrage. And the fighting agreement he proposes is both possible and essential, although we must ensure that we keep our clear identity among all the revolutionary groups. It is best to march separately and strike together. Lenin 1905 M1, 163, 66/279, 82. Lenin does not ask whether the letter might be a hoax, a further step in the provocation. Indeed, one cannot help wondering whether Lenin was taken in, as he was later with Malinovsky, a member of the Central Committee and police agent, whom Lenin defended until he was at long last convinced otherwise, after the October Revolution. Elwood 1977. Gapon's subsequent movements are ambiguous. Soon after Bloody Sunday, he fled abroad, first to Geneva and then London, penned his autobiography, and met Lenin before the Third Congress of the RSDLP, April 1905 in London 4. At the Congress, Lenin reported on their meeting and an invitation from Gapon to a conference of a broad coalition of revolutionary parties. This was attended by Lenin and other RSDLP delegates, only to find it dominated by SRS, with whom Gapon had the most sympathy. Lenin 1905 I3, 416, 21/180, 85. 5. Before the end of 1905, Gapon was back in Russia and in contact with the Okhrana. In trying to persuade his close ally and SR member, Pinhas, Christian revolutionaries and God-builders 63 Rutenberg, who had saved him from the guns on Bloody Sunday, of the value of the connection with the secret police for the workers' cause, he overstepped the mark. He was found hanged in a cottage in St. Petersburg in early 1906, although Rutenberg and the SR movement blamed one another for the death. In the end, it does not matter for my analysis, for what is striking about the whole affair is the way Lenin sees in Gapon, however misguided he may have been, an example of how workers and peasants, Gapon was himself born a peasant, were radicalized by the shock of Bloody Sunday. Lenin's incurably optimistic expectation, even in the midst of the darkest days of the movement, was suddenly vindicated. Faced with systematic and cruel oppression, workers and peasants would become revolutionaries. And Gapon, a priest and believer in God no less, provided the model of such a transformation. 6. Tolstoy. Lenin, in his magnificent works on Tolstoy, which no Marxist literary critic can afford to ignore, Lunacharsky 1973, 171, from the fiery Gapon, we move to the calmer Christian socialism of Tolstoy. That Lenin knew Tolstoy intimately is obvious not only from the easy citation of the latter's works, but also from Krupskia's comment that during their exile in the village of Shushensko in Siberia, Lenin counted Tolstoy among his favorite authors and read him avidly. 7 At the time of Tolstoy's 80th birthday and then at his death a couple of years later, Lenin wrote half a dozen articles that both responded to other assessments of Tolstoy and sought to identify his value for socialism. 8 Central to these articles is a complex understanding of contradiction, for here we find a sophisticated forerunner of what would later be called the imaginary resolution of real contradictions, championed by Frederick Jameson in Heavy Dependence on Le6 Strauss, who in turn acknowledges his dependence on Marx but not Lenin. More of that later. Now I would like to set the context briefly and then assess Lenin's treatment of Tolstoy. By the time of his death, Tolstoy was the subject of varying assessments and political appropriations, Sorokin 1979. Not only had the Slavophiles, Grigorev, Strikhov, and Dostoevsky, or the aesthetes, Turgenev, or the symbolists, Merezhkovsky, made claims to him, so also had radicals since the 1850s, such as Chernyshevsky and Pisarev, and Narodniks, especially Mikhailovsky. The appeal for the latter two groups came from Tolstoy's advocacy of peasant values, feeding into a romanticizing of peasant life and village commune, mir or obshchina, as offering a peculiarly Russian and thereby alternative path to socialism. Lenin had already attacked such positions on numerous occasions, pointing to the feudal and exploitative nature of the village commune. Lenin 1894b, 176/176, 494, 95/52021, 1895a, 238, 39/232, 33, 245/240, 264, 65/261, 62, 1908k, 34, 35/20, 21, 1908e, 1910c. Closer to home, the Mensheviks, especially Nevyadamsky and Bazarev, in Nasha Zarya, had argued that Tolstoy represented the misdirected aspirations of the Russian intelligentsia, constructing a vast synthesis based on the position of non-resistance to evil, Moravsky 1965, 8. With a similar socio-biological, 64 and ideological focus, Plekhanov had suggested Tolstoy was an extreme representative of idealist individualism, even siding with the oppressors, but that he was at least able to show up episodically the undesirability of the present situation, without understanding at all the struggle for transformation of social conditions. Plekhanov 2004, 559-61, 572-89. Handing Tolstoy over so easily to his romantic admirers made it easy for the government newspapers, both liberal and conservative, Rusko-Zhiznomia, Novremia, and Rech, to claim Tolstoy enthusiastically as one of their own. He was a great seeker of God, a prophet expressing the Russian soul. Lenin disagrees. Not only does he seek to counter such celebration, but he also wishes to provide an analysis as a direct counter to and far more sustained than that of Plekhanov, Moravsky 1965, 8. For Lenin, the greatness and power of Tolstoy's artistic achievement is due to its contradictions, or rather, the fact that he responds to, attempts to resolve, and thereby replicates at another, artistic, level the social and economic contradictions that he experienced at such an intense and personal level. 9. Thus, Tolstoy's response or answer to his situation is to offer both an incisive critique of that situation and an essentially religious solution, with its non-resistance to evil, vegetarianism, simplicity of life, and claims to have recovered the authentic nature of early Christianity. That contradictory response has a number of overlays, such as the universalizing move in response to a historically specific situation, as well as the progressive and reactionary features of Tolstoy's answers, the former of which may actually be appropriated by the socialist movement. In other words, Tolstoy may offer a moving diagnosis of the situation, but his prognosis is wayward and backward-looking. Thus far, Lenin may seem to agree with the most sympathetic element of Plekhanov's analysis. But now, he goes a significant step further. Instead of dismissing Tolstoy, he asks, how to make sense of this complex pattern of contradictory responses. Lenin argues that they reveal an equally complex answer to a situation riven with tensions, the peasant's own political aspirations, which Tolstoy expresses with intense clarity, the contradictions of the Russian Revolution of 1905, the class contradictions of Tolstoy's own situation, and above all the passage from feudal economic relations to capitalist ones, especially between the abolition of serfdom in 1861 and the Revolution of 1905. I will explore each item in more detail. To begin with, Tolstoy's work is riven with a deeply contradictory feature. His artistic power lies in the devastating criticisms he levels at both feudal and capitalist patterns of exploitation, yet his solution of a simplified, ascetic Christian spirituality disengaged from politics is highly problematic. 11. These two sides of the contradiction may be designated the critical and the constructive. On the critical side, Tolstoy registers economic exploitation with uncanny and heart-rending genius. Not only does he expose the inexorable trend of ever-increasing destitution among the peasantry, but he also shows with utmost realism the evils of capitalism, government repression, corruption of the courts, and even the way the growth of wealth is concomitant with increasing poverty. 12. As for peasants, while they continue to use primitive methods on allotments of land that had been reduced after 1861, the landlords adroitly turned to their own advantage the abolition of serfdom and the giving of land to peasants. Now landlords demand peasant, Christian revolutionaries, and God-builders 65 labor and their tools and animals in exchange for access to cut-off lands, namely, meadows, watering places, and so on. At the same time, ruined peasants flock to the towns, rapidly swelling the ranks of the working class by feeding exploited labor into the boom in railway construction, mills, and factories. 13. In each situation, exploitation, destitution, hunger, and want are evident. All of these lead to the mountains of hatred piled up against both the system of landlords and the ravages of capitalism expressed so well by Tolstoy's pen. How does one offer a constructive solution? For Tolstoy, the answer is an exceedingly conventional one: recover the simple forms of earliest Christianity. Why conventional? The internal dynamic of Christianity is a perpetual cycle of reforming an apparently corrupt and otiose institutional form. And one justifies that reform in the name of an authentic original Christianity, without the accretions of institutional time. So also with Tolstoy, for over against the dirty little relationship between church and ruling class, in which the church provides the theological bulwark of feudal and capitalist economic depredations, Tolstoy turns against this current form of Christianity in the name of a simpler spirituality. One lives ascetically, becomes vegetarian, withdraws from politics, eschews violence, and seeks inner peace. 14. Tolstoy finds the immediate resources for such a life in the rapidly disappeared village commune of the peasants, reinforced by a deeply moral Christianity that follows the precepts of an anarchist Christ and unfettered by the weight of the Church's odious history. In this light, we may understand his famous commandments, distilled from the Gospels: do not be angry, do not lust, do not bind yourself by oaths, resist not him who is evil, be good to the just and the unjust. Tolstoy 2009, 45-71. Even more, Tolstoy asserts that his answer calls upon the eternal principles of morality, the eternal truths of religion, Lenin 1911 I, 50/101, without realizing that this putative universal is merely the expression of his own particular circumstance, caught as he is in the maelstrom of a world turned upside down. What that circumstance is we will see in a moment. Although Lenin traces the presence of this universal spirit through a range of Tolstoy's writings, especially The Slavery of Our Times, Lucerne, Kreutzer Sonata, Progress and the Definition of Education, and On Life, Tolstoy 1900, 1857, 1889, 1888. Already we have begun to see that Lenin finds the solution woefully inadequate, although the reasons will take some unfolding. And already we have witnessed the dialectical tenor of Lenin's arguments in these 6 pieces on Tolstoy. Although that tenor waxes and wanes, its greatest strength emerges when he moves to explicate the reasons for Tolstoy's contradictory position, caught as it is between the latter's incisive analysis of the current situation and his dreadfully inadequate solution. Lenin offers 4 overlapping explanations of this artistic and indeed political contradiction. First, Tolstoy gives voice both to the peasants' economic despair and to their political aspirations, the ancient foundations of peasant economy and peasant life, foundations that had really held for centuries, were broken up for scrap with extraordinary rapidity. Lenin 1908 206-210. In his greatness as a writer, Tolstoy registers the shock of the changes experienced by the peasants, voicing their collective anger and dissatisfaction. Centuries of hatred of the landlords, priests, and Tsar turn against the capitalist bosses and 66 tax collectors. Yet, despite all this protest, the peasants have not yet found an adequate political answer. Through his lips there spoke that multitudinous mass of the Russian people who already detest the masters of modern life but have not yet advanced to the point of intelligent, consistent, thoroughgoing, implacable struggle against them. Lenin 1910 C1, 353-70. Why? The peasants found themselves caught in a contradictory position, halfway between the class-conscious proletariat and the defenders of the old regime. The peasantry may have been spontaneously revolutionary in its hatred of the old regime, but it was not yet politically conscious enough for a full revolution. So also Tolstoy. Second, this analysis has profound implications for the 1905 revolution. It was a peasant bourgeois revolution because the objective conditions put in the forefront the problem of changing the basic conditions of life for the peasantry, of breaking up the old, medieval system of land ownership, of clearing the ground for capitalism. The objective conditions were responsible for the appearance of the peasant masses on the arena of more or less independent historic action. Lenin 1910 J. 324-20. The significance of that revolution is that the peasantry emerges as a political force. It seeks to sweep away all the old and new forms of oppression and to replace them with communities of free and equal citizens. And this is precisely the locus of their backwardness, for the image of that new society is an old and patriarchal one, with the equality of the village commune reinforced by a deeply moral Christianity, following the precepts of an anarchist Christ, and unfettered by the weight of the Church's odious history. Here we find the source of Tolstoy's utopian image of religiously inspired peasant life, providing a model for living in a rapidly changing world. Yet, it can be only backward-looking, a reactionary utopia. Tolstoy as the voice of peasant aspirations can look only to a mythical past rather than to really qualitative change. Thus, the response to the existing structures is not a militant one, seeking to destroy all that oppresses them. Instead, the peasants and Tolstoy weep and pray, moralize and dream, and write petitions to the authorities to grant their wishes. After all, one must show non-resistance to evil, which was a most serious cause of the defeat of the first revolutionary campaign. Lenin 1908 J. 208-213. No wonder the autocracy took advantage of the peasants and imposed even harsher conditions of life in a vicious counter-revolution, condemning the peasants to live at the edges of the lowest strata of society. Thus far, Lenin has argued for 2 closely related reasons for Tolstoy's contradictory position, both relating to the problems inherent to peasant politics. 15. The third reason both shifts ground a little and it is less articulated in Lenin's argument. Mostly he assumes that Tolstoy speaks movingly from a peasant perspective, this despite the fact that Tolstoy himself was a landlord. Yet, on a couple of occasions, Lenin registers this crucial feature of Tolstoy's own class formation. To begin with, Lenin suggests that one dimension of Tolstoy's contradictions may be inherent in his personal views, but then moves on to argue that those personal views actually reflect much deeper social and economic tensions. Lenin 1910 J. 325-20, 21. Furthermore, Lenin recognizes the importance of this issue of class location, pointing out that by birth and education Tolstoy belonged to the highest landed nobility in Russia, Lenin 1910 331-39, 40, but that he sought to, Christian revolutionaries and God-builders 67 break with all the customary views of this environment. Was that break complete? Did Tolstoy really manage to discard all of those assumptions and fully express the travails of peasants? At times, Lenin suggests so, but at the moments I have just identified, he comes closest to the crucial point that the contradictions in Tolstoy's art are also due to his tension-ridden class location. Or, as he puts it, despair is typical of the classes which are perishing, Lenin 1910 332-41. 16 Lenin is at his strongest with the fourth point, namely, that the deep contradictions of Tolstoy's art are due to the profound transition between modes of production, with all of its dislocation, violence, and exploitation, along with the sheer release from encrusted and apparently unassailable ways of life of the system now falling to pieces, Lenin 1910 1911 I. Tolstoy's artistic production is a comprehensive effort to solve at a cultural level the deep contradictions embodied in the brutal shift of modes of production. 17 This is not to say that the ancient patterns had entirely disappeared, for the relics of feudalism are everywhere to be found. The state is still autocratic, the church still asserts its monopoly, and the landlords still exploit peasants in an official policy of tyranny and robbery. It is as though the feudal system lives on in a modified and suspended form between 1861 and 1905. Yet, at the same time, capitalism leaps all over the old system. This is stated succinctly in a key phrase from Anna Karenina, where the character Levin is talking about arrangements for the harvest. Here in Russia everything has now been turned upside down and is only just taking shape. Lenin 1911 I, 49-100, Tolstoy 1873-77, 870. All of which is to state that Tolstoy offers an imaginary resolution of real social and economic contradictions. However, since culture is never able to offer a real resolution to those contradictions, the cultural response perpetuates those contradictions, albeit transposed and reconfigured. That response is, as we have seen, a juxtaposition of searing and incisive criticism and retreat to a simple Christian life infused with non-resistance to evil. It is a desperate effort to resolve at a cultural level the seismic shift of modes of production. Lenin's final move is to draw out from Tolstoy's work what is positive for the socialist movement. Not unexpectedly, it turns out not to be his retreat into inner contemplation and a purified Christianity, for which Tolstoy was excommunicated from the Russian Orthodox Church, but his incisive criticism of both crumbling feudalism and rampant capitalism. This critique provides an immeasurable service to the socialist movement, for Tolstoy expresses so well the mountains of hatred against both the system of landlords and the ravages of capitalism experienced by everyone. Seen from the class perspective of the proletariat in contrast to the liberals and conservatives who write of a great conscience, which is to focus on his backwardness yet miss the concrete criticisms he leveled, Lenin 1908 J, 2025-206, 9, 1910 G, Tolstoy's criticisms provide fertile ground for socialist agitation and point forward to a world in which that exploitation is no more. Deploying a dialectical mode of analysis that would become central to Ernst Bloch's work, Lenin suggests that these eminently useful socialist elements appear amid the reactionary nature of Tolstoy's work. In other words, precisely because Tolstoy expresses the pain and desire of a class that is being replaced by the bourgeoisie, he thereby provides insights for the class that is going to replace the bourgeoisie. Feudal socialism may be passing, finding a great voice in Tolstoy, but it is the 68 dialectical harbinger of proletarian socialism. In short, Tolstoy contributed, no matter how unwittingly, to the epoch of preparation, Lenin 1910 J, 323-19. For these reasons, Lenin can write, in an extraordinary moment of prescience, that although Tolstoy is known at that moment only to a minority, After the revolution, he will be known by all his time is to come, Lenin 1911 I. What are we to make of Lenin's analysis? I wish to make 2 points, one methodological and the other concerning what may be called Christian communism. To begin with, Lenin has here provided an extraordinary model of what would later be deployed by Claude Lévi-Strauss and then famously developed by Frederick Jameson, who framed this theory of literature in Althusserian language, Althusser 1971, 127-86, Jameson 1981, 77-80, Lévi-Strauss 1989, 229-56. For those unfamiliar with the theory, a brief description: the cultural products of a society invariably attempt to resolve intractable social and economic tensions at an ideological and cultural level, especially when no resolution is available at a socio-economic level. Lévi-Strauss's key example is drawn from his research among indigenous tribes in South America. His interest was drawn to the facial decorations of the tribes he visited, especially the Kituvio. He noticed that the Kituvio use those decorations to ameliorate and repress the social tensions between social groups within the tribe. But those decorations indicate a tension, for they are based upon an axis at an oblique angle to the face. That is, rather than use the natural lines of nose, mouth, and eyes, the Kituvio patterns follow another axis at an angle to these natural lines. There are, in other words, 2 axes in these face decorations. The reason, unlike the neighboring Guana and Boer, who have the social checks and balances of moieties to mitigate their caste system, the Kituvio have no such social solution. Their art then becomes another means of dealing with social tensions. The catch is that in the very effort to deal with such a tension, the art shows up the tension at a formal level. Even though Lévi-Strauss acknowledged his debts to Marx in this theory, Jameson was to provide a more explicit Marxist terminology, with debts to Althusser, an imaginary resolution of real social contradictions that reproduces those contradictions at another level, one that is cultural and ideological. Examples include productions of alternative realities, as in science fiction or utopian works, stories that violently break through the tensions, as in many works that solve the story's problems through a violent conflagration at the end, or efforts at formal innovation, new genres in the mixture of old ones, new styles of painting, and so on. In other words, the lay lies not in the representation of a particular ideology, not in the overt content of the text, but in the contradictory intersections between the form and content of a cultural product, what Murawski calls the artistic cognitive dimension of a work, Murawski 1965. Until I read Lenin, I had assumed that this insightful approach to cultural products, which I have deployed on a number of occasions, Boer 1996, 2003, in Press A, owed its origin to Lévi-Strauss and Jameson. But now, all those assumptions fall away, for Lenin in his reading of Tolstoy offers an analysis that anticipates not so much Lévi-Strauss's limited anthropological analysis, but the Marxist criticism of Jameson. As far as Christian communism is concerned, Lenin has both extraordinary insight and a significant blind spot. Lenin may have identified the regressive nature, Christian revolutionaries, and God-builders 69 of Tolstoy's simplified Christianity, but he fails to see that the depth of his critique of economic exploitation is also part of the tradition of Christian communism. Some explanation is in order, with its emphasis on simplicity, pacifism, vegetarianism, and communal life modeled on an idealized peasant village commune. Tolstoy's model and personal example draw upon elements of the tradition of Christian communism that is first expressed in the Acts of the Apostles. The key text reads, "And all who believed were together and had all things in common, and they sold their possessions and goods and distributed them to all, as any had need." Acts 2:44, 45. 18. The nature of this Christian communism may be sketched easily: a common belief in the resurrection of Christ, communal living, communism of goods, with those owning possessions selling them so that the proceeds may be redistributed, and thereby absence of need. I should add to these items the practices of having meals in common and the abolition of family life, through both communal living and tendencies toward asceticism, as well as the story of the rich young man from the Gospels, where Jesus tells him, "You lack one thing, go, sell what you have, and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven, and come, follow me." Mark 10:21, see Matthew 19:21 and Luke 18:22. Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Koski were the first to give this tradition the title of Christian communism, both stressing that it was a communism of goods rather than production. Luxemburg 1970, 1982, Koski 2007, 1977. However, they differ concerning its fate, with Luxemburg arguing that it petered out since no fundamental change was effected on the mode of production. Thus, communism of goods became alms from the rich and communal life transformed into hierarchical structures. While Koski agrees with this initial analysis, he also emphasizes that Christian communism did not fade away so easily. Relegated to the margins of a triumphant and powerful church after Christianity became the religion of the Roman Empire in the 4th century, it remained an inspiration for the monastic movement, which both sought to recreate that initial community time and again and offered sustained critiques of the church's increasing power and privilege. Tolstoy does indeed seem to draw on this tradition identified by Koski and Luxemburg, in part, for movements of reform typically resorted to the critiques of Ossio's church structures embodied in monasticism, if not monastic orders themselves that had become far too comfortable. Here too may be found simplicity bordering on asceticism, invocations of the early life of Christian communities, and the eschewing of power for the sake of retreat from an evil world. However, the problem with this form of Christian communism is that it tends to remain on the margins, failing to capture the imagination of the bulk of Christianity, often because it has always been a retrogressive response to times of trouble. It may, although not always, invoke a fading way of life, now idealized and transposed into a largely mythical past that one needs to recover. Boer 2011b. In this sense, it remains a reactionary utopia, despite its great appeal. It may also of course offer a critique of the present order and at the same time look forward to its destruction and replacement with a better world in the sense of classical utopianism. Lenin's criticisms of Tolstoy recognize at least the regressive side of Christian communism. 70. However, another dimension of Christian communism may also be identified, a revolutionary tradition that offers trenchant critiques of a corrupt and oppressive status quo, seeking not to retreat from the world but to change it. As we have seen, Lenin attempts to drive a wedge between Tolstoy's retreat from the world, which he identifies as Christian, and his criticisms of a brutal and oppressive status quo, which Lenin sees as eminently useful for socialist agitation but which he does not regard as Christian. Here is Lenin's blind spot in regard to Tolstoy, for this prophetic, revolutionary element is also very much part of the Christian communist tradition. That element was first identified clearly by Engels already in his early 20s, coming to full articulation in his later work, On the History of Early Christianity, albeit not without significant preliminary statements. Engels 1894, 95c, 1894, 95d, 1850a, 1850b, 1882a, 1882b, 1883a, 1883b. The most succinct statement may be found in Engels's preface to a reissue of Marx's The Class Struggles in France. It is now, almost to the year, 16 centuries since a dangerous party of overthrow was likewise active in the Roman Empire. It undermined religion and all the foundations of the state, it flatly denied that Caesar's will was the supreme law, it was without a fatherland, was international, it spread over the whole empire, from Gaul to Asia, and beyond the frontiers of the empire. It had long carried on seditious activities underground in secret. For a considerable time, however, it had felt strong enough to come out into the open. This party of overthrow, which was known by the name of Christians. Engels 1894, 95a, 523, 1894, 95b, 526, 19. Unable to explore in full the promising line of research opened up by this insight, the aging Engels requested Koski to do so, as a series of communications between them shows, Engels 1891a, 200, 1891b, 114, 1891c, 174, 1891b, 88, 1892a, 1892b, 1892c, 493-94, 1892d, 422-23, 1894a, 314, 1894b, 1894c, 321, 1894d, 268, 1894e, 328-29, 1894f, 276. The result of Koskai's labors was not so much his Foundations of Christianity as the multi-volume forerunners of modern socialism, which he too was unable to complete, Koskai 1947a, 1947b, Koskai and Lafargue 1977, Lindemann and Hillquit 1977, Koskai 2002. 20 Here Koskai and those who completed the series traced the perpetual pattern of revolutionary movements inspired by Christianity, running through from the early Middle Ages until the eve of Marxist socialism. The dilemma of such a project is that one must mediate between claims to the novelty of the Marxist moment and the sense that it is heir to a long tradition of revolutionary upsurges by the downtrodden. Stress the break too much and you lose any sense of the many threads that led to the break. Stress continuity and you risk discarding the novelty of the break. Koskai typically attempts to resolve this dilemma in evolutionary terms, arguing for Marxism's completion of a historical progression, fulfilling the unrealized potential of all these earlier revolutions. But is not a dialectical approach more useful, in which the rupture of Marxism is through its very ruptural moment dependent upon continuity with Christian communism? That is, those ruptures and breaks are determinative of the tradition itself. 21 The upshot of all this is that Lenin has identified only one dimension of the heritage of Christian communism embodied in Tolstoy. All Lenin sees is nostalgia, Christian revolutionaries and God-builders 71 rather than hope, quietism rather than action, retreat rather than advance, communal life rather than revolution. So Lenin castigates this regressive dimension of Tolstoy's thought and life, assuming that this is the sole locus of the latter's Christianity. But Lenin fails to identify the other dimension of Christian communism to which Tolstoy is heir, namely, the revolutionary push for a better world. 22 I would suggest that the inspiration for Tolstoy's resounding critiques of devastating exploitation relies not only on the profound sense of a life that is passing, but also on the anticipation of a better life that lays in the future. In that respect, it may well be that implicit within Tolstoy's critiques is precisely that revolutionary anticipation. 23 On that score, Lenin was perhaps more an heir of Tolstoy than he may have cared to admit. Peasant Socialism. The Land is God's. Lenin 1907 L. 297/157. We find ourselves in a situation in which Lenin seeks the actuality of Tolstoy for the socialist cause, while dismissing what he understands to be Tolstoy's inadequate religious solution. Yet, I have also suggested that Lenin's enthusiastic appropriation of Tolstoy's critique owes some implicit debts to the prophetic, active, and revolutionary dimension of Christian communism despite Lenin's belief that he is drawing upon a non-religious element of Tolstoy's art. But this conclusion is by no means the last word on this whole question, for if we look wider than Lenin's half-dozen articles on Tolstoy, we find that he does recognize the theological tenor of criticism such as those deployed by Tolstoy, even if Tolstoy himself did not utter them. Who then deploys Tolstoy-like critiques? They are the various representatives of peasant socialism who crop up in Lenin's texts from time to time. This argument has a number of twists, so careful attention is needed. Thus far, I have proposed that a major source of both dimensions of Tolstoy's art is Christian communism, in both its passive, communal form, which can be a backward-looking utopia, and its active, revolutionary form. However, Christian communism was not the only source of Tolstoy's thought, for we may also identify what is best called peasant socialism. The twist here is that this peasant socialism was itself informed by theological, or more specifically, biblical currents. As I pointed out in the chapter on Lenin and the Gospels, the ideological framework and patterns of everyday life for peasants were in large part determined by biblical perceptions of the world, along with the rhythms of orthodox religious practice and belief, albeit mingled with a good deal of local practice, the usual situation for Christianity, so much so that it is useless to speak of syncretism between pagan and Christian elements. Thus, Tolstoy's valorization of the ideal peasant village commune is not merely a relic of patriarchal feudal economic and social structures, but also one that is infused with the ambivalent legacy of biblical patterns. Why ambivalent? As I have argued elsewhere, that legacy is caught in its very internal dynamic in a tension between, on the one hand, reactionary tendencies that lend themselves all too easily to supporting the powers that be, in this case the Tsar, landlords, patriarchal priests and sundry hangers-on, and, on the 72 other hand, revolutionary leanings that will not put up with the shady dealings of those who claim to have been appointed by God to their roles of power. 24 All of these make much sense of the inherent contradictions of peasant socialism, which, as we saw, Lenin identifies as one element of Tolstoy's work. However, what interests me here is not the reactionary wing but its revolutionary wing, specifically in the way Lenin acknowledges its inescapably theological nature, which he does not do in his treatments of Tolstoy's radical criticisms. While he notes in commenting on Duma debates the deployment by right-wing delegates of biblical justifications for supporting the Tsar, 25 Lenin cannot miss the theological justification for the peasant claim to land redistribution: the land is God's, that is, it belongs to no one and therefore everyone. Or more fully, as the priest Tikvinsky, an independent left-wing Duma representative, states it in a speech supporting a Trudovik land bill. This is the way the peasants, the way the working people look at the land is God's, and the laboring peasant has as much right to it as each one of us has the right to water and air. It would be strange if anyone were to start selling, buying, or trading in water and air, and it seems just as strange to us that anyone should trade in, sell or buy land. Lenin 1907 L. 297/157, see also Lenin 1906 Y1, 287/369, 1906 L1, 345/28, 29. Lenin of course goes on to reveal the limitations of such a position, namely, that the argument for an egalitarian redistribution of land will be useless if the deeper question is not addressed. As long as capitalism is present, any land reform will fail. Tikvinsky may feel that the sale of land, air, and water is strange, but one need only look at the way capitalism already renders them for sale in the large industrial centers, mines, and factories. Even this pales by comparison with the sale of labor power, with the wage slavery of millions, and thereby with the sale and purchase of love, conscience, and science. 26 Nonetheless, in the midst of his efforts to deepen the understanding of a peasant representative like Tikvinsky, Lenin also evinces his admiration for a man who deserves all respect for his sincere loyalty to the interests of the peasants, the interests of the people, which he defends fearlessly and with determination. Furthermore, Tikvinsky and others like him, such as the kindly village priest, Poyarkov, a member of the First Duma in 1906-27, who knew fully well how the liberal landlords acquired land by whatever foul means were available, Lenin 1907b, 392/373, share instinctively the deep ideals of socialism. I am well aware that this viewpoint springs from the most noble motives, from an ardent protest against monopoly, against the privileges of rich idlers, against the exploitation of man by man. That it arises out of the aspiration to achieve the liberation of all working people from every kind of oppression and exploitation. Lenin 1907 L. 297/158. 28 All of which may be traced back to the slogan, "The land is God's." Profound appreciation and sharp criticism. This dual assessment of peasant aspirations is one we find again and again in Lenin's texts. While the peasants' revolutionary organization is still woeful, its actions scattered, its allegiances, Christian Revolutionaries and God-Builders 73 with Liberals Faithful, its resolute focus on land redistribution too monarchist, and its slogans concerning God-given land too theological for Lenin's liking, yet he is taken with their revolutionary spirit, with the refusal to be cowed by the landlords, with their own initiative in creating the Trudovik Party for the Dumas, and speaking truth to power, Lenin 1911 125/177. This pattern of appreciation and sharp analysis of where peasant socialism falls short is the same pattern that we found in Lenin's detailed treatments of Tolstoy, but with one crucial difference: in his treatment of Tolstoy, Lenin identifies the latter's solution as hopelessly religious and thereby feudal, but Lenin enthusiastically appropriates for the socialist cause Tolstoy's stinging criticisms of economic life, all the while failing to see that these two come out of the Christian communist tradition. However, when it comes to peasant socialism, it is precisely the unrelenting attacks against the landlords and against unjust land distribution that draw their inspiration from theological and biblical sources. Of course, Lenin finds the slogan, "The land is God's," inadequate, but he cannot avoid the fact that this tradition of economic criticism, crucial to peasant socialism, finds its voice in theological terms. If we remember my earlier point that the peasant socialism Lenin both castigates and appreciates is itself another dimension of the Christian communist heritage, we are left with the conclusion that both elements of Tolstoy's powerful art owe much to this heritage. With this in mind, I can indeed agree with Lenin that Tolstoy's weakness lies in his pacifist disengagement, but that his strength lies in his unremitting critique of economic and social depredation, with the proviso that this element of his art comes straight out of the tradition of Christian socialism, as Lenin recognizes in relation to the peasant socialists themselves. God-builders. Lunacharsky spoke like a god. That night Lunacharsky was a genius. The October storm and after 1967, 276, Tolstoy and the peasant socialists may have been easier for Lenin to divide and conquer, attempting to generate some distance from the more obviously religious dimensions of their Christian communism. Not so with the God-builders, for they arose from the inner ranks of the Bolsheviks. The power and appeal of their position and the fact that it was a development from within drew from Lenin a deeper response and far greater energy than what was required by his work on Tolstoy. The God-builders show both striking differences and similarities with Tolstoy and the peasant socialists. Unlike the latter, the God-builders manifested no obvious belief in divine powers or the conventional doctrines of Christianity. Instead, they sought to provide a dimension to Marxism that went beyond the focus on cold theory, preferring to emphasize enthusiastic, emotional, and ethical elements, adding what Ernst Bloch would later call a warm stream to Marxism. The catch is that such a stream drew upon the same traditions of Christian communism, now in an even stronger form, as those that fed Tolstoy or the peasant socialists. 74 Lunacharsky's warmth, the personal understanding of the value of life only in connection with a grand sweep of collective life that is the religious feeling of Marx. Lunacharsky 1911, 347, but who was Lunacharsky? Playwright, poet, polemicist, gifted orator, romantic, art and literary critic, prolific writer, 29 expert on the history of religions, revolutionary, inspired first Commissar of Enlightenment in the new Soviet government, 30 key to winning over the intelligentsia to the new project of constructing communism, 31 and even the one who coined the term cultural revolution, Lunacharsky 1981, 241. Lunacharsky is one of the most fascinating figures of the Russian Revolution. He was hailed by admirers throughout the new Russia as a true apostle of enlightenment, as the representative of the spiritual dictatorship of the proletariat, Fitzpatrick 1970, 1. Internationally, he was recognized as one of the most erudite ministers of education throughout the world. It is far beyond my remit to deal with the vast realm of Lunacharsky's thought and life. 32 For my specific concern is his enthusiastic proposal for God-building. With this impressive pedigree, let me turn to the God-building, Bogostroitelstvo, position that emerges from religion and socialism, a work that remains virtually unknown. 33 Apart from manifesting a significant level of research and reading, the work itself is structured into two long volumes, which are formally analogous to the Old and New Testaments, Lunacharsky 1908b, 1911. 34 The content too indicates such a structure, for the first provides the groundwork for the second, in which the focus is the New Testament and then key elements of the Christian tradition. The first volume begins with a discussion of the conditions for its publication, the long germination of the author's ideas, the eternally perplexing difficulty of defining religion, and perhaps the first survey of socialist positions on religion, including Engels, Plekhanov, Feuerbach, and Dietzgen, finding that they fall short. From there, in what is arguably the less interesting part and most indebted to contemporary evolutionary theory of religion, Lunacharsky explores the origins of religion and its stages of development, moving from primitive forms such as animaism, through polytheism to monotheism, and then focusing on the developments of Brahmanism, Judaism, and Hellenism. See also Lunacharsky 1985, 15-47, 147-51. Yet, even here, he deploys what will become a consistent process of discernment, seeking the revolutionary and democratic features of these forms. The most significant section is that on Judaism, for it deals with the Hebrew Bible, which Lunacharsky understood primarily as Jewish scripture rather than Christian. Tellingly, he does not see Greek religion as a high point like Hegel from which humanity fell afterward, but focuses on its negative, idealist, and class side, Lunacharsky 1908b, 216-27. 35 The second volume, however, is more germane to my interests here, for it deals extensively with the New Testament, the historical Jesus, Paul, and then the early currents of Christianity in terms of millenarianism, Gnosticism, and Orthodoxy with its clear statement in Augustine. From this point, it moves into Christian socialism, with a particular eye on its appeal in Russia, assesses the development of liberal theology, especially in Protestant Germany, and then discusses at some length contemporary European, mostly German, religious philosophy, Spinoza. Christian revolutionaries and God-builders 75 Kant, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, and, most fittingly, Feuerbach. An important discussion of utopian socialism, important especially because of formative effect on and continued appeal for modern socialism, precedes the final treatment of Marx and Engels. Not only does this structure anticipate the later approach of Bloch, but it also generates its own problems concerning its apparently evolutionary and teleological nature. And it raises the tension that first faced Engels and Koski, namely, between the rupture offered by Marxism in relation to earlier forms of religiously inspired communism and continuity with those earlier traditions. I will return to these matters later. The work itself was the result of long periods of often intense study. Despite his frequently avowed atheism and denial of a supersensory world, 36 he had studied the history of religion in depth on more than one occasion, beginning with works available in the Paris libraries, especially the Musée Guillemot in 1897, escaping there after he had managed to avoid Russian military service due to his extreme short-sightedness. Once again, he returned to the subject during the 6 months of solitary confinement in the Taganka prison in Moscow in the second half of 1899. Here, despite insomnia through bad food and lack of exercise, he felt that he had clarified his personal religion, which was to be expounded almost a decade later in Religion and Socialism. His poetry, plays, stories, literary and art criticism, and even reflections on education also evince a preoccupation with religious and often biblical themes, along with, apparently, social reform and married women, which may be read both in terms of the influence of those studies and the cause for them. Again and again, the settings of his creative writings are populated with spirits, angels, and demons, if not the gods themselves, or they are set in epochs, usually the Middle Ages, saturated with religion. 37 An attentive reader also finds theological themes laced throughout his writings on education, art, and literature. So we find reflections on Alexander Blok's Christian communism and left-wing Narodnik dreams, Tolstoy's mythical peasants as the model of his man born of God and the source of his retirement from the world to his little cabbage patch, Titian's sensitive paintings of Pope Paul III, which bring out his drive for temporal power alongside his doubts, and critical notes on the intersections of pagan and Christian themes in the opera Legends of the City of Kite, Lunacharsky 1981, 45-58, 1973. 159, 170-85, 210-17, 1985, 105-10. Back to Religion and Socialism, the primary motivation for the work is at least twofold. To begin with, it seeks to explore the relations between religion and socialism, or, more specifically, of determining the place of socialism among other religious systems, Lunacharsky 1908b, 8. Note that he entitled the study Religion and Socialism. The arrangement of the two nouns is not accidental, with religion being the prior term. It may be seen as a direct response to Lenin's Socialism and Religion, Lenin 1905-3, in which socialism is the all-encompassing frame. More arrestingly, Lunacharsky wishes to locate socialism within other religious systems, or at least understand it in those terms. Here, apparently, is grist for the critical mill that charges socialism with being a secularized form of, especially Jewish and Christian, theology. Apart from the facetiousness of that suggestion, Lunacharsky outflanks it by arguing that socialism may be seen as another form of religion. 76. But what does he mean by religion? I will allow his complex understanding to emerge through the following points. A second motivation is the need to provide a dimension to Marxism that goes beyond the focus on cold, dry economic theory, Lunacharsky 1908b, 9. Instead, it prefers to emphasize enthusiastic, emotional, and ethical elements, what Ernst Bloch would later call a warm stream to Marxism. As for the cold stream, the man largely to blame was Plekhanov, the father of Russian Marxism. Lunacharsky has little time for Plekhanov, 38, finding him locked into pure rationalism, a feature he also found among the Mensheviks who held to a rigid theory of the stages of revolutionary development, moving via the maturity of the bourgeois revolution into an eventual communist revolution. Lunacharsky blamed this on Plekhanov's heavy reliance on Engels, although I would add that this was a partial Engels, mediated through the works read widely by the first generation of Marxists after the founders, works such as Anti-Die Ring and Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, rather than the enthusiastic and optimistic Engels of On the History of Early Christianity, his amusing and youthful letters from Wuppertal, or the entertaining and voluminous correspondence, Engels 1894-95c, 1894. 95d, 1839a, 1839b. Even the Bolsheviks tried to accommodate themselves to an orthodox Plekhanovite Marxism that was not really Marxism at all, or at least a one-sided distortion of Marxism. The problem was that they had lost what may be called the warm stream of Marx's own thought and practice. 39. This was the sensitive, enthusiastic, ethical Marx, the one who, alongside his deeply scientific practice, also provided an emotional appeal as a moral philosopher, the one who, according to Lunacharsky, said that poets need many caresses, the October Storm and after 1967, 274. He was, in other words, a voluntarist in politics, just as the Bolsheviks were in Lunacharsky's own day, a major reason for his own decision to join the Bolsheviks, ready to seize the opportunity rather than wait for the inexorable march of history. Lunacharsky speaks openly of his enthusiastic conversion to Marxism and describes that system as a deeply emotional impulse of the soul, Lunacharsky 1908b, 9. Actually, Marx was the latest in a long line of prophetic figures, full of fiery condemnation of oppression and longing for deliverance, his precursors being no lesser figures than Isaiah, Christ, the Apostle Paul, and Spinoza. The key to Marxism was then a synthesis of science and irrepressible enthusiasm. How to recover this lost warm stream of Marxism, full of enthusiasm and emotional appeal? One avenue was art, a lifelong passion for Lunacharsky, and the other was religion. In fact, he saw religion as the necessary groundwork for a full treatment of materialist aesthetics, regarding them here as intrinsically linked rather than as two discrete zones. 1908b, 1840. By religion, he meant not the belief in divine figures or a supernatural world that determines this one, 41, but rather the emotive, collective, utopian, and very human elements of religion. He formulates this definition in different ways. It may be in the form of a question: how does religion answer the fundamental needs of the human spirit? 1908b, 21. Or, religion is enthusiasm, and without enthusiasm it is not given to man to create anything great. Understanding enthusiasm here is its full sense of being full of. Christian Revolutionaries and God Builders 77. The Spirit and of Eschatological Hope, 1908b, 228. It may be expressed in the words of the Apostle Paul: "We are saved by hope," Romans 8:24, quoted in 1908b, 49. Or, the dreams of humanity are expressed in nothing less than religious myths and dogmas, 1908b, 7, and thereby religion marks the contradiction between the ideal of those dreams and reality, 1908b, 42. 42. If the latter point comes close to Marx's idea of religion as providing a heart and soul in heartless and soulless conditions, the former is more heavily influenced by Feuerbach. 43. It is worth noting that Lunacharsky is far from seeing religion in a utilitarian manner, as useful for socialism, whether in terms of appealing to those with a religious bent or in terms of appropriating some peripheral elements of religion. Instead, he seeks the core of religion, its workings, contradictions, and possibilities. To this end, he focuses not so much on the external socio-economic fate of institutions, 44, but on the analysis of the main religious ideas and sentiments, the meaning of which must be comprehended in the light of our religious consciousness, 1911, 126, a consciousness that is found in the connection between collective ideals of socialism and the organic and conscious needs of one's own life. The result is rather remarkable, for the reader encounters a Bolshevik discussing at some length theological matters such as Christology, justification by faith, salvation, and eschatology. The main feature of Lunacharsky's contribution is the sustained awareness of the political ambivalence of religion, which thereby requires a strategy of discernment. That is, while he deeply appreciates Feuerbach's, and implicitly Durkheim's later, effort to see religion in a positive light, Feuerbach's religion is ultimately a little too romantic. In religion, human beings may well project best of themselves, yet Lunacharsky is all too aware that religion can be brutally oppressive. In this respect, he sets out to counteract the oppressive forms of religion, in which it may easily become an ideological means of ensuring subservience, resignation to one's lot, punishment for sin by a vengeful God, and the offer of a reward in the next world. Lunacharsky 1981, 84-85, 150-51, 1973, 99-100, 1985, 233. However, before I deal with this feature of his analysis in more detail, I focus on a number of other items: the role of myth and poetry, the religious drive for collective life, especially in Christian communism, and the revolutionary tradition, in its continuities and ruptures, from the ancient prophets to Marx. Each element may be found in both the early religion and socialism and many of his later, post-revolutionary works. Myth, poetry, and human ingots. In a word, one who is not yet a species being. Lunacharsky 1911, 337. One matter does need to be clarified before I discuss these points, and that is the supposed worship of human beings. God-building tends to be understood by some who have commented upon it as a proposal to replace the traditional gods with human beings, Fitzpatrick 1970, 1, Bergman 1990. We are the new gods, it is suggested, and should focus all our religious energies upon ourselves. Some isolated statements may be understood in this sense, but to do so is to misunderstand the nature of Lunacharsky's proposal. It is God-building. 45 That is, the gods. 78 Provide ideal models of human desire and achievement, goodness, hope, knowledge, social transformation, models to which we aspire. However, we are in our current state far from such an achievement, hence the need for a long process of construction. Or, in his own terms, we are living ingots, still to be shaped. Our ideal is the image of man like a god, in relation to whom we are all raw material only, merely ingots waiting to be given shape, living ingots that bear their own ideal within themselves. Lunacharsky 1981, 57. 46 In such statements, however, the acclaimed poet shows forth, albeit in terms of the language used. This poetic, image-laden language is characteristic of all his writing. But he also reads texts in terms of the same sensibility, especially the Bible, which features strongly in both volumes. The gospel narratives of Jesus are full of drama, linguistic power, tragedy, and triumph. Lunacharsky 1911, 18-22. Above all, he finds the Apostle Paul a writer of remarkable skill, the bright and sparkling poet of early Christianity, and the internationalist democrat who at the same time spiritualizes Christian thought. 1911, 27-60. The fact that accurate historical evidence of Jesus outside Gospels is not available, 1911, 13-14, provides Paul with great scope to reshape the myths of Christ at the right hand of God, as the dying and rising God who acts as the culminating point of all that has gone before. 1911, 38-40. By contrast, the Gnostics, or at least some of them, produce poetic gibberish that rubs in the wrong way all of Lunacharsky's sensibilities. It should come as no surprise, then, that he should see the importance of myth, anticipating Ernst Bloch by many decades. With its metaphoric language, its ability to speak of matters that cannot be expressed in ordinary language, myth points us to the ineffable appeal of religion. Indeed, religion itself may be characterized as myth, a wonderful, graceful interweaving of tales. 1908b, 191. And these myths are full of the strange, the savory, the comic, and the scandalous nature of stories that produce delight and awe. Only in such language do the artists of tomorrow reach out to new, or rather bind the gold of the past with the art of the future. 1908b, 102. Christian communism. Christian ideals are to such an extent contrary to the established order of things, that a sincere Christian cannot fail to notice this and not feel the greatest hatred and contempt for those imaginary servants of Christ. Lunacharsky 1911, 158. Within that framework, Christian communism looms large in Lunacharsky's analysis. He would never relinquish the point that early Christianity was characterized by comradeship, equality, and honesty, that the early message was a gospel of the poor, of the slaves, artisans, and proletarians. 47 And that the early communities were permeated by a spirit of collectivism, sharing what little property they had. Lunacharsky 1911, 111. 48 On this matter, he draws upon all of the key texts in the Acts of the Apostles and the Gospels concerning such communism and the resolute opposition to acquiring private property. 1911, 65. Lunacharsky has no hesitation in calling this a form of democratic, egalitarian socialism throughout religion and socialism. See also Lunacharsky 1985, 114, 76, 84-85, 92, 120-21, Christian Revolutionaries and God-Builders 79 173-76. A number of elements play a role here, including the democratic virtues of the God of the Hebrew Bible, offering a sense of justice, aversion to power, to luxury, and to the associated vices and crimes. Lunacharsky 1911, 7, the role of the Essenes and their monastic communism, as well as the Ebionites, the poor. 1911, 11, 23-26, 35-36, 61, the subsequent history of Christian socialism, with all of its continuities and breaks. 1911, 139-82. At times, he qualifies these statements, pointing out that the communist dimension tended to be otherworldly, that the communism in question did not address the question of production, remaining within the realm of consumption, and that the democratic element lasted only as long as the early church was made up of the lower classes. All of these enable him to deploy a narrative of betrayal, if not a fall from grace. Soon enough, it becomes a religion of power and hierarchy, ready to assume that God justifies the rich and mighty so that they may assert their influence over the masses, promising reward in heaven in exchange for subservience on earth. How did this happen? Lunacharsky's answer focuses on Gnosticism, which is the aristocratic answer to the democratic and revolutionary forms of Christianity, 1911, 69-101. Here may be found the sources of the doctrine of the Logos, so crucial to Orthodox Christianity, and of individualism and thereby of individual power, which he is clear does not derive from Paul. 49. Above all, it enables an aristocratic takeover of the church and the marginalizing of the revolutionary communist side of Christianity, 1911, 104-39. In other words, Gnosticism did not fail, as the conventional narratives of the early ecumenical councils would have us believe, but succeeded in gaining control at structural and doctrinal levels. The last chance for an alternative lay with the ambiguous work of Clement and Origen, especially in their efforts to produce syntheses of communist and aristocratic elements, but they failed, as may be seen in the full statement of Orthodox Christianity in Augustine and the clear class identification of the clergy with the ruling class, 1911, 106-22. As he sums up in the later debates with Wittensky, a transformation took place from a chaotic primitive church into a strong, cunning, subtle instrument of oppression, Lunacharsky 1985, 92. Whether this account holds up is another matter, but Lunacharsky needs what may be called a narrative of the fall from that early communism, a narrative found in its paradigmatic form in Genesis 2-3. Class is inextricably tied up with this development, for although the original church may have appealed to poor peasants and workers, it soon attracted a morally bereft aristocracy and propertied classes, who then smoothed the passage for Christianity to become a religion of empire, Lunacharsky 1985, 121-24. While the need for some account of how early Christianity became the church of today is necessary, a fall narrative is problematic for a number of reasons. It assumes a betrayal of an initial, original impulse that one must seek to restore. In that respect, Lunacharsky's argument falls into the perpetual logic of Christian reform movements, which seek the elusive origin to justify their own positions. Furthermore, it substitutes a linear narrative for a more subtle analysis that recognizes the tensions at the heart of a religion such as Christianity. This subtlety emerges in Lunacharsky's concern with the theological and political ambivalence of Christianity, a theme that is in many respects more important in his study, see in the following. 80. More astutely, Lunacharsky introduces a crucial distinction into his discussion of Christian communism. Communal, democratic, and radically equal living constitutes only one dimension, for the other element is revolution itself. Christianity may have exhibited elements that qualify it as communist in the first sense, but what about revolution? Here Lunacharsky is unequivocal. Christianity was also revolutionary, since it included a rough justice for the wealthy and ruling class. The communist spirit of early, popular Christianity is not in doubt. But was it revolutionary? Yes, of course. In its negation, the radical, merciless negation of the civilized world of the time, imposing in its place a completely new way of life, it was revolutionary. Any ideology that truly reflects the mood of the oppressed masses can only be revolutionary in its depth. Lunacharsky 1911, 139, 50. He deploys this distinction between communist living and revolution in a number of ways, at times combining them and at others exploring their contradictions, but here he sees enough similarity on both counts between Marxism and Christianity to call them communist, for their ideals are partly congruent. Lunacharsky 1911, 159. Revolution and the revolutionary tradition. In a religious society one cannot make a revolution or a broader reform that is not a revolution in the field of the relationship with God. Lunacharsky 1908b, 70, not only do Christianity and Marxism share the communist and revolutionary drive, but revolution itself becomes the key moment of God-building, constituting a heightened time in which the new person may be constructed. But how exactly do they relate to one another, given the historical gap between the time of early Christianity and modern Marxism? Is it a continuous tradition, with the earlier manifestation feeding eventually into Marxism? Not quite, for the connection between them is somewhat more complicated. Given that there are traditions of Christian communism, the best way to understand his approach is to distinguish between the false and true traditions of Christian communism. The false tradition is precisely the recent Christian socialism that appealed to so many. In England, it may have been Carlyle and the radical clergy; in Germany, Naumann and Cutter led the push; in Russia, Tolstoy was the great proponent, but it also included Bulgakov for a time, Merezhkovsky, and Metropolitan Filaret. Lunacharsky 1911, 155-82. But why are they false? One reason Lunacharsky states clearly: they may have picked up certain radical elements of earlier Christian revolutionary forms, but they offer aberrations, a cold and drab alternative, a tendency to adopt all of the secularist and free-thinking approaches so that they are hardly Christian at all, an ineradicable bourgeois sentiment, if not actually a counter-revolutionary one. The other reason is not stated directly, but I would suggest that Lunacharsky had to make such an argument in order to claim the ground for Marxism. If he had granted them too much legitimacy, then one would wonder at the need for modern socialism at all. These Christian socialists, Christian revolutionaries, and God-builders 81 would be enough. Instead, he seeks to show that they are not the true inheritors of radical and revolutionary religious traditions, for that honor belongs to Marxism, the great new religion, 1911, 182, that will replace all the others. By contrast, the true tradition of revolutionary religious communism is ancient indeed, running all the way back in the Bible to a dimension of the Hebrew God, Yahweh. Quoting the Bible extensively, he traces Samuel the staunch anti-monarchist, the rebellious people after the death of Solomon, Lunacharsky 1908b, 163-64, but above all the Hebrew prophets. Great prophets are always on the borders, among seething social struggle. With eagle eyes peering into the future, they provide a slogan, generalize the struggle, scourge the enemies of their ideas, console supporters, 1908b, 70. So we find Amos the firebrand, bright Hosea, Isaiah the Democrat, Jeremiah the furiously eloquent, elements of the law, the Apostle Paul as the revolutionary, democratic internationalist, and of course, Jesus the scourge of the propertied and wealthy, 1908b, 165-78. 51. Beyond the biblical text, Lunacharsky also discerns this prophetic tradition in the everlasting Gospel of Joachim of Fiore, a favorite of Ernst Bloch, adding Francis of Assisi, Fra Dolcino, Thomas Muenster and the Peasant Revolution, the Muenster Revolution of 1534-35, 52. Even the Puritans of the English Revolution, Lunacharsky 1911, 55, 141, 145-55, 1908b, 183-84, see also 1985, 92-102, 120-25, 181-83. Here indeed are the fiery preachers of the three ages, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, in the spirit of the prophets, with the last, eschatological age about to happen. And, once again, like Bloch, he is not afraid to claim the millenarian, eschatological dimension of all these prophets for Marxism, 1908b, 171-72, 1911, 34-35, 61-69. This complex tradition, with its shortcomings and achievement, leads ultimately to revolution, but I have not yet explicated how Lunacharsky understands such a revolution. In this case, since the only revolution he had experienced at the time of writing Religion and Socialism was the failed one of 1905, with 1917 yet to come. I draw on some other works to gain a sense of his approaches to revolution. One approach was to draw on the theme of sinless sacrifice, specifically in relation to the 1905 revolution. Soon after Bloody Sunday, Lunacharsky penned an extraordinary poem, on the anniversary of the 9th of January, 1905b. The poem takes the voice of a young man who relates both his and his father's participation in the march, led by Father Gapon, to present a petition to the Tsar. Despite what the two protagonists initially believed, having followed the advice of the good priest Gapon, who spoke to these workers every Sunday afternoon in a workers' meeting, the march was to turn bloody. Gapon had convinced the workers that all they need to do is be good Christians and address their grievances to the earthly father, the Tsar. Biblical allusions appear throughout, marking key theological and liturgical moments. It begins with the lamp of hope that has not been extinguished, Exodus 27:20, 21, Leviticus 24:2, 4, which is also the lamp in a home's icon corner. The icon image itself is carried in the march, Genesis 1:26, and the people give voice to their suffering, murmuring against their rulers, Exodus 15:24, and throughout the wilderness wanderings. Thus, with the icons before them, anticipating God's representative on earth to respond to their prayer of supplication, the crowd sings hymns and smiles. They are in for a rude shock. 82, for the commander of the Cossack regiment does not wish to listen. He has his orders, to talk to the Tsar directly, like the nobles do, is not for ordinary men. On that terrible day, the clouds poured blood, Joel 2:31, Acts 2:20, Revelation 6:12, the Cossack regiment fires on the sinless workers, Isaiah 52-53, and the old man is killed. The white snow, a symbol of sinlessness, is turned red with innocent blood, Isaiah 1:18. Broken icons lie scattered about. Of course, the whole father-son relation is deeply theological, except that on this occasion, the father dies a sinless death. In response, the son now vows that next time, instead of religious banners, he will carry a red flag, instead of icons, he will take to the procession bombs, guns, and dynamite, and they will sing not church hymns but La Marseillaise. 53. The successful revolution was yet to come. October 1917 was indeed an ecstatic moment for a man given to an intensity of feeling. In the midst of the revolution itself, he shared his excitement, his profound spiritual ecstasy, with all around him. To Sukhanov, he exclaimed, "These events are epoch-making. Our children's children will bow their heads before their grandeur." Fitzpatrick 1970, 1. He wrote that life was colossal in everything, tragic, and significant, indeed that it was the greatest, most definitive act of God-building, the most dazzling and decisive step towards fulfilling the program laid down by Nietzsche. The world is without meaning, but we must give it meaning, Lunacharsky 1919, 31. Caught up in these immense, strongly felt experiences, he was not afraid to speak of God, albeit a God that has now given himself to the world. All this should make it clear that the revolution constituted not so much the worship of human achievement, but a heightened process during which human beings took a leap forward in the process of shaping those living ingots. Ambivalence, between democracy and oppression. The gap between the old and new image of God becomes so deep that the deity was divided into two gods. Lunacharsky 1908b, 75, I have left the most significant contribution of religion and socialism until last, namely the consistent uncovering of the political and theological ambivalence of religion and the consequent need for discernment. Again and again, Lunacharsky points out that a religion like Judaism or Christianity faces an inescapable tension between the revolutionary and the counter-revolutionary. The gods themselves may be the embodiment of democracy, the aspirations of the poor, and of resolute hatred for the rich and powerful, yet, the gods may also sit very snugly in the seat of power, Lunacharsky 1908b, 64. At times, this awareness takes a less insightful form, such as the argument that early Christian communism was systematically marginalized and that the Church fell from grace to become a religion of empire, as I noted earlier. At other times, he may follow a conventional opposition, such as that between the priests and the prophets, between ideologues of power and their fiery critics, 1908b, 68-69. And at times, he may lose his dialectical sharpness, as when he lumps the Reformation in with liberal Christianity, an expression of the new power of the bourgeoisie. Here he follows Engels, Lunacharsky 1911, 193-99. Yet, even here, a glimmer of dialectical analysis appears, for the Christian revolutionaries and God-builders 83 Reformation failed to live up to its initial agenda: freedom of individual, reading the Bible, freedom of faith, absence of ritual, and external piety. This glimmer opens up the full exercise of a dialectical approach to political ambivalence, in which revolutionary and reactionary elements are inseparable, the one enabling the other. This is a tension internal to the logic of the biblical material, in which those texts may simultaneously side with power and be a source for protest. The examples are many, of which his favored prophets are one. The prophets were revolutionaries because they fought for the people who were oppressed, and they sought a social upheaval in the spirit of egalitarianism. They were also reactionaries because they placed their ideal in the past, in the simplicity of the morals and in the patriarchal equality of the pastoral period, and they fought against economic progress that had to go through concentrations of land and of capital. Lunacharsky 1908b, 165. It is no surprise, then, that a great prophet like Isaiah, whom Lunacharsky quotes extensively, was both a Democrat and compromiser with the ruling class, 1908b, 169. In other words, the revolutionary impulse of the prophets is itself enabled by a backward-looking, pastoral, small proprietor, and anti-progress perspective. Without the latter, they would not have been revolutionary, yet that reactionary element ultimately hobbles the unleashing of a full revolutionary approach. A comparable tension appears in the poet of early Christianity, Paul, Lunacharsky 1911, 41-45, 53, 58-60. In response to the delay in Christ's return, Paul constructs an idealized, mystical, and otherworldly theology that spiritualizes a very earthly and political movement. The heavenly face of Christ now overshadows the worldly person, 1911, 53. At the same time, by means of that spiritualization, Paul breaks through to a more international and democratic form of Christianity. It is no longer ethnically and nationally limited, for it belongs to all. The analysis of Paul becomes even more subtle, for in internationalizing Christianity, he overcomes yet another tension, now within early Christianity. That form, which Lunacharsky admires, may have been resolutely communistic, yet it was trapped within a fierce nationalism and hatred of foreign oppressors. Paul's response both moves away from that early communism and negates its fiercely nationalistic focus. Indeed, he was able to do so only through an anti-communist spiritualization. Even so, at this higher level, Aufhebung, Paul offers a new revolutionary doctrine: justification by faith is itself deeply revolutionary, for it destroys the privilege of the rich and powerful, 1911, 55. Finally, it is precisely this mystical theology that makes of Paul the great myth-maker, producing a reshaped myth of the dying and rising Christ, a myth that Lunacharsky admires for its sparkling poetic power. One may even see this tension embodied in the deity. The aspirations of the people of the Old Testament for freedom, for social justice, for equality, if not communism, are inspired by none other than God. Yet, with the establishment of a new order, this revolutionary God turns into a conservative or moderate liberal, 1911, 76. Or, as Lunacharsky puts it later, the tribal God, Yahweh, appears as ally of the lower classes, the God of revolution, one who overthrows tyrants and, 84 those who have grown fat on the bones of others. At the same time, he is a cruel commander, one who demands bloody sacrifice, the firstborn and circumcision, and the complete extermination of whole peoples, even down to the children, Lunacharsky 1985, 50. Christ too embodies these two faces, being both a communist, a humble teacher of wisdom, full of life and the desire for a higher good. Yet, he is also horrible and grim, fostering in the hearts of people a desire for revenge, Lunacharsky 1911, 139-40. A religion like Christianity, therefore, may take oppressive forms, all too often an expression of the dominance of nobles and priests, and it may also be essentially a complete denial of all noble rank, of all noble birth, of any war, of any vengeful feeling, Lunacharsky 1981, 150. Or, to echo Ernst Bloch many years later, Christianity may be both a creed of democracy and a justification for meekly bearing the yoke of oppression, Lunacharsky 1985, 92. 54. I close with a slightly different example, from Lunacharsky's literary analysis, but one that expresses this awareness of the ambivalence of Christianity in a unique way. It appears in the midst of a long engagement with Bakhtin's study of Dostoevsky, Lunacharsky 1973, 79-106. Here, Lunacharsky offers a sharp analysis of Gogol, Tolstoy, and Dostoevsky. He locates the first two at either end of the political spectrum, Gogol as a supporter of the landowners and Tolstoy as an implacable warrior against such slavery. Both can easily justify such positions by resorting to the Gospels. In between, we find Dostoevsky, who both avoids a spiritual break with socialism while anathematizing materialist socialism. This tension becomes the key to Dostoevsky's polyphony, characterized in a brilliant passage by Lunacharsky, worth quoting in full. He devoted all his genius for thought, feeling and character drawing to the erection of altars rising to heaven. There is something of everything, the subtlest sophism and the faith of a charcoal burner, the frenzy of the fool in Christ and refined analysis, the poet's facile gift of winning over the reader by the acute insight attributed to the religious characters, etc. Yet Dostoevsky returns in doubt again and again to survey his many-storied edifices, understanding that they are not built to last and that, at the first underground tremor caused by the movement of the fettered titan whom he has buried in his own heart, the whole pile of spillikins is going to collapse. Lunacharsky 1973, 104, at the first underground tremor caused by the movement of the fettered titan whom has buried in his own heart, only Lunacharsky could express the deep, internal ambivalence of Christianity in such a fashion. Summing up, it is not necessary to look for God. Let us give him to the world. There is no God in the world, but there might be. The road of struggle for socialism is what is meant by God building. Lunacharsky quoted in Yermakov 1975, 35, in looking back over the extensive project that is religion and socialism, Lunacharsky was all too aware of the partial nature of the work, yet he felt Christian revolutionaries and God builders 85 had achieved some clarification concerning religion in relation to Marxism. I tried to open wide the door of the inner sanctuary, the holy of holies of emotional Marxism. My book is at the threshold of the doorway, Lunacharsky 1911, 394. In concluding this analysis of his project, I would like to raise 3 points: his argument that Marxism offers a culmination and higher synthesis of religion, the tension between old and new, and the subsequent fate of God building. To begin with, what does it mean to say that communism offers the highest synthesis of religion? Lunacharsky speaks of Marxism as a new religion, the most complete synthesis, the fifth great religion that emerged out of Judaism. He describes Marx as a prophet in the tradition of the Hebrew prophets, of Zoroaster, and of Jesus. These are arresting formulations, yet they raise some questions. Those who ascribe to the hypothesis that Marxism is merely a secularized form of Jewish and Christian salvation history will sagely nod their heads, for Lunacharsky expresses an obvious truth. The catch here is that this common perception, which has become a given due 1,000 repetitions, collapses under the weight of evidence. As I have argued elsewhere, Boer 2011, this was precisely the religiously saturated and deeply apocalyptic version of socialism that Marx and Engels resolutely opposed. The fact that Lunacharsky feels called upon to introduce these elements into Marxism indicates their absence within that system of thought and action. Furthermore, the argument that Marxism offers a new and higher synthesis of religion faces the thorny problem of Marx's own largely negative understanding of religion, as the sign of a world out of joint, as the response to real suffering that must itself be overcome for religion to fade away, as an otherworldly and empty belief in God, and as the expression of bourgeois individualism. Lunacharsky 1911, 337. On this matter, Lunacharsky feels called upon to redefine religion and take a step beyond Marx to suggest that Marx's sense of religious feeling is the personal understanding of the value of life only in connection with a grand sweep of collective life. 1911, 347, see also 335. Another problem is that the grand narrative, from the prophets to Marx, follows an evolutionary, if not teleological path that can culminate only in Marxism. On this matter, Lunacharsky is wary indeed, avoiding such a framework and preferring to describe Marxism as a search for what is already almost found. 1911, 365. We search for the lost item, at times coming close to finding it, at others being far away. Marxism comes closest of them all. I suggest, however, that Lunacharsky touches here on the perpetual problem facing revolutionaries, that of rupture and continuity. Lenin also faced this problem, see the 5th chapter. A new movement, especially one that achieves revolutionary success, must of necessity define itself over against all that has gone before, for otherwise it would not be so new. Yet, new movements do not appear ex nihilo, for they build upon what has gone before. Indeed, in his approach to art, architecture, and literature, Lunacharsky was a strong proponent of drawing up the best of the past and transforming it in light of the new situation. This tension between continuity and rupture shapes Lunacharsky's formulations of the prophetic, Christian communist moments that anticipate Marxism, and it also enables one to understand his arguments for breaks and discontinuities, particularly in his effort to show that modern Christian socialism is not the inheritor of 86 earlier revolutionary currents, and is thereby also not the forerunner of modern socialism. I suggest that this tension enables us to make sense of Lunacharsky's occasional disavowals of the connections between Christian and Marxist forms of communism. These are more common after the October Revolution, when he was Commissar of Enlightenment. For example, in his debates with Wittgenstein in 1925, he felt the need to tone down his enthusiastic assertions concerning the connections between Christian communism and Marxism. While he admits that in certain respects, Christianity is closely linked with communism, especially in its early forms and also in Christian sects of the 16th century, he points out that all these likenesses still do not mean that Christianity really rotates around the axis of socialist ideas. Now the other side of Christianity comes to the fore: its colossal historic privilege and its tendency to split into many groups all claiming the truth make it impossible to find any type of Christianity that could be called true. Lunacharsky 1985, 194. In order to drive his point home, he invokes nothing less than the saying of Matthew 19:24, "And I tell you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God." The camel becomes the church, loaded with its religious treasures, and the kingdom of heaven on the other side of the revolutionary eye of the needle is, of course, socialism. 1985, 201. In short, the very idea of a contemporary communist Christian like Wittgenstein is an absurd phenomenon. 1985, 111. At one level, these arguments may be seen as tactical, with the erudite Wittgenstein threatening to trap him with the point that socialism must be seen within the broader framework of religion, invoking Lunacharsky's arguments from religion and socialism to do so. Wittgenstein 1985b, 220, Lunacharsky opts to retreat from some of his earlier formulations. Yet, in doing so, he manifests once again the tension between rupture and continuity. Emphasize too much the break and you lose all contact with what has gone before, attempting to construct the new order from a clean slate. Move in the other direction and stress the continuity with various streams that have preceded your own movement and you lose the newness of our own cause. Depending on the circumstances, Lunacharsky leans now on one side, now on the other, attempting mediation between them. Occasionally, he does achieve a deeper mediation, as when he subtly reinterprets Marx's 11th thesis. The old philosophies sought to interpret the world, the new aim is to remake it. Lunacharsky 1908b, 148. If we understand the old philosophies as religious ones, then their remaking, and not creation, is what he seeks with God building. Finally, I cannot emphasize enough a point that will become important as Lunacharsky's encounter with Lenin unfolds. Lunacharsky maintained much of the language of God building well after the condemnation by Lenin, especially during his time as Commissar of Enlightenment after the October Revolution. The appearance in my treatment on Lunacharsky of citations from later works, particularly from his texts on education and art, indicate quite clearly that he did so. He may have made occasional half-hearted mentions of his former errors, but the reality was that he saw his role as Commissar very much in light of the God-building project. Why? Unlike a bevy of Marxists, Lunacharsky was simply not persuaded that religion would fade away, whether before the inexorable, Christian revolutionaries and God-builders' 87 March of Science or Reason, or even through revolution as held by so many of his comrades, 1908b, 22-30. In this respect, he was prescient indeed, foreseeing the complex questions posed by the situation after October 1917. Is this perhaps why he persisted with his God-building? From October to Utopia, Lunacharsky and Bloch to the warm stream of Marxism, however, belong liberating intention and materialistically humanely materialist real tendency, towards whose goal all these disenchantments are undertaken. Bloch 1995, Volume 1, 209, 1985a, Volume 1, 241, many are the lines that lead both into and out of Lunacharsky's position. I have identified the emphasis on communal life in early Christianity as an inspiration, as well as the biblical prophets, Jesus and Paul in the New Testament, and the fiery medieval preachers. I would also suggest that his own Orthodox tradition plays a role, for here salvation is a process of theosis, deification, in which Christ overcomes the breakdown of communion with God rendered through sin, thereby restoring an even fuller humanity as the union of divine and human, in which human beings leap beyond the state of creation, leaping beyond the mere image of God to become the likeness of God, Genesis 1:26. But what strikes one is the way Lunacharsky anticipates many later developments and debates within Marxism. For example, we may see his work as a forerunner to the humanist Marxist tradition, inspired by the publication in 1932 of the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, Marx 1844f, 1844g, championed by crucial figures such as Henry Lefebvre, opposed by Althusser's scientific Marxism, and then fostered most recently by the Humanist Marxist Organization, see www.marxisthumanists.org, and the online journal The International Marxist Humanist. Lunacharsky's move is all the more remarkable, since he did not have access to these works by Marx. By far the most significant feature of this work is the way it foreshadows Ernst Bloch's lifelong utopian project in so many ways. Bloch 1972, 1968, 1995, 1985a, 2000, 1985b. I have not been able to determine whether Bloch knew of Lunacharsky's text. If so, it would be a minor reference, buried in a passing allusion, rather than a clear acknowledgement of his forerunner, but the anticipation is striking. I have mentioned the fact that we may see Lunacharsky's contribution in terms of what Bloch termed the warm stream of Marxism, for Bloch too sought out the emotional, enthusiastic, and aesthetic appeal of Marxism as a counterbalance to its coldly rational dimension. Both Bloch and Lunacharsky shared similar, almost romantic personalities, able to feel the experiences of life deeply, apt to be carried away by a poem, fairy tale, song, drama, or nursery rhyme. 55 To that may be added a crucial motivation that Bloch shared with Lunacharsky, in order to win over the peasants and common workers, as well as, for Lunacharsky, the intelligentsia, Marxism needed far more than hard reason and political action, for it also needed to touch the worldview in which peasants lived, if not the many workers who had so recently left the land for the factories. 56 That worldview, as I argued in the previous chapter on Lenin and the Gospels, 88 was structured in terms of biblical narratives, quotidian religious practices, and theological beliefs. Like Lunacharsky, Bloch sought to break the dam holding back this warm stream by delving deeply in literature, particularly Goethe's Faust, art, and music, but above all religion, focusing on his favorite text, the Bible. Here were to be found the prophetic tradition of condemnation of the downtrodden, paradigms of collective life, the argument for the rising up of the Homo absconditus, in place of the Deus absconditus, utopian dimensions, and even the political ambivalence of Christianity, all of which may be appropriated so powerfully for Marxism. For Bloch, the images of collective life are found above all in the counter-traditions of the Bible, especially the rebellions against authority and power. Here the downtrodden would voice their dissatisfaction and resistance, opposing together the impositions from above and thereby providing glimpses of the new Eden, the New Jerusalem. Steering more closely to Lunacharsky, Bloch argued that the exodus out of Yahweh, the atheism that lies within Christianity, would lead to the full realization of human potential, Bloch 1972, 1968. Rarely if ever does a day or a life end with a sense of fulfillment, much remains undone and wished for, a feature that not only gives voice to the utopian urge within us all, but will also be realized when human beings become aware that we are the ones who can achieve what we have traditionally regarded as the prerogative of the gods. As I have argued elsewhere, Boer 2007, 51-52, Bloch wrests the theological doctrine of transcendence away from God and returns it to human beings, so much so that transcendence is no longer a divine attribute but a human one. Like Lunacharsky before him, Bloch bravely states that the only means for human beings to achieve their potential is to banish God from existence. Nonetheless, Bloch's deployment of this theme is arguably more sustained than in Lunacharsky's hands, especially when he steps beyond human beings and identifies this process in matter and nature, Bloch 1972, 229-31, 1968, 303-5. Transcendence now becomes a transformed world, that is, utopia itself. The utopian drive of religion also links Bloch to Lunacharsky, except that Bloch would make utopia the consistent search of his life's work. As we saw, for Lunacharsky, socialism signals the forward push of humanity, which is expressed in the arts, music, beauty, and religion. Above all, the deepest longing for a qualitatively different future is focused on the communist revolution, the decisive moment of God-building. In Bloch's hands, utopia becomes the universal term for socialism, a desire and hope found in the myriad moments of the full range of human and natural existence, from glimpses in everyday life, through festivals and myths and literature, to the revolution itself. Yet, Bloch gives this search a decisive twist. If revolution is the act of the oppressed against their masters, then utopian glimpses of that revolution will be found in many stories of rebellion. One finds them in what are now narratives and myths of sin, of resistance to the white guard god of the despots. In the Bible, these include the story of Eden, with its oppressive God who treats the first humans as children only to find that they rebel in league with an intriguing serpent, in the fatal conflict of Cain and Abel, where another face of God appears, the one who protects Cain with the well-known mark, in Jacob's wrestling with God, in this case, Christian revolutionaries and God-builders 89 not Yahweh, in Genesis 32, in the rebellion of the Tower of Babel in Genesis 11, in the Nazi rights, those enigmatic figures who vow not to cut their hair, not to drink strong drink, and call the people back to their desert, Bedouin-like life in the wilderness, in the oppressive deity of Moses and Aaron, who seeks to punish the people's constant murmur of rebellion in the wilderness, in the insurrections of Miriam, Moses' sister, and Korah against that authority, even in the two figures of Moses, who is both liberator of the slaves and theocratic tyrant in the wilderness. In the protests of Job against his inhuman treatment by this same Yahweh, in the prophetic denunciations of economic maltreatment and religious hypocrisy, in Jesus' stringent criticisms of the Quislings who would accommodate the Roman colonizers, and in the fiery revolutionary protests of the apocalypse against empire and its gods. At times, the bloodthirsty, vengeful God has the upper hand, but at others, admittedly less frequently, the rebels win out through cunning and ruse. All of these bring us to the political ambivalence of Christianity, of which Lunacharsky became fully aware. In an unwitting echo of Lunacharsky, Bloch observes in relation to the Bible that it is often a scandal to the poor but also the Church's bad conscience, Bloch 1972, 25, 21, 1968, 53, 41. In order to trace how this tension works itself out in biblical materials, Bloch identifies the crucial dialectic whereby the very myths of oppression and punishment for sin are the means by which moments of rebellion are preserved. That is, both elements are inescapable dimensions of the biblical heritage, a situation that demands the most astute discernment of myths. The Bible has often been and continues to be read as a friend of the rich and powerful, and it has been and continues to be an inspiration for revolutionary groups seeking to overthrow those same powerful fat cats. Throughout his great works on utopia, the spirit of utopia and principle of hope, this ambivalence, or rather multivalence, shows its face time and again. However, in the much neglected atheism in Christianity, it is at the forefront of Bloch's thought, particularly in relation to the Bible. At times, Bloch goes too far, identifying a constant thread of both demoniacal rulers and resistance throughout the Bible, resistance that often ended up, he suggests, in militant sects that were systematically wiped out, such as the Ophites, who saw the true God in the serpent of Eden and regarded the Creator God as a vile demiurge. I would prefer more scattered and disconnected resistances, local and by no means necessarily connected. At this point, Bloch's valuable strategy of discernment comes into its own, a process of dialectical judgment as to what is liberating and what seeks to crush such hopes. Even God is split and ambivalent. Does he not have many names and identities, such as El, Yahweh, Adonai, El Elyon, El Shaddai, El Birit, El Olam, El Roi, Abir, Pahad, Shabbat, Adon, and even Baal? God may appear as vengeful and terrorful, but then this same God turns out to be a champion of those who protest, fall, and protest again. In the latter case, one may identify an incipient atheism, a protest against the alignment of the divine with abusive human power. And that protest leads to human beings finally being able to stand on their own feet, no longer scraping the ground in abject obeisance. Bloch too, it seems, was a God-builder, carrying on the tradition and enriching it, even if he may not have been aware of Lunacharsky's text. 90. However, we need to return to Lenin and his response to Lunacharsky's God-building. Before doing so, I would like to offer some assessment of God-building itself, in the hands of both Lunacharsky and Bloch. To begin with, Lunacharsky has indeed recovered the oft-forgotten fullness of theology, which is often caricatured as otherworldly, concerned more with the supernatural world and its working than the natural one. By contrast, theology is incredibly rich, dealing with very human and this worldly matters. It concerns the nature of mythology, the central stories with which theology deals, nature and the environment, creation, with the human condition, anthropology, why the world is the way it is, harmatology or the doctrine of sin, the problem of suffering, theodicy, the nature of the human subject, via Christology, how human beings might live together, ecclesiology, and the nature of history and hopes for the future, eschatology. In other words, theology deals as much with immanence as transcendence, with history, the human condition, social interrelations, and nature, as it does with the gods. Even the divine, no matter how self-sufficient it may in some traditions be argued to be, is known only through its interaction with the mundane. Or, to use terms I have deployed before, theology is as much a secular as an anti-secular program, focused on this world and this age, the meaning of secularum, as with one that is beyond this one. Boer 2009a, 29-30, 250-51. To his credit, Lunacharsky has recovered the very this worldly nature of theology. Furthermore, the fact that Lunacharsky and Bloch following him found it necessary to import religious themes into Marxism indicates that Marxism is not the secularized religion it is so often assumed to be. 57. Usually propagated with a polemical edge, you may think you are atheistic, but you are really religious deep down. This assertion has gained the authority of a million repetitions. 58. Critics may point to the rituals of socialist states, without noting that ritual is a common feature of human activity and thereby not necessarily religious. Or they may suggest that the fervor, utopianism, and capacity for martyrdom are drawn from religious commitment. Bergman 1990, 221. Or they may follow Nikolai Berdyaev, earlier a Marxist but later a theologically inspired anti-communist, or Karl Lo with or Alasdair MacIntyre, Berdyaev 1937, Lo with 1949, MacIntyre 1971, 111, 59, who variously argue that like Christianity, Marxism offers a historical narrative that runs from weakness to strength, with human beings finally recovering the moral purity once lost so that we may live once again in a state of grace that transcends historical time. Or even more pointedly, Marxism offers a secularized Jewish-Christian eschatology, in which the Redeemer figure now becomes the proletariat, which overcomes the fallen state of humanity, economic exploitation and class warfare, in order to usher in the millennium. Marx and Engels may have written much on religion, but on this matter, as I have argued at length elsewhere, Boer 2011c, a close reading of their texts shows that such a parallel is far from the truth, for Marx and Engels decisively set themselves against such eschatological narratives. Thus, the proletariat is not the savior of history at all, for the lever of history becomes something entirely different, namely, contradiction. On this matter, Lunacharsky and Bloch may easily be misread. Their efforts to introduce biblical and theological themes into Marxism are too often read as Christian revolutionaries and God-builders. 91. Evidence that Marxism has always been, as they describe it, a secular gospel. Retrospective readings become the norm, without considering the specific acts, at particular political conjunctures, of the desire to bring theology and Marxism into contact. The fallback position at a structural rather than a textual level, Marxism offers a narrative that resembles the Christian narrative may seem to carry some weight. Yet, as soon as one realizes that the same may be said for liberalism, or feminism, or gay activism, or anarchism, or indigenous rights, then the position loses its specificity and becomes a comment on the nature of historical narratives in general. Add to that the point that any effort to find the origin of such narratives in theology becomes itself a theological position, for it grants theology an absolute status as the source of all perceptions of history. Against such absolutizing, the need for relativizing the claims for theology becomes apparent. Theological language thereby becomes one mode for speaking of history, or indeed, as I pointed out earlier, of the human condition, suffering, subjectivity, and collectives. Other modes have existed and continue to exist, without any need to refer to theology, thereby relegating theology to a viable place alongside many other discourses. Indeed, Lunacharsky himself recognizes this relative status of theology, suggesting that Christianity's approach is only a form, one of the many forms that social economic progress can take. Lunacharsky 1911, 163. Its proponents may protest from time to time, but in that more humble location, its value may be appreciated far more, as Lunacharsky and Bloch do. On a more negative note, however, the claim that the gods represent the ideal to which human beings aspire has attracted a long tradition of theological, philosophical, and political suspicion, in which the elevation of human beings above or in place of the gods becomes the justification for myriad despotisms, in which the human beings in question believe that they are omnipotent and omniscient, let alone capricious and arbitrary. In short, it fails to include a strong, materialist, doctrine of evil, for the very best of intentions and hopes can quickly turn sour, being brought to bear to justify new forms of oppression, as the Strugatsky brothers' novel, Hard to be a God, illustrates so well, Strugatsky and Strugatsky 1973. All too often, the claim to divine sanction, if not divine status, from Roman emperors to absolute monarchs to cult leaders by human beings has been used to justify very earthly power. These comments should not be taken as a wholesale criticism of Lunacharsky's or indeed Bloch's efforts at building up of human beings, which may be read positively as an attempt to provide emotive resources for those downtrodden to stand up for themselves, but that they should be tempered with a strong doctrine of evil that would make us wary indeed of the temptations I have just outlined. This awareness of the negative possibilities even in the midst of Christian communism appears in a singularly insightful reflection by Lunacharsky on representations of Jesus. Christ had two faces. As a communist, as a teacher of humble wisdom, of living happily for God, with direct faith in the existence of the highest form of goodness, which leads everyone to good deeds, he was a model of meekness and forgiveness. As one who unmasked the existing governmental order, as one who made a spirit of 92 revenge boil up in the masses, he terrified the world and made it more somber. He was a great scold, ready to set the whip in motion, although the threat of it was a sufficiently cruel fantasy. Lunacharsky 1911, 139-40, at a first reading, this seems to be another statement concerning the political ambivalence of Christianity, now embodied in the way Jesus is represented and appropriated. On this score, the whip may fire up the masses and terrify the world, 60, but the meekness becomes a tool in the hands of the ruling classes to justify exploitation and resignation to that lot. However, we need to read more carefully. The dialectical twist is that the model of meekness and forgiveness is part of Jesus's communist side. In making this argument, Lunacharsky invokes the distinction between communist and revolutionary features of Christianity, as we saw earlier, but now he explores a potential negative dimension to this opposition. Left to its own, the communist emphasis on goodness, wisdom, and good deeds may well lead to all manner of legitimizations of oppression. All too easily, Jesus becomes the crown prince of God, the son of the Tsar in heaven before whom all should bow in meek subservience. Does it then require the more revolutionary dimension of the whip to counterbalance this negative dimension of the representation of Jesus's communism? Lunacharsky suggests so, but may this not also be appropriated by the rulers who claim to speak on behalf of the common people from whom they now require subservience? In other words, Lunacharsky unwittingly opens up the possibility for a stronger notion of evil even within communism. Soft spot versus guilt by association. Lunacharsky writes about scientific mysticism. Get hold of it and give him a public fatherly trouncing. Lenin 1912 N1, 294-75, how did Lenin respond to Lunacharsky's proposals? Personally, Lenin always felt a special bond with Lunacharsky, finding in him a kindred spirit, full of optimism for the cause, a source of inspiration when he felt low. Despite all their differences, Lenin wrote to Gorky regarding Lunacharsky. An exceptionally gifted person. I have a soft spot for him. A soft spot, damn me, what a silly thing to say. I'm really very fond of him, you know. Lenin quoted in Tate 1984, 1, they had come from similar backgrounds, from provincial parts, Lenin from Simbirsk and Lunacharsky from Poltava in the Ukraine, with fathers in the civil service who held liberal to radical views but died young. Both were radicalized in their teens, spent time in prison and exile, were largely self-educated since their radicalism barred them from completing conventional university studies, and both suffered early deaths from overwork and lack of sleep. They finally met one another in 1904, when Lenin came to Paris to catch up with Lunacharsky. Christian Revolutionaries and God Builders 93. One early spring morning in 1904 there came a knocking on the door of my room in the Hotel Lion d'Or near the Boulevard Saint-Germain in Paris. I got out of bed. The stairs were still in darkness. Before me stood a person I didn't know in a flat hat and with a suitcase at his feet. To my quizzical look this person responded, "I am Lenin." "What a time for the train to get in." "Yes," I said in some confusion. "My wife is still asleep." "Why don't you give me your suitcase? We can leave it here and go and get a coffee somewhere." Lunacharsky quoted in Tate 1984, 76-77, Lenin was 34 and Lunacharsky had just turned 29, the outcome was that the younger man wholeheartedly joined the Bolsheviks. Like Lenin, he attacked the Mensheviks mercilessly in print and given Lunacharsky's noted oratorical skills in speech, yet often keeping up personal connections with many of them. The two worked very closely together, inspiring each other in the tough work of immigrant politics. After moving to Geneva and close to Lenin, Lunacharsky gave his first lecture in December of the same year. The next day, Krupski wrote in a letter, "He is a splendid speaker and is creating a furore." And again. "But now we are all in a better mood thanks to the arrival of a new comrade, a brilliant orator and talented writer. He has literally electrified the public. The Mensheviks are tearing their hair and raising a row. The old man Lenin has perked up and actually seems younger these last few days." Quoted in Yermakov 1975, 27, 61. For the next few years, they remained close, working together along with Bogdanov, Lenin 1905 L3, 1905 I1, and others on the new journal Viperd, taking breaks when one or the other burned out. This harmony came to an end with Lunacharsky's Religion and Socialism, although it is worth noting that the bulk of his response was to the first volume. Lenin should have seen it coming, for Lunacharsky had certainly not hidden his views before then. Politically, Lenin was direct, persuading the editorial board of the journal Proletariat to condemn God-building, along with its ovism, Lenin 1909 m. 62. He also wrote two of his articles on religion: The Attitude of the Workers' Party to Religion and Classes and Parties in Their Attitude to Religion and the Church, Lenin 1909a, 1909c, in direct response, using the occasion to reflect more broadly on religion. Now his argument, that one may certainly join the RSDLP if one is a believer, or even a God-builder, but that one may not seek to propagate one's religious views within the party, gains a distinct and contextual edge. 63. Theoretically, Lenin's response took a very different if not strange path, attacking not God-building directly but indirectly, through a critique of the philosophical school of empirio-criticism. Hence, he wrote the trenchantly critical and undialectical work, Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, Lenin 1908a. 64. For Lenin, the basic problem of God-building is found in the radically materialist empiricism, based on sense perception, of Mach and Avenarius, which, he argues, inevitably leads one to mysticism, fideism, and clericalism. Why did Lenin make this move? 94. The reason lies in a complex knot, tied by Lenin himself from some very disparate and oddly shaped threads of political, organizational, personal, and theoretical colors. 65. It includes the political and organizational connections among God-builders, etzovists, ultimatumists, and even by means of some deft moves by Lenin Mensheviks and liquidators. 66. The fact that the people who shared these views, Lunacharsky among them, also seemed to act together, to the point of organizing two party schools, one on the island of Capri in 1909 and another in Bologna in 1910-11, was enough to raise Lenin's suspicions of a deeper common ground. Added to the knot are personal friendships between some of these people, especially Alexander Bogdanov and Lunacharsky, who had married Bogdanov's sister. And then, Lenin could not help noticing that both men shared an interest in the philosophy of Mach and Avenarius. In light of all these connections, we cannot blame Lenin for assuming that here lay the core of their deviation from proper materialism and the Bolshevik line. The problem is that not only was there no necessary connection between God-building and Itzovism, but there was no line linking God-building and empirio-criticism either. In order to get to that point, some complex untying is needed in order to separate the odd-fitting threads of this knot. In what follows, I shall deal with the political, organizational, and personal threads, before picking up the theoretical thread, which will lead us to Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism. As for the collaboration among God-builders, Etzovists, ultimatumists, liquidators, and Mensheviks, we can safely leave the last two aside, for the description of Etzovists and ultimatumists as left liquidators is not at all persuasive. The Etzovists, and the minor variation of ultimatumists, as we saw in the chapter on Lenin and the Bible, sought to disengage from any legal activity at all, most notably by withdrawing the RSDLP members from the Dumas, while the liquidators took a diametrically opposite position, namely, to put aside illegal activity for the sake of legal work alone. Lenin's argument is perhaps a little too ingenious, since both sides refuse the interplay of legal and illegal activity. They are really on the same side, the Etzovists becoming left liquidators, Lenin 1914 I, 266-119, all of which may then be traced back to a common Menshevik root, Lenin 1909 L, 457-48. Ingenious this argument may be, but it is hardly persuasive. Of more import is the connection between Ostavism and God-building, upon which Lenin insists time and again. How does Lenin arrive at this connection? Is there a deep logical connection between the two? Or does the connection lie elsewhere? It would seem to be of a purely organizational and political nature. In the midst of the counter-revolutionary period after the 1905 revolution from 1907 to 1911 they shared the desire to push for immediate revolutionary agitation. In other words, these energetic, enthusiastic, and restless young men all tended to be to the left of Lenin, who, wisely in hindsight, saw this as foolhardy, bound to fail and thereby leading to even more reaction. The fact that the Etzovists and God-builders came out of the Bolsheviks and worked together under Bogdanov's leadership, at the party schools on Capri and in Bologna and then on the journal Viperd, Lunacharsky, Bogdanov, Gorky, Aleksinsky, Lyadov, Desnetsky, and Valsky, suggested to Lenin some intimate connection between the two approaches. Lunacharsky had gone to Capri in 1909, soon after the publication. Christian Revolutionaries and God-Builders 95 of the first volume of Religion and Socialism and at Gorky's invitation, in order to give lectures to 13 students recruited from local committees in Russia. Despite being invited, along with other Bolsheviks and even Mensheviks, Lenin himself refused to take part. He viewed the school as an effort to establish the more radical Bolshevik line of Etzovism under Bogdanov's guidance. Lenin's immediate response to the Capri school was practical, see especially Lenin 1909K, 1909F, 1909J, 1909E, 1909Q, 1909Y, 1909X. He fired off letter after letter from Paris, splitting away 5 of the students, including Malinovsky, the informer, and persuading Gorky and another lecturer, Vilonov, to lean more toward his own position. 67 He also established a counter-orthodox school at Longjumeau, near Paris. These interventions also exacerbated personal differences, so much so that through their wives Gorky on the one side and Lunacharsky and Bogdanov on the other became and remained estranged from one another. The effort at a second school, again presenting itself an interfactional, in Bologna in 1910-11, saw Gorky avoiding any association, but Lunacharsky and Bogdanov lectured there together. Despite the apparent common ground between the various Etzovists and God-builders, to the point of editing together the journal Viperd, they obviously revealed far less commonality than Lenin assumed. So why does Lenin insist on seeing Etzovism and God-building as part of the same knot? 2 other reasons present themselves, one linguistic, or rather, syntactical, and the other personal. On the linguistic level, a good example of Lenin's approach is found in a brief article, M. Lyadov's letter to Proletary, Lenin 1909 He begins by speaking of Vitsovism and God-building, linking them by the spatial and I would suggest intellectual separator of the conjunction, and. However, by the end of the article, the conjunction disappears, so now the connection becomes a much closer, adjectival one. They are the God-building Itzovists and then godly Itzovists now in scare quotes, Lenin 1909 467/58. With this syntactical connection established, Lenin is not afraid to repeat it on occasion, whether godly Itzovists, Lenin 1909 436/19, godly Itzovist gentlemen, Lenin 1909's 86/132, or new God-building Itzovist faction, Lenin 1909J, 478/202. As should be obvious, a linguistic connection for polemical reasons is not a theoretical connection. The personal connections fall into two groups. Bazarov, Gorky, Krysin, who will become important in Chapter 6, and Lunacharsky espoused God-building. Gorky soon left it behind, 68, while Bazarov and Krysin were not major thinkers in this area. The other group comprised the longtime friends, Lunacharsky and Bogdanov. They had first met in 1900 in Kalyuga, a town 115 kilometers to the southwest of Moscow, a place of temporary exile whence Lunacharsky had chosen to go while awaiting sentencing after his arrest in Moscow the previous year. By the time he was sentenced, 2 years later, he had already followed Bogdanov to Vologda, where the latter had himself been sent for exile. By various means, illness, obstinacy, and patience, he managed to stay in Vologda for the next 2 years, despite having his place of exile nominated as Totma, some distance to the north and off the railway line. What was the attachment to Bogdanov that induced Lunacharsky to follow him in various country towns, even to marry the former's sister? Men of very different temperaments, they seemed to complement 96 one another. Bogdanov, who had studied medicine and natural science at the university in Moscow, was by nature a systematic scientist. But he was also a practical party organizer, urging the value of communicating to the masses in understandable terms. He had already written 2 works for popular reading, a short course of economic science 1897 and key elements of natural studies 1899. Here was a man who shared Lunacharsky's enthusiasm for the cause, except that he combined that with a rigorous and systematic approach to science and philosophy. He thereby sought to curtail Lunacharsky's ecstatic flights, casting a skeptical eye on his interest in religion, and providing a model for combining the intelligentsia with the revolutionary by trade. And Bogdanov was the key figure who introduced Lunacharsky to the Bolsheviks, told Lenin about the talented young revolutionary, and urged him to join the editorial staff of Lenin's new journal, Vipert. The 2 men remained close friends for more than a decade. Indeed, this intimate association between Lunacharsky and Bogdanov would continue, off and on, until after the October Revolution, most notably in the idea of proletarian culture, or prolet cult. Expressed first in the revived Vipert of 1915, it was later formalized in the prolet cult organization after October, which was merged with the Commissariat of Enlightenment. 69 The difference now, however, was that Bogdanov was himself no longer involved in politics, having returned to Russia in 1913 in order to devote himself to research on philosophical and medical questions. He died while self-administering a blood transfusion. Despite this long friendship and even meeting of minds, we are faced with a distinct problem, for Bogdanov was not in the least interested in God-building, let alone religion. But he was very interested in empirio-criticism, as was Lunacharsky. Here at last we may have reason for Lenin's belief that the source of God-building lay in empirio-criticism. Materialism and empirio-criticism. However good your intentions may be, Comrade Lunacharsky, it is not a smile, but disgust your flirtation with religion provokes. Lenin 1908a, 187/195, As for myself, I too am a seeker in philosophy. Namely, The task I have set myself in these comments is to find out what was the stumbling block to these people who under the guise of Marxism are offering something incredibly muddled, confused, and reactionary. Lenin 1908a, 2011. Lunacharsky first encountered Avenarius, the energetic champion of empirio-criticism, when he went to Zurich to study, exaggerating to his mother the barriers to study in Russia in order to escape. Avenarius may have been a star at the time, but as is so often the case, from the perspective of the broader history of philosophy, the star of today turns out to be a minor figure. As students did at the time, Lunacharsky compiled his own curriculum, piling his desk high with books on history, sociology, law, anatomy, physiology, political economy, religion, and philosophy. He attended lectures on nearly all of these subjects, but the most lasting impression was left by the lectures and seminars of Avenarius on psychology, philosophy, and biopsychology, focusing on the professor's book, Kritikter, Christian Revolutionaries and God Builders 97 Reinen Erfahrung, a critique of pure experience, 1888-90. For Lunacharsky, this seemed to provide a systematic philosophical basis for Marxism, enabling one to understand sensual, utilitarian, aesthetic, ethical, and political evaluation on the basis of a single biological evaluation, all of which came down to the nerve cell's ability to register positive and negative sensations, pleasure and disgust. These would then have ramifications all the way through to ethical decisions for good and evil, to what he calls biological aesthetics and to the positive and negative features of religion. Lunacharsky 1908b, 10-13. He felt that he was able to approach his faith, scientific socialism, from such a viewpoint, sensing that it was inextricably linked on the level of evaluation and the ideal with the entire religious development of mankind, that it was the ripest mature fruit from this tree which has sprung up from the same root of primal suffering and pleasure. Lunacharsky 1970, 550-51. 70. At this theoretical level, Lenin thought he smelled a rat, so he read deeply in the philosophy of Avenarius and Mach, seeking the root of the connection between empirio-criticism and God-building within the system. The immediate trigger to all this activity was a collection of essays, published as studies in the philosophy of Marxism, Bazarov et al. 1908, to which Lunacharsky and Bogdanov contributed, and which sought to explore the possible connections between empirio-criticism and Marxism. This work brought to the forefront the philosophical questions that had, until now and by mutual consent, been relegated to a secondary status. 71. The work also signaled for Lenin the increasing influence of Bogdanov and his group among the Bolsheviks, Lenin 1907 d1. So he decided to act. Thus, in Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, Lenin leveled much of his polemic against Bogdanov, to whom he had earlier sent a declaration of love on this matter and whom he saw as the leader of the group and the most significant intellect among them, 1907 d1, 449-142. But my interest here is what Lenin's reply means for Lunacharsky. In Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, 72. Lenin focused on the core empirio-critical argument that sought to establish a framework for the rational organization of empirical observations. For Lenin, the crucial point was that they argued like all phenomenalists that the existence of things outside our perception is unverifiable. Perception and cognition are therefore the basis of epistemology, not matter, for the assertion of a material world beyond our senses is actually a metaphysical postulate. Lenin's answer took both philosophical and historical lines, which he felt would reinforce one another. Historically, he sought to show that some of those who had held to similar views, stressing the central role of sense perception all the way back to Bishop Berkeley, had also believed in God. These include Locke, Kant, Hegel, and Poincaré, as well as the lesser lights of James Ward the spiritualist, A. Ray, and Duhem. Lenin 1908a, 212, 13-208, 217-227, 277, 82-293, 99, 291, 95-308, 13, 311-330. He sums up, they all have only one thing in common, namely, that they all more or less consciously, more or less decisively, either with an abrupt and precipitate slant towards fideism, or with a personal aversion to it, as in Bogdanov's case, are vehicles of philosophical idealism. Lenin 1908a, 303/321. It is easy to dispense with Lenin's historical argument, since many who took such a philosophical position were not in the least interested in theology, Hume and Bogdanov among them. One could then, 98, use such a collection of examples to show that empirio-criticism is not necessarily religious. But what of Lenin's philosophical argument? On this matter, he took a common-sense realist position, following Engels very closely. Lenin 1908a, 99, 107/98, 106. But it is the Engels of socialism, utopian and scientific and anti-Dewering, precisely those works that Lunacharsky found so troublesome, purveying a coldly rational Marxism. Here is Engels, the popularizer of Marx, 73, asserting that all philosophy may be determined according to the opposition between materialism and idealism. Materialism means the existence of an external world, and that our sense perception is gradually working toward a fuller appreciation of that world. That is, although we may come to know, by reflection, the way things exist independently of our minds, our ability to perceive that external world is held back by our own limitations, so that our knowledge reflects external reality only approximately. 74. Relativity is thereby restricted to the approximate nature of our own knowledge, but the external reality to which we seek to draw nigh is an unconditional truth. Lenin 1908a, 136, 37/138, 39. However, materialism and idealism are not merely philosophical positions but are also based on class. Materialism is Marxist and proletarian, idealism is bourgeois and therefore anti-Marxist. Given the class alignments with these two positions, all who are not materialists in this sense are by definition idealists, even if they claim to be materialists, like the empirio-critics. Behind the epistemological scholasticism of empirio-criticism one must not fail to see the struggle of parties in philosophy, a struggle which in its last analysis reveals the tendencies and ideology of the antagonistic classes in modern society. Recent philosophy is as partisan as was philosophy 2,000 years ago. The contending parties are essentially materialism and idealism. The latter is merely a subtle, refined form of fideism, which stands fully armed, commands vast organizations and steadily continues to exercise influence on the masses, turning the slightest vacillation in philosophical thought to its own advantage. The objective, class role of empirio-critics consists entirely in rendering faithful service to the fideists in their struggle against materialism in general and historical materialism in particular. Lenin 1908a, 358/380. Now comes what Lenin regards as the clinching argument. Following Engels, he argues that idealism is the necessary basis for mysticism, fideism, and clericalism. Lenin 1908a, 173, 77/179, 84. 75. Therefore, if the empirio-critics are idealists, they are also de facto fideists. Lenin defines fideism as a doctrine which substitutes faith for knowledge, or which generally attaches significance to faith. Lenin 1908a, 19/10. In other words, if one accepts the objective reality of the world, one automatically comes to an atheistic position, and if one does not, one cannot avoid fideism, even if one claims to be a materialist. That is, the external world created by phenomenalism is actually a code for the creation of divine beings, that phenomenological projection is of the same species as theological transcendence. 76. Here is the basis, suggests Lenin, for doctrines such as the immortality of the soul and the idea of God, all of which would make empirio-criticism an ideal philosophy for a theological seminary. Lenin 1908a, 175, 77/181, 84, 186, 87/194, 95, Christian Revolutionaries and God Builders 99-26, 32/237, 44. Thus, supported by all these supposedly recent doctrines, our destroyers of dialectical materialism proceed fearlessly to downright fideism. In the case of Lunacharsky it is most evident, but by no means in his case alone. Lenin 1908a, 1910. 77. This was why, in Lenin's mind, Lunacharsky could develop his God-building, since he was also interested in the work of Mach and Avenarius. The problems with Lenin's arguments are many, but I focus on 4. First, the empirio-critics argued that the assumption of an external world was metaphysical. One may just as easily postulate God as that external world. Lenin tries to argue the obverse, that the denial of an external world leads one to the existence of God. Apart from his historical argument and even his effort to divide all philosophy into materialism and idealism, following Engels, the only basis for such an argument may be found in Berkeley, who argued that the external world is known only through sense perception. How do we know it continues to exist when we do not perceive it? God perceives the whole and thereby maintains its existence. Lenin 1908a, 23, 32/14, 24. Despite Lenin's insistence, this was not the ingenious argument maintained by the empirio-critics. In fact, a radical phenomenalism cannot permit the existence of God, for that would entail reducing God to a sense perception. Harding 2009, 179-80. One may of course pursue this option, pantheism perhaps, but that would be a very different God than the common theological position that God is a being who exists beyond the world and thereby beyond any sense perception. This was precisely the response offered by Bogdanov, who protested, justly, that Lenin's efforts in materialism and empirio-criticism to link him with God-building were simply wrong-headed. Indeed, that empirio-criticism actually cut the ground from under the feet of any theological move. 78. I would add that Lenin's own assertion, repeated throughout the book, that an external world exists independent of the observer in no way negates the possibility that such a world was created by God. It has been a standard position in theology for quite some time. Second, as Zizek points out in Moment of Insight, Lenin's position is implicitly idealist. Its very compulsive insistence on the independent existence of material reality outside consciousness is to be read as a symptomatic displacement, destined to conceal the fact that consciousness itself is implicitly posited as external to the reality it reflects. Zizek 2002a, 180. The problem for Lenin is that the only way one may perceive external reality is by being outside that reality, being removed from the object perceived. This is the fiction maintained by scientific, if not all academic method, that one may stand back and analyze a situation objectively in calm rationality. Zizek goes on to anticipate Lenin's rediscovery of Hegel, even though Zizek for some reason argues that Lenin does not give up his reflection theory even when reading Hegel, and suggests that such a situation is simply impossible. Instead, consciousness is actually part of the reality it perceives, is caught up within it, so much so that what separates us from a properly objective knowledge of reality is our inclusion within it. Third, Lunacharsky offers his own astute reply to Lenin in the second volume of Religion and Socialism, which appeared after Materialism and Empirio-criticism. Given Lenin's heavy reliance on Engels, with the assumption that Marx and Engels offer a seamlessly coherent position, Lunacharsky points out that they do indeed, 100 differ. He quotes the famous text by Engels concerning the great divide between idealism and materialism in philosophy, Lunacharsky 1911, 287, but then counters it with an observation by Marx that one may distinguish between two traditions of materialism itself, 1911, 290-92. The one is mechanical materialism, indebted to Descartes, while the other derives from Locke and is a materialism of common sense. Crucially, it is the latter that leads into modern socialism. At this point, he holds back for a moment, before returning to Engels, 1911, 347-59. But now, he points out that Engels's materialism differs from Marx's specifically in the sense that Engels offers a materialism of nature and its laws. Marx of course offers a more holistic and encompassing historical materialism. This is, in Lunacharsky's assessment, Engels' sin, 1911, 350. The implication here is of course that Engels has slipped closer to the mechanical materialism that Marx himself had castigated as not leading to socialism. This argument is quite extraordinary, especially in the context of international socialism in the early 20th century. In that context, not only were Marx and Engels assumed to speak as one, but Engels's Anti-Dehring was also the central text read by all socialists, due to Engels's clarity and communicative skill. Both this text and socialism, utopian and scientific, are the two key texts that Lenin also uses as his theoretical framework. So here Lunacharsky charges Lenin indirectly with falling into the same trap, the same sin, into which Engels had fallen. Finally, it is rather easy to show that empirio-criticism is not the real basis of Lunacharsky's thought. The key, as we saw earlier, is the emotional, enthusiastic, and ethical dimension of socialism. That is, he seeks the warm stream of Marxism as a counter to the cold theory of Plekhanov and others. By contrast, empirio-criticism is yet another cold theory, at odds with Lunacharsky's project. Any reader soon notices the way empirio-criticism appears like an alien body within the argument of religion and socialism, an extra dimension of the superstructure rather than the basis. Yet, he offers no clear argument for the role of empirio-criticism in religion. Lunacharsky 1908b, 10-11, 52-53, 1911, 138, 284, 287, 291, 371. 79. All of these bring me back to the initial motivation for writing Religion and Socialism, namely, to oppose the rationalism and mechanism of Plekhanov and even Engels, let alone the dominant assumption of Second International Socialism. It would be strange indeed to find him succeeding in constructing a system of thought on the basis of that which he opposed, despite his best intentions. See also Tate 1984, 62-63. Things are hard for us now, we have to go up to the neck in blood and filth, but after our revolution, as after every great revolution, a wave of creative power will come anew, beautiful, fragrant art will blossom. Lunacharsky 1981, 29. I have followed a long path, via Christian revolutionaries, such as Gapon, Tolstoy, and peasant socialism, to a full engagement with the struggle among Lunacharsky, the enthusiastic God-builder, and Lenin. While Lenin was more open to the Christian revolutionaries and God-builders, 101 Christian revolutionaries, he sought to close down the God-builders in the period of reaction and emigrant struggles. Much had to do with the rising influence of those to the left of Lenin, the Atzovists led by Bogdanov, and Lenin's intervention was inevitably as much political as it was philosophical. My interest, however, has been in the struggle between the close friends, Lunacharsky and Lenin. And I have devoted a good deal of space to Lunacharsky, since he is a real and delightful discovery, unjustly neglected. The facts that Lunacharsky and Bogdanov were also close and that the unsystematic Lunacharsky sought to link empirio-criticism and God-building led Lenin to seek a connection between those two positions. I have found Lenin wanting on that count, let alone the philosophically problematic nature of his argument as a whole. Yet, that is not where I leave the debate by any means, with Lenin tactically victorious but philosophically wanting. The next major stage will turn out to be Lenin's in-depth re-engagement with Hegel at the outbreak of the First World War, but that is the topic of the next chapter, which also functions as an opening to the whole issue of dialectics and then the miracle of revolution. Chapter 4. Revolution, Idealism, and God. Hegelian dialectics, that pearl which those farmyard cocks could not pick out from the shit heap of absolute idealism. Lenin 1908a, 243-256. I have reached a point where Lenin has developed a dubious and rather undialectical argument in order to counter the position of God-builders such as Lunacharsky, as well as the growing theoretical and political influence of Bogdanov. If that was all there was to the story, then it would form a relatively minor incident of pre-evolutionary struggles that reflects none too well on Lenin. But the story is by no means complete, for it has three further, fascinating episodes. The first episode is Lenin's intense re-engagement with Hegel 6 years later. After the outbreak of the First World War, Lenin found himself cloistered in the library in Bern, where he read Hegel's core text, The Science of Logic. I am interested in a couple of elements in Lenin's engagement with that text. One was a recasting of the relation between subjective and objective approaches that would lead to a renewed sense of subjective revolutionary intervention. The other was a direct encounter with the core of Hegel's idealism, an encounter that had a direct bearing on his perceptions of God-building and even the revolutionary possibilities of varieties of religion outside the mainstream. The second episode involves setting this intense period within the wider context of Lenin's encounters with Hegel and his understanding of the dialectic. On this matter, we face a pair of competing narratives. One argues that up to 1914, Lenin held to a mechanistic, vulgar, and evolutionary notion of the dialectic, dependent on the late Engels, Second International Socialism, and Plekhanov, but after truly encountering Hegel for the first time, he finally appreciated the depth and ruptural complexity of that dialectic. The other narrative holds that throughout his life, Lenin fully appreciated that depth and deployed it in varying ways. Given these two narratives, a careful assessment of all of the relevant texts is in order. The result is that the time in the Bern Library becomes less an 104 isolated occurrence than a rediscovery and deepening of his understanding of Hegel's dialectic on a materialist register. In particular, we find that Lenin's writings show both earlier appreciations of what may be called a ruptural approach to the dialectic and a continuation of the more vulgar reading after the time in the Bern Library. All of these lead to the conclusion that Lenin maintained, before and after 1914, a perpetual tension between the vulgar and the ruptural dimensions of the dialectic. This leads to the third episode, in which I trace the profound ramifications of these engagements with Hegel for Lenin's response to Lunacharsky's continued God-building after the revolution. In a detailed treatment that brings to a close the discussion of Lunacharsky begun in the preceding chapter, I analyze the apparently contradictory approaches to Lunacharsky's God-building and religion itself, especially after the October Revolution. Lenin both sanctioned attacks on the privileges of the mainstream church and yet tacitly and actively supported alternative forms of religion, including Lunacharsky's revamped God-building. Hegel in Bern. The work that could be done in Bern was mostly theoretical. Krupskaya 1930, 314, the pleasurable seclusion in the Bern Library happened in response to one of the greatest crises in the international socialist movement. In August 1914, the German Social Democratic Party, the largest such party in the world at the time, voted in favor of war credits so that Germany could go to war. When Lenin first heard about it, as well as the news that Plekhanov supported the Russian war effort, he would not believe it, thinking the news to be a hoax. When it finally registered, he wrote in the strongest language of the horrors of the treachery shown by the leaders of international socialism and the burning shame it brought on the socialist movement. Lenin 1914 n. 28, 1914 c2, 31 19. See also Lenin 1914 k, and the full and careful assessment in Lenin 1915 b. After all, the position of the Second International had been that socialists would oppose any imperialist war, refusing to commit workers to enter into battle against one another. Lenin 1914 t1, 18/6, 1914 c2, 34/22, 23, 1915 c. But now the Germans had done precisely that. Other national parties followed and the international movement was in disarray. What did Lenin do? Did he work overtime to counter this move? Did he seek face-to-face meetings with the various social democratic parties in order to berate them? No, he retreated to the Bern Library and read Hegel. It was, as Stathis Kavlakis points out, a crucial period of solitude, a taking of space and time that not only marks the decisive break itself but also enables new initiatives to emerge. Kavlakis 2007, 167. One less a contemplative retreat with its monastic associations, it was more a removal from the immediacy of political conflict in order to reconsider action from the ground up. All that had gone before had now turned to dust, so Lenin resorted to an apparently unlikely source of renewal, Hegel's The Science of Logic. In these months, late in 1914 and into 1915, he also read other works by Hegel, Aristotle, the Pre-Socratics, material on the natural sciences, and some secondary literature. But the key may be found in his reading notes of Hegel's logic. 105 Hegel was at the time a strange choice, for his dialectic had been largely neglected by Second International Marxism. Mediated via the late Engels and then propagated in Russia by Plekhanov, the dialectic was instead understood in materialist sense, with strong evolutionary and determinist emphases. Indeed, Hegelian dialectics were regarded as far too idealistic, an embarrassment within Marx's own work, and were therefore rejected as harmful idealist remnants. As Bloch writes, Hegel was never so pushed aside as in Germany after 1850, Bloch 1985 c. 382. For given that nothing within Germany would have led to a revival of Hegel, Bloch gives Lenin full credit for such a revival, thereby renewing authentic Marxism. The reason for Lenin's interest is that he realized, as Michael Matzes points out, that the materialist reversal of Hegel, the transcending of his dialectic on materialist lines, is the self-genesis and founding act of Marxism, Michael Matzes 2007, 106. Yet, as will become clear later in this chapter, this was not the first time Lenin had dealt with Hegel's complexities, for he invoked Hegel regularly before 1914. Indeed, as Krupskaya points out in her Reminiscences of Lenin, he had avidly read Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit, along with Kant and the French materialists, while they were in exile in Shushensko in the late 1890s, Krupskaya 1930, 40, 180. So the period in the Bern Library was very much a return and a rediscovery, albeit with a deepened understanding of that philosophical founding act of Marxism. Recreating the world. Man's consciousness not only reflects the objective world, but creates it. Lenin 1914-16, 212-194, to work one's way patiently through the notes on Hegel is to gain a sense of Lenin's thorough absorption and excitement as he reads. The quotations, comments, squares, circles, lines, and underlines are sprinkled liberally with NB. Haha, very profound and clever, bien dit, sehr gut, tres bien, very good. And graphic, dot. And, as he works his way into Book 3 of the Logic, and listened. These parts of the work should be called, a best means for getting a headache. Lenin 1914-16, 176-158. It is not my task here to deal with every aspect of this reading, for I wish to focus on two dimensions. One lays the groundwork for an extensive consideration of the dialectic in Lenin's thought, which then leads on to my treatment of miracle, in the next chapter, while the other provides grounds for Lenin's curious reversal of his opinion on the God-building that he had sought to demolish in materialism and empirio-criticism. Thus, I deal both with the role of subjective revolutionary intervention and with the specific question of idealism and God, which has a direct bearing on the very nature of the interaction between religion and Marxism. As for subjective intervention, Lenin brings to Hegel a resolutely materialist focus, as did Marx, and thereby a resistance to Hegel, a resistance that leads him to a startling conclusion. He is not interested merely in the idealist logic of Hegel's thought, but rather in the implication for revolutionary practice, labor, and the 106 role of knowledge in transforming reality. The crucial term is reflection or consideration, reflection, the basic term of his earlier materialism and empirio-criticism. In that text, and indeed elsewhere, as we will see, reflection is a copy of external reality, a knowledge about the external world that moves ever closer to a true appreciation of it. Nature is thereby primary and human will and mind are secondary, so much so that the latter must necessarily and inevitably adapt themselves to the former, Lenin 1908a, 188/196. In the notebooks, however, this position is turned on its head. Now, reflection becomes a mediation, a process in which externality and internality are reciprocally entwined, in which externality is drawn within internality, is immanent so that what is external is actually an internal mediation. That is, the subjective, inner logic becomes even more important than objective logic. 7. Thought thereby becomes not an incremental approach to the concrete, but an increasing abstraction, such as the laws of nature as abstractions, which in its turn leads to more profound practice and thereby truth. 8. We need to be careful at this point, for this process is itself fully dialectical, the very process by which consciousness becomes more abstract, by stepping back from external things, is the very moment when it is fully aware that it cannot step outside that world. That is, the act of abstraction is the act in which consciousness begins to realize that it is immanent in the world. This is what Lenin resisted in materialism and empirio-criticism, where the fictional external observer moves not further away, but desperately attempts to draw closer to the world. Now he realizes that the obverse applies, that one must push resolutely in the other direction, for only in this way does the more radical integration of consciousness and world take place. In Lenin's formulation, the formation of abstract notions and operations with them already includes the idea, conviction, consciousness of the law-governed character to the world. Consequently, Hegel is much more profound than Kant, and others, in tracing the reflection of the movement of the objective world in the movement of notions. Just as the simple form of value, the individual act of exchange of one given commodity for another, already includes in an underdeveloped form all the main contradictions of capitalism, so the simpler generalization, the first and simplest formation of notions, judgments, syllogisms, etc., already denotes man's ever deeper cognition of the objective connection of the world. Here is where one should look for the true meaning, significance, and role of Hegel's logic. This N.B. Lenin 1914-16, 178, 79/160, 61. Now Lenin moves on, bringing to bear his materialist resistance to Hegel. Only through this process, in which abstraction becomes a deeper cognition of the objective connection with the world, does thought become a moment of practice, the aim of which is transformation of the world, but the human notion definitively catches the subjective truth of cognition, seizes and masters it, only when the notion becomes being for itself in the sense of practice. That is to say, the practice of man and of mankind is the test, the criterion of the objectivity of cognition, Lenin 1914-16, 211/193. And the concern of practice is creation, or rather, recreation of the world. Thus, in his famous statement, man's consciousness not only reflects the objective world, but creates it, and, as a clarification, 107 i.e., that the world does not satisfy man and man decides to change it by his activity, Lenin 1914-16, 212, 13/194, 95. 9. Creation as the inherent feature of practice is, of course, revolutionary, for the revolution recreates the world itself. The implicit revolutionary dimension of creating the world appears more forcefully in a statement that soon follows. Human activity, which has constructed an objective picture of the world for itself, now changes external actuality, abolishes its determinateness, thereby removing from that external actuality various features of semblance, externality, and nullity. This revolutionary act of creation abolishes the determinateness, the very coordinates of external reality, the foundations of the world as it is. Or in Hegel's, it makes it as being in and for itself, that is, objectively true, Lenin 1914-16, 217, 18/198, 99. Truth is thereby constituted by the conscious act of revolution, in which the given coordinates of reality are abolished and recreated. We should not lose sight of the fact that all of this is undertaken by the conscious agent, the one who engages in this process. Rather than the iron laws of revolutionary progress, moving through its various stages, a revolutionary agent must act to create the objective world. We may trace a direct line from this insight to Lenin's insistence initially resisted that the Bolsheviks should seize the moment after February 1917 and take power, that is, act to create a new world. Or, as he would exclaim, among many exclamations, breaks in gradualness, leaps, 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 Lenin 1914-16, 123, 24/112, that is, leaps to the break in continuity, to the transformation into the opposite, to the destruction of the old and the emergence of the new, Lenin 1914-16, 358/317. 10. As we shall see in the next chapter, for Lenin, this is a crucial feature of the definition of miracle. Where is God? Dark waters. Lenin 1914-16, 114/104. The second feature I wish to emphasize is Lenin's direct engagement with idealism and thereby religion. As we saw, in materialism and empirio-criticism, and indeed elsewhere, he held to the late Engels's distinction between two great philosophical camps, materialism and idealism, which may then be identified in terms of their class affiliations. If one is not a materialist, then one must be an idealist. And that can harbor only a religious position. With this in mind, Lenin is apprehensive as he begins his reading of Hegel's masterpiece of idealist philosophy. He is sure he will find God, so he signals his resistance. Nonsense about the absolute, he writes in a box. I am in general trying to read Hegel materialistically. Hegel is materialism which has been stood on its head, according to Engels, that is to say, I cast aside for the most part God, the absolute, the pure idea, etc. Lenin 1914-16, 104/93. This suspicious resistance is difficult to dispel, for we find Lenin asserting that for Hegel, knowledge is knowledge of God and that his tributes to mysticism are nothing less than idealism. 11. Away with heaven, he exclaims, Lenin 1914-16, 103/92. Yet, as his reading progresses, Lenin finds the very opposition of idealism and materialism problematized, noting how unsatisfactory the given definitions of 108 materialism really are. He comments that Hegel sounds at times very materialistic, that the difference of the ideal from the material is also not unconditional, that Hegel actually comes to the transformation of objective idealism into materialism, that he argues from a standpoint of more consistent idealism, that we can in fact find the germs of historical materialism in Hegel, Lenin 1914-16, 106/95, 114/103, 169/104, 170/151, 189/286, 190/287. Lenin has indeed entered dark waters, in which the clarity of his previous distinctions begins to blur. Lenin 1914-16, 114/104. Then, after having worked his way through Hegel's text and devoted particular attention, and many pages, to the crucial section on the absolute idea, Lenin comes to realize that the idea in question is not some dogmatic content, an abstraction that may be designated as Hegel's system. Rather, the absolute idea follows the same logic as that of the external and internal, in which the former becomes a dimension of the latter, is drawn into and becomes immanent within internality. That is, the dialectical process folds back on itself, becoming one of its own moments. With this discovery that within the theory is already a unity of theory and practice, Lenin writes in some surprise. It is noteworthy that the whole chapter on the absolute ideas scarcely says a word about God, hardly ever has a divine notion slipped out accidentally, and apart from that it contains almost nothing that is specifically idealism, but has for its main subject the dialectical method. The sum total, the last word and essence of Hegel's logic is the dialectical method. This is extremely noteworthy. And one thing more, in this most idealistic of Hegel's works there is the least idealism and the most materialism. Contradictory, but a fact. Lenin 1914-16, 233-215, the philosophical structure that Lenin propounded with such polemical vehemence in materialism and empirio-criticism has met its dialectical other. At the heart of Hegel's logic, where he expected to find idealism aplenty and God in all his strength, he finds neither. Instead, he finds the dialectical method. But then, he realizes what this means for his earlier bifurcation of idealism and materialism into two great and hostile camps. In Hegel's most idealist work of all, the one that had been so neglected, is to be found the least idealism and the most materialism. A thoroughly idealist system, one in which idealism is pushed through until it is puffing and sweating and exhausted, is the most materialist of all. And the fears he might have had for idealism's quick step to God finally dissipate. This chapter on absolute ideas says scarcely a word about God, and that is by no means accidental. I will explore later what this may mean for the God-building debate, but first let me consider whether Lenin sensed the effect on some of his more vulgar formulations in materialism and empirio-criticism, and elsewhere. In 3 aphorisms, he subjects nearly all the Marxism of the previous decades to a scathing criticism. The first aphorism accuses Plekhanov of missing dialectical materialism and taking a vulgar materialist approach, especially in his critique of Kant. 12. The bite of this criticism is both that Plekhanov had positioned himself as a champion of dialectical materialism and that Lenin himself had relied heavily on Plekhanov, 109 in his earlier work. The self-critical nature of this first aphorism is sharpened by a crucial marginal comment, concerning the question of the criticism of modern Kantianism, Marxism, etc., Lenin 1914-16, 179-161. Was this not precisely the battle that Lenin had waged so enthusiastically in materialism and empirio-criticism, attacking the Marxists and Kantians in the name of a vulgar materialism? The second aphorism continues in the same vein. Marxists criticized, at the beginning of the 20th century, the Kantians and Humists more in the manner of Feuerbach and Buchner than of Hegel, Lenin 1914-16, 179-161. Who are these Marxists at the beginning of the 20th century? Plekhanov, of course, but also Lenin himself. How do we know? Lenin had invoked Feuerbach again and again in his earlier works, describing him as consistently materialist and placing him in a trinity, an entire school that is made up of Feuerbach, Marx, and Engels, Lenin 1908a, 155-159, 204-213. Indeed, he wrote then that Marx and Engels deploy the same materialism, one growing out of Feuerbach, Lenin 1908a, 329-350, 336-356, 57. It was precisely from Plekhanov that Lenin had derived this position. The third aphorism now broadens the self-criticism. Lenin concludes: it is impossible completely to understand Marx's Capital, and especially its first chapter, without having thoroughly studied and understood the whole of Hegel's logic. Consequently, half a century later none of the Marxists understood Marx. Lenin 1914-16, 180-162, half a century takes us back to 1864, still during Marx's lifetime. None of the Marxists thereby includes even some of Marx's own contemporaries, let alone Lenin himself. 13 breaks in gradualness. Hegel, backward and forward. In brief, dialectics can be defined as the doctrine of the unity of opposites. This embodies the essence of dialectics, but it requires explanations and development. Lenin 1914-16, 222-203, given Lenin's enthusiasm, especially his exclamatory declarations in the notebooks, it is tempting to see this period as a radical break. In the thrill of the moment, Lenin himself gives some credence to what may be called a narrative of rupture. Those who follow him here seek to fill out that narrative in terms of the passage from materialism and empirio-criticism to the notebooks on Hegel, which thereby manifest a relatively clear transition from a mechanistic, even vulgar understanding of dialectics to a much more sophisticated, complex, and thereby true approach not merely to Hegel but to Marx's work as well. Here may be found the thorough reorientation that turned Lenin into the revolutionary and leader of 1917. Of course, the way I have represented that narrative loads the terms in favor of the later Lenin, after he had engaged with Hegel in Bern, but I have done so for a specific reason, for that loading is usually found in philosophers who noticeably cringe at the earlier Lenin. Paradoxically, those who cringe so and 110 adhere to this narrative of a radical discovery of the depths of the dialectic have also written some of the best works on Lenin's philosophical encounter with Hegel in 1914, Lowy 1973, Liebman 1975, 442-48, Bensaidi 2007, Kavlakis 2007. By contrast, a very different narrative maintains that Lenin had a thorough understanding of the depths of Hegelian dialectics from the time he read Phenomenology of Spirit while in exile in Shushensko in the late 1890s, indeed that his whole approach to philosophy and politics was imbued with such a dialectic, albeit in light of the materialist reversal of Marx, Luck ACS 1970, Michael Matzes 2007. The notebooks on Hegel become a signal moment of that longer awareness. How does one respond to these competing narratives, between radical rupture and continuity? Do we opt for one or the other in the ideological struggle over the philosopher Lenin? The following discussion challenges both readings. A close reading of Lenin's engagements with Hegel and the dialectic, both before and after 1914, reveals a much more complex situation. 14. I suggest taking the two nodes of our analysis thus far, materialism and empirio-criticism, and the philosophical notebooks, and describing these two dimensions as vulgar and ruptural approaches to Hegel's dialectic. When we situate the experience of 1914 within the context of Lenin's lifelong interest in Hegel, it soon becomes clear that Lenin had insights into the ruptural dimension of the dialectic before 1914 and that he maintained a vulgar approach after the immersion in Hegel's The Science of Logic. Both before and after this engagement, he held to a developmental, objective, and bluntly political approach to the dialectic, as well as a contradictory reading full of leaps and breaks. In this light, I suggest that the motif of breaks in gradualness is a better way to understand not merely the dialectic itself, but also Lenin's own relation with Hegel, which is another way of saying that an immanent analysis, deploying Lenin's own reading of Hegel to understand his approach to the dialectic, is the best way to read this complex pattern. The treatment of Lenin's encounters with Hegel is inescapably detailed, for it is both a necessary discussion in light of debates over the legacy of Hegel through Lenin, and it sets the scene for a fuller appreciation of Lenin's apparently contradictory responses to Lunacharsky's God-building in his later years, as well as his simultaneous attacks on religion and the fostering of marginal, radical religious groups. 15. Thus, on the one hand, Lenin persists in condemning religion and even comes to advocate a consistent campaign in favor of atheism after the revolution. On the other hand, he reconciles with Lunacharsky, who maintained all of the main tenets of God-building. Even more, Lenin permits, if not fosters, certain forms of religious expression, especially by those with either proto-communist tendencies, such as the Old Believers and other sects, or openly pro-communist positions. Before 1914, the history of ideas is that of the succession, and consequently, of the conflict of ideas. Lenin 1914 d. 260-112, Lenin's first reasonably full treatment of Hegel, in the early 1890s, is not the most auspicious for my argument, for here the idealist philosopher is somewhat of an 111 embarrassment for Lenin. That initial engagement takes place in an early text, published illegally when Lenin was in his early 20s but recovered partially. The second part of 3 is still missing, only after his death, What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, Lenin 1894b, 163, 74-163, 75, 183-185, 379-395, 394-411. But why was Hegel an embarrassment? Critics of Marx had for some years attacked the Hegelian dimensions of Marx's thought, a position taken also by some of those Lenin criticizes in this early work. Their attack on Marx was relatively simple. Marx bases his economic and political theory on Hegel. Hegel is full of mysterious, maze-like, idealist, and thereby theological nonsense, especially the Trinitarian pattern of thesis, negation, and negation of the negation, the triad. Therefore, Marx's work is rubbish. 16. According to these critics, Marx thereby developed an iron law of history, based on the thoroughly idealist threefold schema of the dialectic. In response, defenders of Marx sought to distance themselves from Hegel and his perceived idealist residue in Marx's thought. Lenin's reply specifically to a certain Mikhailovsky, whom Marx had also criticized, echoes the position of the Second International. Although the Hegelian dialectic may have provided a certain theoretical framework for Marx's approach, it is by no means the basis that provides the iron laws of history. 17. But rather a corollary that emerges after he has made his strictly scientific, economic analysis. Instead, the crucial criterion for Marx's approach was its conformity to reality. Lenin 1894b, 163/163, 178/179, 80. The secondary status of Hegel in Marx's texts is therefore a manifestation of Marx's materialist reversal of Hegel's idealist system, in which one moves from economic life, the base, to ideas, superstructure. Lenin has clearly sided with the vulgar Marx on this occasion. But now, Lenin goes a step further, arguing that Hegel's presence is not merely a secondary corollary, but actually a relic of the Hegelianism out of which scientific socialism has grown, a relic of its manner of expression. Lenin 1894b, 164/164. Corollary, relic, manner of expression. Hegel's virtual departure from Second International Socialism is embodied in these characterizations. But this argument is not Lenin's own, for it is drawn from the one who enabled this embarrassed distancing from Hegel, namely Engels. This is the somewhat flat Engels of the late and influential anti-Du Ring, from which Lenin makes extensive quotation in order to refute the modern-day Du Rings such as Mikhailovsky. Indeed, Lenin's justification for drawing upon Engels is that their opponents simply take the same positions. Mikhailovsky is no different from Du Ring, and so one may deploy the same arguments Engels launched at the latter. The result is a distinct marginalization of the Hegelian dialectic in this early engagement by Lenin, or at least a certain formulation of it as a triad. Two further points are worth noting. Marx himself is not guilt-free on this matter, for Lenin draws on an afterword by Marx to the second edition of Capital, Marx 1867, in which Marx suggests, somewhat mischievously, that he coquetted with Hegelian modes of expression. Lenin 1894b, 167/167, 68. Of course, Marx himself was not averse to more vulgar, even mechanistic statements concerning not merely his relation to Hegel, but also the interaction between base and superstructure. Furthermore, the terrain of debate was focused largely on 112 the objective factors of history, specifically the process of contradictions within a mode of production such as capitalism, contradictions that would lead to its unraveling. Muted are precisely the subjective factors that would become important elsewhere in Lenin's work, for here subjective is tied in with psychological, metaphysical, and thereby idealist formulations. See also Lenin 1894b, 143, 46/141, 44. 18. Thus far, the engagement has been solidly on the side of a vulgar reading of the dialectic, consolidating the retreat from Hegel begun by others. However, as will become characteristic of Lenin's struggle with Hegel, this is by no means the whole story. A tension between that mechanistic, objectively scientific reading and one that is more dynamic and ruptural appears in a crucial definition of the dialectical method. What Marx and Engels called the dialectical method as against the metaphysical is nothing else than the scientific method in sociology, which consists in regarding society as a living organism in a state of constant development, and not as something mechanically concatenated and therefore permitting all sorts of arbitrary combinations of separate social elements, an organism the study of which requires an objective analysis of the production relations that constitute the given social formation, and an investigation of its laws of functioning and development. Lenin 1894b, 165/165, this text is a curious combination of the effluid and the firm. Society, or more specifically a social formation, is not a mechanically concatenated object but a living organism, never at rest but constantly changing and developing. Yet, it requires objective analysis, a search for laws that provide us with an insight into the secret, the motor that drives all of this perpetual change. In this formulation we find not only a tension between flexible and fixed perceptions of the dialectic, but also the hints of an insight Lenin would recover at various moments in his writing, especially in 1914. Thus, drawing on Marx, he writes of the need to reject the very idea that the laws of economic life are one and the same for the past and the present. Indeed, every historical period has its own laws that one must discern. Lenin 1894b, 167/167. In other words, the objective law, the search for constancy amid perpetual change, is actually generated out of the perpetually changing social organism it seeks to understand. Conversely, precisely that invariable motor becomes the very source of the ongoing transformation of the object of study, which is captured in Marx's phrase, "All that is solid melts into air." On this occasion, Lenin does not develop that last point to the full, leaving only a suggestion of this ruptural role of the dialectic. We will soon find that he does expand on that dimension of the dialectic, but we equally encounter moments when he prefers the objective and scientific method in sociology. Here, Marx again supports Lenin's position, although it is the somewhat vulgar Marx we have already encountered. From that same afterword to the second edition of Capital, Lenin identifies the champion of a rigid scientific investigation of the necessity of the given order of social relations and thereby seeks the law of change from one social formation to another. Lenin 1894b, 166/166. Marx even provides, 113 Lenin with a comparison with evolutionary biology, which is, he argues, analogous to historical materialism. Lenin 1894b, 167/167. Indeed, this evolutionary, developmental interpretation, so characteristic of Second International interpretations of Hegel, would become a staple in Lenin's descriptions of the dialectic, both before and after 1914. For instance, the fundamental thesis of Hegelian philosophy is that the universe is undergoing a constant process of change and development. While Marx and Engels rejected the preconceived idealist view, they retained Hegel's idea of the eternal process of development. Thus, the explanation of mind must be derived from nature, from matter, for just as material causes underlie all natural phenomena, so the development of human society is conditioned by the development of material forces, the productive forces. Lenin 1895b, 21/8. 19. Is there a direct line from this early understanding of the dialectic to materialism and empirio-criticism? At first sight, this seems to be the case. Here Hegel is the idealist and thereby mystical, if not religious philosopher par excellence, at one with phenomenalists such as Berkeley and the Machists. Lenin 1908a, 73/69, 70, 100/99, 192/200, 226, 28/237, 39, 232/244, 337/358. Indeed, Hegel's absolute idea gathered together all the contradictions of Kantian idealism and all the weaknesses of Fichtenism. Lenin 1908a, 232/244. Marx and Engels, it is true, had to pass through Hegel on their way to dialectical materialism, but it was with the guiding hand of Feuerbach. That dialectic may be defined as follows. Dialectics, as Hegel in his time explained, contains an element of relativism, of negation, of scepticism, but is not reducible to relativism. The materialist dialectics of Marx and Engels certainly does contain relativism, but is not reducible to relativism, that is, it recognizes the relativity of all our knowledge, not in the sense of denying objective truth, but in the sense that the limits of approximation of our knowledge to this truth are historically conditional. Lenin 1908a, 137-139, 20. This version of dialectics is merely another prop for the reflection theory of knowledge Lenin hammers home in this text. Dialectics designate the path to the truth of the external world in a process of increasing exactitude, but it remains relative only insofar as our knowledge of that world remains limited. This definition of dialectics, or rather the dialectical materialism Lenin mentions ad nauseam, all the while assuming we know what the term means and filling it out with examples from physics and chemistry, is a far cry from what Lenin encountered in his reading of Hegel a few years later. At the same time, Lenin uncannily points out in the midst of this notorious text that Hegel's dialectics may contain far more than this definition would suggest. Now we find that Hegel is the most thorough of idealists, even glimpsing materialism. Lenin 1908a, 127-128, 29, so much so that the Hegelian dialectic is the valuable fruit of the idealist systems, that pearl which those farmyard cocks could not pick out from the shit heap of absolute idealism. Lenin 1908a, 243-256. 21. Valuable fruit, even a true pearl at this moment, it must be admitted. Lenin believes that Engels had picked the fruit and sold all he had in order to find the pearl. If we accept the narrative that juxtaposes the vulgar materialism, 114 of materialism and empirio-criticism with the notebooks on Hegel, then these moments can only be read as prophetic, anticipating the experience of 1914 in the Bern Library when Lenin was able to grasp the great and true kernel of Hegelian dialectics. Lenin 1908a, 310-329. The problem with such a narrative is that it holds to a simple notion of prophecy, a foretelling of things to come. By contrast, a more complex perception of prophecy is needed, in which it is an act that looks backward and forward, a prophecy ex eventu, and one that anticipates what is to come. 22. Thus, Lenin may unwittingly have foreseen his grasping of the great and true kernel of Hegel's dialectic in Bern, but on more than a few occasions before that time he had already seized it. Dialectics of Capitalism. I have already identified two glimpses of such occasions in both the text from 1895 and even in Materialism and Empirio-criticism, but more sustained insights appear in the landmark early work, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, Lenin 1899b, and the cluster of texts following in the wake of the Revolution of 1905. In the first, the central question is the contradictory, crisis-ridden nature of capitalism, while in the second, a number of topics emerge, which may be classified in terms of revolution itself, subjective intervention, the tension between revolution and counter-revolution, the relation of part and whole, and then the praxis model, the constant interaction between theory and practice that leads one to the distinct moment of revolution. The argument from the detailed 1899 work on capitalism in Russia, begun in prison and completed in exile in Shushensko village, contains both the standard stages theory of capitalist development and some profound insights into its deeper contradictions. 23. On the first count, capitalism is a necessary stage on the path to communism, for it achieves the much-needed breakup of ossified feudal relations, especially in the countryside, destroying all in its restless path of growth and development, improving education, providing a higher standard of living, mobility of the population, and growth of the towns. 24. In short, it was a very good thing that it did. Lenin 1899b, 316-313. Only then does a working class develop in the large-scale industries that are part of such development, only then may communist organization gain some traction, and only then do the internal contradictions of capitalism work toward its self-destruction. Lenin 1899 f. 210, 11-182, 83, 1902a, 146-346, 47, 1910 I, 261, 62-307. Lenin's argument is as much conventional Marxist theory of the time as it is a critique of Narodnik arguments that Russia might avoid the capitalist stage and move straight to socialism through a romanticized image of the communal mir or obshchina, the village commune, which was really another mode of exploitation through its small-scale production. Lenin 1894b, 176/176, 494, 95/520, 21, 1897a, 238, 39/232, 33, 245/240, 264, 65/261, 62, 1908k, 34, 35/21, 22, 1908e, 1910c. 25. His argument also resolutely sought to counter assumptions of Russian, 115 exceptionalism, arguing that Russia is no different in its path of economic and social development than the Western world. However, in the midst of this argument of necessary stages, Lenin also pinpoints the crucial contradictions at the heart of capitalism. It is nothing less than the best and worst of all possible worlds. Life is both much better than under feudalism and much worse, for exploitation is even more brutal. Lenin 1899b, 237, 48/232, 43, 293/290, 414, 15/413, 14, 418, 20/417, 19, 430, 31/429, 30, 442, 43/441, 42, 527/527, 28, 539/540, 1907c, 194/245, 201, 16/252, 68, 1907b, 280/257, 296, 97/273, 74, 1914p. 26. Industrial development, tailorization of work practices, and large-scale farming. His focus is on agriculture. An abiding interest, may be significant advances, to be deployed by any communist society that follows. Lenin 1914 U1, and yet they enable under capitalism infinitely more refined patterns of oppressing workers and peasants. In short, recognition of the progressiveness of this role is quite compatible, as we have tried to show in detail at every stage in our exposition of the facts, with the full recognition of the negative and dark sides of capitalism, with the full recognition of the profound and all-round social contradictions which are inevitably inherent in capitalism. Lenin 1899b, 596/597, or as Lenin states a decade later in a text that anticipates in many ways the reading of Hegel in 1914. Again, a constant source of differences is the dialectical nature of social development, which proceeds in contradictions and through contradictions. Capitalism is progressive because it destroys the old methods of production and develops productive forces, yet at the same time, at a certain stage of development, it retards the growth of productive forces. It develops, organizes, and disciplines the workers, and it crushes, oppresses, leads to degeneration, poverty, etc. Capitalism creates its own gravedigger, itself creates the elements of a new system, yet, at the same time, without a leap these individual elements change nothing in the general state of affairs and do not affect the rule of capital. Lenin 1910e, 348/65, 66. Not only do we find the famous leap that has gained much attention from the philosophical notebooks, but alongside the slow evolution of capitalism, as in life, appear rapid leaps, breaks in continuity. Lenin 1910e, 349/66. Lenin did not need to wait until 1914 to understand the ruptural dimensions of dialectics. Centrality of revolution. Once we turn to the texts following the 1905 revolution, a definition of the revolutionary dialectics of Marxist realism becomes the anchor of all analysis. It emphasizes the urgent tasks of the advanced class, and discovers in the existing state of things those elements that will lead to its overthrow. Lenin 1905 M2, 149-137. Here we find already the crucial interplay between objective and subjective factors in revolution. Thus, the existing state of things touches on the objective dynamic of the contradiction between forces and relations of production, which are both formative of a mode of production, the proverbial creative, 116 tension, and yet which also lead to the collapse of that same system. In that situation, the advanced working class plays a crucial and subjective role, identifying the specific workings of that tension, forcing those links in the chain, and seizing the opportunity when the crisis matures. 27 Subjective Act. Should I wish to find a fuller statement of the subjective revolutionary act, I need only turn to a piece written at the same time, in July of 1905. In Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution, 1905 R3, Lenin stresses the need to move beyond analysis of the objective and rapidly changing conditions to conscious intervention in them. Thus, the new Menshevik-controlled Iskra may emphasize the objective conditions of a bourgeois revolution, describing and explaining the struggle they see unfolding before their eyes. Yet, in doing so, they side with but one side of Marx's famous 11th thesis on Feuerbach, in which the philosophers merely interpret the world in various ways. Missing is an awareness of the vital need to change that world. An astute exegesis follows Lenin's citation of Marx: the Mensheviks are good marchers but poor leaders, for they disparage the materialist conception of history by ignoring the active, leading, and guiding part which can and must be played in history by parties that have realized the material prerequisites of a revolution and have placed themselves at the head of the progressive classes. Lenin 1905 R3, 43, 44-31. Active, leading, guiding are these adjectives not appropriate to the subjective revolutionary act, which would become crucial in Lenin's reading of Hegel. That engagement would provide this element of dialectics a greater depth, but the inescapable role of subjective intervention, so much so that its creative role was constitutive of revolution as such, was certainly not foreign to Lenin's thought in the immediate aftermath of the 1905 revolution. 28 Revolution and Counter-Revolution. A third feature of this cluster of dialectical reflections on the revolution of 1905 is a sustained analysis of the tensions between revolution and counter-revolution. On this matter, Lenin's skills at political analysis gain a significant dialectical edge. Over the course of 1905 and then into the following years, his analysis moves from tracing the delicate equilibrium between revolution and counter-revolution and the eventual, if temporary, victory of the latter. Thus, after the spark of January 1905 and in the midst of the waves of strikes and armed uprisings, a new space of creative possibilities had opened in which everything seemed possible, a period of maximum freedom, maximum independent activity of the masses, maximum breadth,